in Belarus. We have um, Wagner in Africa still. There are some concerns in the Central African Republic and other places about if Wagner it's there, if Wagner is to remain there, if Wagner is to be the figurehead operation for their interests. But overall, I believe that for now, that's where we are. Surovikin. Well, here's the thing. I've heard quite a few people say, well, we're going to see Shoigu, we're going to see Gerasimov out because Putin had to cave in to Prigozhin. I really don't think Prigozhin Putin would get Shoigu out or purge Shoigu because Shoigu has a vast over the years and over his multiple functions as a state official. Mr. Sergei Shoigu, um, who's a slick political operator, created a vast network of patronage in the military, in the emergency services, and don't forget that Shoigu is from the Eastern Republic, where the bulk of the fighting forces in Ukraine are from. So Putin needs Shoigu's network and patronage networks uh, to keep to keep power and to keep operations going. And just whacking Shoigu or leaving Shoigu, first it would be caving into Prigozhin, which Putin cannot do. And then, secondly, it would compromise his position. And I think his position has become pretty much unstable. And that aura of a strong man who is a master strategist ahead of everyone. Well, first of all, that aura should have been gone for quite a while. I can't fathom why that aura isn't gone because well, Ukraine war. We've been 18 months into this or 16 months into this since February 2022, and that aura, if um, isn't gone, it should have been. But alas, it isn't. And we've seen still some people saying that it was connected. It was a stage thing by Putin to get Wagner into Belarus. You don't kill off your pilots in your very small number of electronic warfare helicopters because you staged something, okay? And you don't enact plans, and you don't detain senior generals if your plans, if it's a staged operation, some 5D chess operation by Mr. Putin. It's not. It's not. It's Prigozhin going all in for his life and his business and his position in the future of Russia. That's another thing that we need because Mr. Prigozhin isn't done, and that's for sure. And the Kremlin was had some intelligence on it. The Federal Security Office Service, the Federal Protection Security Service, had some. The FSO had information on it. Rosguardia had some information, was requested a few days prior. The role of Rosguardia is quite interesting in all of this. But most of all, I'd say that it's necessary to. It's my assessment, and again, uh, it's my assessment that it's definitely not a staged operation or anything um, remotely resembling some advanced Maskirovska to get Wagner into Belarus, because that doesn't make real sense. I've seen some people referring to there's probably a plan for Wagner to attack from Belarus. Good luck with that. I wish them the best of luck with that, because the Ukrainians, that's the plan. It's called Minsk in 3 days.
Yeah,
By
but that
the
would mean that the Ukrainians help the Belarusian opposition to take Minsk in 3 days, maybe.
yeah, but that plan would result in Minsk in 3 days. That's what would result, or even the crazy situation that from Belarus, because the base where Wagner is supposed to remain will be in the western border of Belarus, and from there they could threaten the corridor of supplies into Poland, from Poland into Ukraine. That's just certain that that's the plan. That's a plan. It's a god awful plan. It means certain that. That's what it means. Uh,
No, can
Go
I ask a
ahead, Axel.
question? Yeah,
Go ahead. Of course, Axel.
I,
Don't
I
let's not
discussed.
make this a monologue.
No. I liked how you laid it out, and we all have slightly, you know, different assessments. But one thing which fits with what you said is that it was definitely not a staged plan for the purpose of getting Wagner into Belarus. That is a narrative which comes much later. It's more easily spun out of the hose of bullshit which we have to tolerate. But how about this? I've said it at the beginning. I think it's kabuki extreme, meaning it's a kabuki theater which was ongoing for many months, and it went wrong because some part, some actors in the ongoing Russian kabuki theater were unhappy with their failure. Sorovikin, others, Prigozhin, you name them. Some actors in the background we may never know. Maybe amongst the old mafia friends of Putin in Rostov-on-Don, were not happy with it.
That's a good angle on the organized crime, and we'll get there. Go ahead.
And I think that these old relationships allowed Prigozhin, who was once raised by the organized crime syndicates in St. Petersburg, meaning by the Rostov mafia, which took over St. Petersburg in the early 80s, went through the all for food scheme where Putin had returned from Soviet occupied Germany, Dresden, to St. Petersburg, supposedly. That is the narrative today, albeit that fortunately it's finally being challenged that he was driving a car because that's what he told people. But on the other hand, he was very quickly, very swiftly installed at a nexus of power with Sobchak. Prigozhin was there. He was imprisoned. He was part and parcel of a racket and racketeering operation. And where did he go first? People said, oh, he went for the choke point of Rostov-on-Don. Yes, he did. And yes, it is the key logistics location currently, other than Krasnodar for different purposes, but Rostov-on-Don is exceptionally vital for the Russian supplies into the southeastern theater and Crimea. Yes, he went there. Yes, he went to what is one of the two military centers of decision making, the Southern Military District's headquarters. Yes, he did. He didn't rampage the place. Yes, he went there with guns, but these are Russians. So let's set this aside for a second. Nobody fired, by the way. Nobody fired back. The young staff members were seen circling out of the building. Senior staff was in the building and discussing and negotiating with him. He was seen in front of a building which is quite famous in Rostov because that's where all the organized crime members congregate. he recorded his videos right in front of both buildings. So I'm completely with you on the topic of, or the idea that he expected support from someone in Moscow, 100%. He may have had his plans, yes, 100%. But then the organized Kabuki theater has many power centers, and it seems that he was left alone. And then, as Mr. Putin and his regime, as you indicated, there are many good signs for this now, had foreknowledge of this. They had heard of this. The FSO was aware of this. They let him run. They allowed him to run and others to be passive, to suss out those who they can then later on blame, execute, and the likes, knowing that if they were to let him run, even gain some notoriety and popularity, that those who declared themselves openly could be taken, those who were passive were incompetent and must be taken in future, and those who said nothing should be observed in future as
Mm,
mostly
I
very dangerous.
I
How do
don't
you think?
agree. I don't agree.
Okay.
First of all, because um, uh, that mafia that you refer, the St. Petersburg mafia, um, is basically not as active as it used to be in the past. And the most important crime syndicate in Russia, or one of the most important uh, uh, crime syndicates in Russia, is uh, the southern mafias out of Krasnodar, which
Yeah.
have which have their
Krasnodar,
own,
Rostov. I agree.
yes, which have their own PMC. Let's not forget that Pedut, right, a former PMC with veterans. Okay, and Redoute is led. Redoute is important because, and let's bring in another of these important actors regarding Redoute, so people understand what Redoute is. Redoute is one of the pocket PMCs of Mr. Shoigu, okay? Uh, and Redoute is led by General Vladimir Karazlin, Anatoly Konstantin and Anatoly Karazin. So, so this guy has ample connections with the Krasnodar crime syndicates, and he has ample connections with the military and with the MOD. Okay, they're far more important when this is all said and done. When this is all said and done, uh, this particular crowd will be their agenda will come to light. But Redoute is a name to people should be aware of, and it's a different, um, and it's one of the major stakeholders. I think, in a sense, this is like one of those things that the basically what we can assess, what we can say here is that um, there's a much more robust. People tend to dismiss Shoigu as some penniless, backless bureaucrat, which he isn't. Uh, he
He's very
proved it.
rich and he's a
He's very
king.
rich. Is very significant in the Eastern republics, and he has its own side organizations that have ample links to organized crime in Russia, because the organized crime syndicates, especially the Krasnodar ones, are very, very important in Russia. It's one of the stakeholders. When we talk Russia, we should always consider that there are actors. I would call it non-state actors. I would call it para-state actors to be a more elaborate, to be more specific, because they're not non-state, because they have ample connections to the state, and they're clearly not happy with the situation, especially because this Krasnodar mafia is dependent on the business surrounding logistics in the south, and logistics has been one of their logistics and smuggling and the war profiteering and some weapon smuggling, probably from other places in the Middle East, has been one of their most profitable operations. Okay, those
No, no.
shaheeds. Yeah, go ahead.
Did you see the low loaders with which Wagner supposedly transported tanks past
Yeah,
Voronezh?
I did.
Five super modern, high quality, polished, I mean neat low loaders. Who else than the people in Krasnodar and Rostov could have given that to Wagner?
Wagner has their own assets for that.
They
So,
do, but they had very few low loaders recently. That's the whole point. These were new, brand spanking new.
but Redut is in bed with Shoigu. Redut is not in bed with Wagner.
But then who gave them this kit?
I don't have an idea on that. But honestly,
We looked at it. We
and
were
and
super surprised.
there's one thing about that. I've possibly bought by Wagner through the United Arab Emirates. Okay, that's one of the keys. Possibly bought by Wagner, which has a presence through some shell companies in Dubai, and they were bought through Wagner by Wagner through the United Arab Emirates, possibly. But anyhow, this to say that the several stakeholders, what we are seeing overall is great fragility and great instability from the Kremlin. I've said here in this show uh, quite a few times that I rant about, I've said it Polish TV on Michael Rankshon's show, that I don't think there's a status quo to return to with Russia, because instability is has gripped Russia. Okay, that's my view on this. Instability has totally gripped, taken hold of the Russian state, and Putin is in a more precarious position than people think. I'm not saying that he lost a grip of power. He hasn't, of course. Um, he still has he still has quite a grip on power, and we saw Kadyrov going all in and saying that doing his best uh, servant to Allah, soldier to Putin act, without really engaging Wagner. In Kadyrov, and I'll point out that Kadyrov, as I've said multiple times, is a very smart player, right? Because Kadyrov is a guy who's been conserving his forces for quite some time. Okay, Kadyrov has been conserving his forces, has been uh, doing his best to be in a position for the future where he could compromise when, if there's instability in a grand scale, and if the Russian state faces some even integrity problems, he's in a position to be one of the key stakeholders. and he's done this significantly well. Now, this is important because about, I'd say, more than 80% of Kadyrov's forces haven't been deployed anywhere. They haven't been deployed to Ukraine. They haven't been. They were deployed, some of them, in this operation, but they haven't been really committed to the war in Ukraine. And Kadyrov has been buying some weapons, as we've seen, from the Chinese uh, through shell companies and through other organized crime groups, especially the Krasnodar mafia. Okay, and that's one of the angles. Okay, and Putin is letting it run because Kadyrov is one of the Kadyrov and actually Putin and Shoigu have let him run with it because they know the guy is not to be trusted. They're not stupid, of course. They should know this, but uh, as long as it's on their side, it's okay. This to say, my opinion is this proves that Russia is in for some massive instability. That the Russian state is in for some massive instability, and this is something that we should look at. And I'll point out another thing that happened today regarding with this, which is the death of Miss Christina Baikova, which most people haven't heard of.
She was quite beautiful, wasn't she? You know.
Oh yes, 28-year-old CEO of Locobank, but and she was a figurehead, of course. Now, the thing with Miss Baikova was that her bank was, or the bank she held, she's, first of all, she's probably the lover. The information I have, and this is what it is, but information I have, some friends over the ether and over some places told me that she's probably the lover of Mr. Anatoly Aksakov, right? Oh, I don't know if people.
Exactly.
Right, right. Mr. Anatoly Aksakov used in local bank used to run the money operations for the St. Petersburg organized crime syndicates. Okay, so she probably stepped on some stuff she shouldn't, and that bank, in particular, local bank, has been running some money laundering operations for the northern mafias, in paying the right people, and some of Prigozhin's money ran to that bank too. Okay, so there's that. That's an interesting sign of all this. Okay,
That means Aksakov now has been told what not to do.
exactly. That means that Aksakov. This was a message. Killing her is a message to Aksakov. Okay, right? And this is important because, as we've said here many times, Russia isn't Libya, right? People tend to think Putin runs everything. Yes, but he has powerful stakeholders in which power is distributed. And what we are seeing, this is basically the power vertical of the Kremlin failing. Okay. And it's the first iteration of this failure. And probably for the future, we'll see it the deepening of this situation. Okay,
So
so
if you're
it's
Sechin, no, if you're
mhm,
Sechin or if you're Patrushev, two different characters, both extremely close to Putin,
mhm.
But if you are Sechin or Patrushev, depending on how you want to play it,
or
yeah,
the Patruchevs, because
exactly.
people focus on Nikolai Petruchev, which is obviously
Yes,
the powerful character, but people should always remember there's another Petruchev, which is the son of Nikolai, Sergei Petruchev. Okay,
the
so
lightning rod.
exactly, and one of the favorites to succeed Putin. Okay, if Putin ever goes, the FSB faction of the Siloviki uh, will probably flock to Sergei Patruchev, with obviously the blessing, the overall blessing of Nikolai Petruchev. This firmly gets the political and the security services and the economics and the oligarchs on board. Okay, so there's this is important. People tend to think Nikolai, but Nikolai will not be the head of any succession to Putin. Of course not. Nikolai is what Nikolai has always been. He's a Chekist. He'll remain in firm grip of the FSB and the security services. But Sergei Patruchev is the guy to watch. Is one of the stakeholders to watch. Okay, and I'll go a bit further on this and say that the other stakeholder to watch is the guy the Chinese are banking on. And now this will surprise many people, but the Chinese are banking on Mitushin. Okay, that's probably their guy. And if anyone, uh, and honestly, given all the stakeholders in a future scenario of Putin's succession, that's the guy to watch. Because the Chinese will put up the cash and the resources behind it. But he doesn't have the security services as Petruchev has, as the Petruchev clan has. Okay,
He is as
so
close as dead. When he moves, he's as close as dead.
I would not. I don't know. I'm not really sure about that. Okay, because the Chinese hold significant resources, and if anyone can tilt this balance, is China. Anyway, back to Mr. Yevgeny Prigozhin. Yevgeny Prigozhin is now in a difficult spot. I don't think, unlike many people, I don't think we've heard the last of Yevgeny Prigozhin. I have to say, General Budanov is a master because he was slick, saying that, injecting more drama into this by saying that Mr. Prigozhin, it's hard to say, but Mr. Prigozhin is a true Russian patriot, which is a masterful thing to say. I'm a big fan of Budanov's way to go and the way he's conducted some of this. So there's a very interesting dynamic ongoing. I'd say we take some questions, Axel. If anyone has questions, or this will turn into a monologue.
No, this is great. And the question is from Abdullah, and I know what he's going to ask. But Abdullah, shoot.
Thank you, Axel. Obrigado, Nuno. I wanted to ask you about what does this mean for the war in Ukraine? This mutiny last Friday.
See, I knew the question.
Where do you think things are heading?
Okay, so that's actually the most important question in all this is what does this mean immediately for the war in Ukraine? I'd say it's not funny enough, Abdullah. First of all, salam alaikum, Abdullah. That's
Wa alaikum Nuno. Thank you.
and I hope the Dubai is as good as it's always been. But good to have you. Regarding what does this mean for the war in Ukraine? First of all, immediate and standout thing is there's no Wagner operating as a cohesive unit and a cohesive fighting force in Ukraine, for now, at least. And this is important. This is important because Wagner has been one of the most efficient fighting units that the Kremlin has, as in Ukraine. And for now, with all this drama, doesn't mean they're out of the loop, but with all of this going on, I don't think that Wagner will be uh, force in particularly in Ukraine. So that's one less competent Russian fighting force in Ukraine. And there's the thing here. We are seeing in military terms in Ukraine, we are seeing something happening in the last few days, which is more prisoners of war, more surrenders, larger numbers of surrenders, okay, of units surrendering. So there's a tendency here, okay? And unlike what many have written about the slow pace of Ukrainians' counteroffensive operations and whatnot, I think that this is this is particularly interesting because it's morale, and the morale and the logistics and the command issues that we have going on in Moscow and in the overall power vertical of the Kremlin are catching up to the battlefield slowly, albeit slowly, but they are. One important fact that we should point out is that we the stakeholders in the Kremlin will be more concerned with their survival and their powerful and their positions and their power than with the special military operation or the war in Ukraine. Okay, so I don't think that the Kremlin is and the stakeholders in Moscow in the higher echelons of Russian military are very concerned with what's going on with the special military operation for as long as this thing is going on, and that's a significant opportunity for the Ukrainians. I hope that answers the questions, Abdullah. Clyde?
I was just about to go to Clyde. Yes, Clyde, please.
Thank you. Tactical question first about Wall Street Journal's reporting that the White House has decided that ATACMS need to come and it's awaiting some bureaucratic approval and then they're good to go. Will that how much of a difference could that make in the next month, 2 months?
It's a good question. We've seen the wall. I believe most of us have seen, and I have not. Axel, you should put it in the nest if you can, or David. That the White House, there's a leak to the White House that the ATACMS are coming, and beyond the ATACMS, and Clyde, beyond the ATACMS, I would point out that Poland is in negotiations with Ukraine. With EU funds probably to supply Ukraine with the naval strike missile, which has 200 kilometers of range, but it's obviously an anti-ship missile, but it also has a land attack mode. So, and it's ground based. Both the naval strike missile and ATACMS, but mostly ATACMS. ATACMS is one capability that can be immediately deployed to the battlefield. immediately. You need to basically move the weapons there, which the US can do easily once it's approved. There's
Romania,
Poland, whatever. There's ATACMS. There are other states with ATACMS. So there's even in the US talks. There's about
even in Turkey.
yes, even in Turkey. There's stocks of ATACMS. There's stocks of ATACMS in NATO. The US itself has about 500 missiles ready because they ATACMS. There's production of ATACMS remains, but for international customers, the US military has ATACMS in stock in numbers. I mean, for 500 ATACMS is a robust number, but they've not acquired more because they're waiting for the precision strike missile for the HIMARS and the M270. But apart from that, the ATACMS can be deployed immediately, and the battlefield implication of ATACMS is, Clyde, what I've said here a few times before is, whereas you have Storm Shadow, which in terms of range is pretty much the same as ATACMS, even if it's a different missile, it's a cruise missile. Storm Shadow needs to be it's air launched. So in that sense, you'll need to use the Ukrainian Air Force, and it's a different tasking process to hit to use the missile, and it's directly from the general from the Ukrainian command in Kiev. Whereas ATACMS can be deployed to HIMARS and M270 batteries, and that would provide divisional commanders immediately with a deep strike capability to reach out to some of the places, some of the bases, and some of the logistics and the key nodes in the battlefield as targets are as targets appear and as targets are identified by surveillance and target acquisition in intelligence operations. So in that sense, ATACMS provides Ukrainian divisional commanders and Ukrainian operational commanders with a deep strike weapon that can be immediately used contingent on the targeting process. Right? It's much faster. And it's a weapon that will have significant damage. It's a very powerful warhead. It's the warhead of the Harpoon missile, and it's something that Ukraine could use and leverage operations, and would enable. It's another system to enable hitting more targets in the depth of the theater. So in that sense, ATACMS is a really significant and valuable capability to have, because it's much more time sensitive than uh, than any uh, than any other long range strike missile, because Storm Shadow has been dramatically effective. Storm Shadow and Scalp, it's the same missile, have been dramatically effective. We saw it multiple times, multiple high value targets, logistical nodes, the bridges out of the Chongar bridges out of Crimea, which are massively damaged, headquarters and all that, but it's still contingent on the Ukrainian Air Force, whereas ATACMS are not. I have a question here from Jens on the background saying, if ATACMS has been held back for a shock and awe effect of a major effort. I think it's been held off by political reasons, mostly. And this whole event in Moscow has probably led the decision makers or the policy makers in Washington to say, screw this escalation business. Let's get all the wood in the fire, all the meat in the grill, to get this over the line. So I think that's more political consideration in that sense than that. But ATACMS will have a significant impact. I hope that answers the question, Clyde.
I can add something to this because Clyde
Go ahead.
knows this. Clyde was here when we spoke first time last year, right after Easter, with friend of the space, General Ben Hodges, who said that the key element the Ukrainians would require is a ground-based, long-range. Well, actually, it's technically medium. Doesn't matter. Long-range missile.
It's technically short-range ballistic missile.
Yeah, exactly. And in order to be able to hit the third echelon and large logistics and depots, centers of operation of the Russian side, and deny them the capability to keep both helicopters as well as forward deployed aircraft together. They would therefore be able to destroy the lifeblood and therefore the logistics of the Russian side by pushing them back, by destroying that logistics, that they would be able to win the war quickly, even if they were to fail to have proper aircraft. I think he's right. He's made this point many times over. He's written about it when we had him here in Tallinn last year. He made a very fervent plea at the conference. He also highlighted this thereafter in Helsinki and many places, as you know, Nuno. And fortunately,
I agree with General Hodges. I agree with General Hodges on that.
Hey, I'd follow Ben through a mountain of fire.
I
No
agree with
question.
General Hodges. I agree with General Hodges on that. Absolutely. I actually I have the same view that General Hodges. I share his view of the way what's the way to basically get Russia to seize Crimea and to get operations into a spot where Russia is on the brink of losing, and that's obviously cutting off Crimea. And General Hodges has written some very good pieces on that, which are basically a detailed map, a detailed map of what to attack and to degrade and to destroy Russian logistics in depth, in Russian assets in depth, so that you could basically conduct a maneuver warfare or a combined arms maneuver without significant air assets to cover it. General Hodges has been absolutely correct on that. I agree with him 100%. That the way to win this is Crimea, and Crimea is the 100% the territory or the key terrain of this operation.
I would say it is the knockout blow Ali delivered to Foreman.
Crimea is where you win the war. Period. That's it. That's it. That's it. You win the war in Crimea. You win the war by cutting the corridor and making Crimea untenable for the Russians, and then making Russia impossible to hold Crimea. That's the way you win the war. That's the military solution for the war. Okay.
We have a very old Tatar flag waiting to be raised on our flagpole here at the house for when Crimea is free.
Okay, I think we have
Abdullah.
a question by Abdullah.
Yes, thank you. If I may, I would like to go back to the Wagnerites. The rumors that Prigozhin's foot soldiers are going to be going to Belarus, and then we hear news that they're going to be going into Ukraine and all that. I just wanted to ask you, how easy will it be to for the defense minister, the Russian defense minister, to integrate the Wagnerites into the regular Russian army, and what kind of difficulties may they face?
I don't think it's easy, Abdullah. Really, I don't think because one of the parts of one of the tenets of the effectiveness of Wagner is their esprit de corps. Let's put it this way. Uh, it's like integrating the French Foreign Legion into the regular French army, right? You're breaking the esprit de corps of the organization, and esprit de corps is one of the. It's sometimes something people don't consider, but uh, the Legion has a motto, and for the record, I'm not comparing Wagner to the French Foreign Legion. Okay, nothing like that. But Wagner has an ethos, messed up as it may be, but it's an ethos anyhow. So the Legion, you cannot integrate the Legion into the regular French army, or better, the Legion is part of the French armed forces. It's a regular unit of French armed forces, but you cannot integrate it in disbanded and have the same fighting capability, because the Legion has a motto, Legio Patria Nostra, which means the Legion is our homeland. Wagner, in a sense, is an organization with its own warrior ethos, um, its own uh, way of doing operations, its own structures, its own, and at this point, its own lore, its own traditions, and its own lore. So it's uh, it's not gonna work. And the other thing is their leader has been rambling against Shoigu for quite some time, right? And I don't see the same guys who were intent
The more I
on
look at
breaking
these chairs,
Shoigu.
the more beautiful they
What?
are compared to what we saw.
What? Okay, Axel.
I said,
Okay.
the more I look at these chairs, the more beautiful they are. No. I look at the chairs of the Russian court currently. They're beautiful when they're empty. You just said they can't integrate Wagner, they can't integrate the Legion, they can't integrate these forces. They are in disintegration. One chair after
Yes.
another around Putin's long table is emptying.
Yes, that's it. I don't think they can integrate the Wagner forces easily into the Russian Ministry of Defense, especially because in a sense they've been wrapped up in this personal cult. Don't forget that Yevgeny Prigozhin was father to the way their Wagnerites called him. So I don't think that's something they'll have great success, and they don't believe in the current system. To an extent, Wagner has become a revolutionary force, right? And the funny enough part of this is watching the kind of uh, flirting, let's put it this way, that's been going on. Going on between the RDK, the LSF, and Wagner, because there's quite some confluence to an extent there. So I would easily see Wagner guys joining the RDK than joining Wagner, than joining the MOD. Another important point in regarding Wagner, don't forget that the part of Wagner are ex-convicts, right? and guys who've done hard time. And the Putin regime has been particularly aggressive in prisons and has been particularly aggressive with prisoners, and so they don't trust the system, right? This is I think a very relevant point to be made on that. I don't think integration from Wagner is something that will be particularly successful. That's my view on this.
Alrighty, Nuno, we've now done 1 hour and 12 minutes talking about the topic everybody is concerned with, but at the same time, let's turn it back to Ukraine, because our friends in Ukraine, and you said it earlier when Abdullah asked the question, the most important thing happens in Ukraine. They are advancing, they are doing meticulous work. Shall we go a little bit through the order of battle?
Yes, let's go to the maps I've shared because that's an interesting tidbit of, that I would like to talk about because, as you said, Ukraine is the reason we are here, and the Ukrainian victory is the reason we are here. And let's start somewhere, and let's start with a map from Kherson. Well, there's been a bridgehead opened uh, in the left bank of the Dnieper, in around Oleski. Now, this is important and this is very relevant because our good friends in the Ukrainian military have deployed uh, what are now I wouldn't call it a robust. It's not a large force, but it's a force that the Russians have been unable to dislodge from the south bank of Kherson, of around Oleski, right? In the shadow of the bridge, of the Antonovsky Bridge. And we've seen in the last few days even Russian Telegram channels calling for airstrikes. And it's going well when Telegram, we're back to airstrikes by Telegram. That's always a good sign. No panic. Um, and the Ukrainians have set up what we can call right now a bridgehead, small as it may be, around the Antonovsky Bridge, out of Kherson, on the right, on the left bank of the Dnieper River, and they've kept supplying it. They've kept it under artillery cover, and apparently they are expanding it. Now, if we look at one of those maps I've tweeted, you'll see that Olepsky is a very interesting city because if you see Zelensky and you're able to cross a bigger element when the time comes, and you seize just southeast of Zelensky around Sahi, and there's two roads that converge, the M14 uh, and the M14 and the E07. These two roads, one of them, and I've pointed out in one of the maps I've shared, there's a straight line, and that line tells us there's 77 kilometers from this road into Armyansk, which is the other entrance of Crimea. Now, if you look at that map in black, you'll see there's fortifications in there, right? Those fortifications, uh, are very relevant, okay? Because they're not that many. They're not as fortified as around, for instance, Novokakova were. And this is not as defended as it should be by the Russians. There's actually probably ample space here. And the moment you are able to eventually cross with a bigger element, you're going to cut off Russian forces to the east, and you're going to threaten by fire control the exit of Crimea through Armyansk. Now, I know with all the shenanigans going around Ukraine, uh, going around Russia, we've forgotten about this, but this is a significant move, in my humble opinion. Also, if you look at the other road, one leads to Armyansk, and the other road leads east, right, to Ivanivka and eventually Melitopol. And it's not as defended as the northern approaches to Melitopol. Okay, this is an important, I think, an important bit of this, and you basically cut off. You basically section. Let's put it this way: you basically section the east of the Kherson Oblast. You section a corridor between Novokakova and the roads leading south uh, and Armyansk, and you section an approach to Melitopol that's not heavily defended. It's not as the defenses are not as deep as they are in the north. And if you look up north, you'll have Enerodar. Okay. Now, looking at one of the other maps I've shared, you'll see a city called Vasilivka, which is near the Zaporizhia Oblast contact line. And Vasilivka is very, very relevant. Why? Because in Ukraine is a bit beyond Lvov right now. They've been carefully and methodically advancing in this region. When they're probably a bit west of Lvov. When the time comes, Vasilivka is important because Vasilivka commands the northern approach to Melitopol. Okay, the road it's the E105, which commands the northern approach to Melitopol, and it's also a node that it's a logistics node that allows supplies to flow north into the region of Enerodar, where the ZNPP is stationed. So this city here, Vasilivka, which is a fairly large city by that, is one of the key nodes that Ukraine needs to eventually seize. And this is something that I think people are not really taking into consideration, that this has been a very systematic effort by the Ukrainians, in a sense that we have pressure along the whole Zaporizhia Donetsk front south. They've been drawing out reserves. They've been drawing out Russian reserves. They have been targeting artillery in depth. They've been prioritizing logistics, ground lines of communication, weapon storage, ammo storages, fuel storages, and again, artillery. And they're now advancing. There's a sense of where they're taking this here. And if you move along the line, you'll see that Robotny is the other city that's under Ukrainian Ukrainian attack. It's just north of the main defensive line that runs that the Russians set up, and the same with Konstantinivka further east. And Konstantinivka is important because Konstantinivka basically holds the road, the TO 815 towards Berdyansk, right? This has been the consistent effort of the Ukrainians. If they are pushing the whole front, this reminds us of the battle for Kherson more than anything else. They're drawing on the battle plan of Kherson, cut off logistics, pressure the fronts, push them, and keep pushing until it becomes untenable, and then something will give. I think that's the overall idea here. A part of that, if we look at the other map I've put there, is obviously of Bakhmut. In Bakhmut, there's been significant advances along the flanks of Bakhmut, which the Ukrainians have been retaking again systematically. There's reports they've moved into the northern outskirts of Bakhmut, and eventually this pressure is starting to give. They've seized the high ground around Bakhmut. They've crossed the canal of Bakhmut. So there's quite a bit of pressure going on here. And again, we are not seeing yet a main effort by Ukraine. We are seeing basically the same units or the same assets they've been using all along for quite a few weeks now, with some more assets thrown in, but mostly they have not committed larger forces to this. I think there's a team here, and the whole, and we are seeing Russians. Yes, Russians have adapted. They've used helicopters. They've used minefields. Have been a problem. Yes, fortifications have been a problem. Sure, but I'm not sold on Russians are doing great with their defensive operations. Okay. I know that a lot of people are saying, well, this is all failing and collapsing because no, it's not. It has been a very systematic effort that had some difficulties, some serious difficulties actually, in Russian fortifications and minefields and all that. I think we can take some answers, some questions, if there's any questions.
Please.
Good evening, Nuno. How are you?
Salam alaikum, my brother. How are you?
Walaikum salam, Nuno. All good here. We always get that question about focusing on Bakhmut, the effort being focused around Bakhmut. Would you say that because the Russians had been recently on the offensive there, they hadn't had the opportunity to fortify their positions or lay mines, that the Ukrainians are focusing on retaking Bakhmut as quickly as possible because it's easier than approaching on other directions, given the strength of Russian fortifications there, because they had more time to
No.
dig in?
No, I don't think so. I think they're basically running a tactical offensive operation around Bakhmut because there's opportunity there. And with all these shenanigans around Wagner and Wagner leaving, units losing, Russian units surrendering, and all that, there's opportunity. And here's the rub: most of this is about creating opportunity to be exploited. That's why you need to keep forces in reserve. because opportunities will arise. And what's going on around Bakhmut is not committing any reserves. It's basically the guys who were there are exploiting uh, the the frailty of Russian forces. It's not it's not something that's really a main effort by Ukraine, but it's clearly an effort that has obviously significant symbolic value, especially in the to seize on this Wagner has left train, right? And it's been going on. It's been going on quite a while, and the forces there, the Russian forces there, look quite a bit in a very dire situation, and they risk encirclement. That's my view. I may be alone in this, but I think Russian forces in Bakhmut are about to have a very bad day. That's my view, Em. I don't know if it's yours.
No, agreed. Yeah. Remember when we discussed Bakhmut weeks and weeks ago? I always thought that that we'll see action there when the counteroffensive starts, and here we are.
Yehuda said, that was in early February. No, sorry, late February, when he was completely exhausted with everybody's focus on Bakhmut. He said two things. First, at the beginning of that week, that Bakhmut still has not changed. It is, for the Russians, Bakhmut is the gate to Bakhmut.
Yeah, basically, it's not going anywhere.
Exactly. You could have said it's the gate to hell and death and everything else, but okay, fine. But I think, no, actually, I was wrong. 2 weeks later, after we had many discussions here on the space with everybody, including you, he said that maybe, just maybe, they're thinning them out. And this discussion which we had about the Russians becoming brittle, fragile, using up their resources, committing too many reserves, focusing their troops on a target which then does not get them any breakthrough. At some point in time, they will be so brittle and thinned out that the Ukrainians can capitalize, pierce through. And Yehuda said, this is contrary to my view. I think they will go east, but that's different. He said they would split. They would go for Popasna on the one hand, and they would split up further northeast to go for Lysychansk.
I don't know what the Ukrainians intend to do, but clearly, there's opportunity arising in Bakhmut. Sure, I think we've said that multiple times. Bakhmut is when people. I remember the discussions when people told us that well, Bakhmut has been seized. What about Kramatorsk and Sloviansk? Well, Kramatorsk and Sloviansk will remain in Kramatorsk and Sloviansk, steadily in Ukrainian hands, because the Russian army that took Bakhmut is not going anywhere. Eventually, Popasna. I don't. I tend to agree with Yehuda on the fact that Popasna is an interesting target, but I don't think they'll commit significant resources into getting back into a major up, unless there's huge numbers, huge opportunity in Bakhmut. I don't really think they'll commit that many resources into exploiting this, unless the whole thing unravels. And if the whole thing unravels, it's obviously ripe for exploitation, and there's opportunity here. But I don't think they'll do that many um, uh, they'll commit resources to Bakhmut that significantly. What we are seeing are tactical counterattacks and seizing territory in a very, again, in a very systematic manner. Okay, I think that's relevant, and that's something we should be aware of. And opportunities will arise in other places. And we still haven't seen, and again, I'll say that the Ukrainians haven't committed most of their reserves. And there's clearly a very thought out plan here, right? That's something I want to reassure people about. I think that sometimes the media and not the media, but the echo chambers and all the things about about this war and this counteroffensive. People have little capacity to wait, and waiting is important, right? So let's wait a bit for see how this develops, and how we can assess what's if there's anything to gain here. Now there's an interesting thing here, more interesting even than Popasna. If the Ukrainians get Krasna Hora, just north east of Bakhmut, now there's the problem right there, right? Because Solidar in the east becomes pretty much open ground, right? And that's something that I think the Russians like to avoid very much if they penetrate deep enough to Krasnahora. And if we look at this map from we can see that that's probably this intersection here of the 40 and the TO 513 and the rail lines is probably one of the objectives in Krasnahor is one of the objectives of the Ukrainians, right? It would be something that would allow them to cut off envelop this northern front here that's already under significant pressure. So we'll see how that develops.
And essentially, there's a ridge between the fields, between Krasnahora and to the east, the T1 302 to Bakhmutsk. And this is very interesting because during the retreat from Soledar, the Ukrainians parked in this area. They parked essentially in exactly this little ridgeline where there is essentially right in between the fields, there is woods. And they defended this for days on end to ensure that the other troops could move away and that they had laid enough mines so that whatever the Russians did to the salt mine to the north, that they could not break through quickly. It's extremely interesting as a small battlefield goes to look at this and think about the fact that the Ukrainians know exactly what they're doing. They know exactly where they can push through. And there's very little the Russians can do as soon as the Ukrainians have significant assets in place to deter the helicopters. And if you look at the distance, and this is the interesting piece, if you look at the distance from Krasnahora all the way to Bakhmutsk, then you are between 6.5 to 7 kilometers. So the Russian helicopters would have to hover further out. You can play this, and you can get into these woods, and you can take them. The Russians know it, the Ukrainians know it. Everybody who has looked at this knows this. And the Russians can't do anything against it after Krasnahora is cleared. Nuno, do you have a second to talk about Makarivka and Staromayska?
Yes.
I knew it.
Let's talk about Macaron.
This is
Let's talk
it's
about.
a beautiful map, isn't it?
Let's talk about. Let's talk about that. Let me just pull up a very particular map about that, because I have. Let me just reload here a map I'm working with. Okay, so, and let me pull up the topographics of it, and I'll share it with the space. Okay, topographic. Get to the topographic map of it. So you're talking Staromlinivka.
I'm looking at
Here.
Storosheve, Blachodabne, and then Makarivka, which they took, and now the approach around Staromayorsk, where they went earlier today, all along the river, which we've been talking about in recent weeks. This Mokry Yali River.
Mokryal River, the Mokryal River. Staromayorsk. Okay, so the Mokryal River. Okay, let's talk about this because this is important. Let me see if I can share it with the space, because it would be an interesting discussion about this. Where it is? Where is it? The Mokryal River. Okay. Well, it's in Ukrainian, so don't.
That's fine.
It's fine. If you look at
It is
the
the
map,
Ukrainian space after all, Nuno. People are getting used to it.
yes, yeah. People are getting used. Also, the Mokryal River runs parallel. If you look at it, runs parallel to one of the main roads there, right? So it's important. Mokryal River. Okay. Let me see if I can just pull up a map and show people what we're talking about. The Mokryal River. Maravivka. Here it is.
Maybe I could,
All
whilst you're
right.
doing this, let me just highlight to the audience. People have been looking at the various places in recent days, the Rivno Peel and the likes, but Storozheve, which is along that meandering southward bound river, was taken after, at the early stage of the counteroffensive, Ukraine took Neskuchne. The Russians were throwing a lot of propaganda out, and this has not happened, this didn't occur. But the funny part is that the Ukrainians had simply gone around Neskuchne and taken it at the bottom end, at the Mokryali River, and then sealed off the escape hatch and the escape route for the Russian troops. They were exceptionally smart about it, and they pushed them against the river, and the Russians had no way to cross over.
Okay, I've pulled up the map I wanted. Okay, let me just I'll highlight Staromayorsk, okay? Which is important, and I'll see if I can get the topo map here. This is a very particular map I'm using, so let me just. I'm sorry, everyone, for the delay, but it's important because what Axel is saying is relevant in this sense. This map you'll see here, the part of it I'll share, at least. Not something that is wholly available, let's put it this way. Let me just, here we go.
David, do you hear this? We're getting into Nuno's treasure cave.
Yeah, yes, a bit, yes.
We're getting the special stuff.
What? Sorry?
David is a tin can. He's walking through the garden.
I said we're getting the special stuff.
You're getting a particular view of this. Let's put it this way. Let's put it this way. Yes. I'll let me just share it in the computer. I'm just in the computer, guys. So Staro. Alrighty. Let's share this, and I'll share it to the space. Staromayorsk. Everyone, so here it is, a particular map with some very interesting. Let me just okay. This is always a bit tricky. Here we are. All right. And now I'll share it over the phone to the rest of the space. Let me just my latest tweets. And here we go. And Staromayorsk is highlighted there. Okay. I hope everyone sees it now.
Takes 10 seconds, not a problem. So for the people who have already seen it on the screen,
Can you see it?
I can, but I've cheated. I went to your profile, Nuno.
Okay, you cheated.
perfidious
So-
alien. All right, carry on.
It's not cheating if you're not caught, right?
And if you say you're cheating, I don't think that counts. So this is Staromayorsk, right? Highlighted there. I know many of you haven't seen this map in particular, but that river that comes from Staromayorsk, it's the Makrial River, and there's a road that goes along this river, right? With a number of cities, and this road leads through a number of cities, leads to Mariupol eventually. Okay, so and the river runs parallel. If you look at the river, it runs parallel to the road. Now you see here the dots, which are the main fortresses, the main fortifications, the main fortification line from the Russians, from the Russian side. Okay, and there's a city I would like to highlight here, just south, which is Staromlinivka. Right? Can you everyone see it? Excellent. Can you
Absolutely,
see
yeah,
it?
of course, absolutely. I have it here right in front of me.
So Staromlinivka is a key city here, because if you look at it and if you focus on the map, and this is topographical map, if you seize the city, you basically have this road, the TO 518, which then runs parallel to the river, and the main defensive line is just south of Staromlinivska. The moment this is broken through, there's a road toward Krasnopoliana, and then further south into after the major defensive line. There's basically no Russian fortifications. Okay, and there's and the ground is suitable, and there's the main ground lines of communications, and then the ground is suitable for combined arms operations. So this is an important axis here. It's just in the border between Zaporizhia Oblast and Donetsk Oblast, and this axis allows eventually almost a direct access to a city further south. Then I'll highlight, which is I'll share another picture here to frame this. Let me. And you'll see there's no fortifications here, and you'll see what we're talking about. Here we go. Let me just save this here, and I'll share it to Twitter, which is just north of Mariupol. And you'll see the road in Mariupol here that connects Mariupol and Berdyansk, just city just north. Allow me to just share it here. Okay. Just a second, so I can share it here. Okay, here we go. Here we are.
No, before you go to that second
Yes,
map,
go ahead.
before you go to that second map, isn't the key about Staromayorsk and that the Ukrainians are now saying, the Ukrainian General Staff said earlier today that they were outflanking around Staromayorsk, the Russian troops. If you look at what you just shared with the fortifications they have and what we know of Starolinivka actually being flooded, Ukrainian armed forces, Recce troops had been as far as Starolinivka before, already last week, had infiltrated the area. The Russians saw the advance, panicked, and broke the dam, flooded the area, flooded the township. Now the Ukrainians are outflanking them. All of this is all about the road going southeast, to the extent that you can see it. And the Russian...
It's the road heading to Nikolsk.
Exactly. So with that in mind, if you look at the fortifications to the extent that we know of them, the Russians are not in a good position with how they place them, right?
I don't think they are, because you can look at that map and see that if you outflank towards the south, away from the road, towards the southwest, let's put it this way, the fortification lines are not as deep as alongside the road. And if you can move around Staroblinivka and basically isolate it, and just move echelon the forces southwest, there's a problem. If you can break the fortifications here, this is where this whole the so-called Surovikin line, which now has a very interesting name, the Surovikin line breaks, right? And you'll be on, because the Russians designed this to defend the road, right? To defend the approaches of the road. And I've just shared the city of Nikolsk. This road from Staromlinivka leads to this city, which is Nikolsk. Now, this city, as you can see there, is just north of Mariupol, right? But there's little to no fortifications after this. Okay, it's open ground. So, in as Axel was pointing out, the issue is not exactly reaching Staromlinivka, because Ukrainian forces have reached Staromlinivka with reconnaissance elements, and there's probably forces deeper deeper in deeper into the south, right? So I think that this is a very interesting spot here, right here.
No. If you look at the map, I don't know which one you're looking at exactly. The Russians tend.
No, you don't.
No. I don't want to know. I'm looking at other stuff here. But when I look at this, what I have here, even just simple Google Earth with a couple of layer overlays and the likes, and then I have an old tactical map, a very old one. It's written in German.
Mm.
The Russians, even then, but yet today, again, not only are reliant on rail, of course, for their logistics, but they're always reliant on roads.
Yes, they're stuck to the roads. That's one of the key tenets we've seen along this whole operation. That's why when I talk about logistics and places to go, I always talk roads.
And they have
and ground lines of communication.
And they've fortified along that road. They've laid minefields surrounding crucial points and choke points along the river and the road.
Yes, because the river defends, basically the river is a natural obstacle on the eastern side of the road, and on the western side of the road, you have the fortifications laid out by Russia.
Bradley's CV90s, Leopard 1s, Leopard 2s, Challengers don't need the roads.
Nope.
So if you look at Nadine, Selenopil, Novhorod, Zoria, or
Mhm.
the equivalent here on the German language map. By the way, Zoria is
Or
on
Zoria,
it. Is on it.
Antonivka,
And
Antonivka.
exactly from Zoria onwards south and then to Antonivka, you follow the oblast line and you get to Azov. You don't need
No,
you don't need
you
the road.
really don't need to do. You don't. You just need to go to Nadine. You just need to break through towards Nadine, and then you have the Russians on there. You have the rear of the fortification line.
Now, isn't it sweet that they are making the same mistake they did before?
Because somebody cooked up a tactical map pack from back in the day, and they thought it was a good idea.
There is a level of insanity in the training of Russian officers and general staff, right?
Well, this ain't a great patriotic war, right? Unless, but I don't know if that's insanity. But I think one of the things I think about the Russians is their level of how can I put it? Their level of ground reconnaissance and topographic capabilities and are not that advanced.
It is
Okay, map making
map making, exactly.
are not map making is not that are not that advanced. Of course, they have access to all these maps as we have, but that's a different business than having have a hot mic, David.
David,
But
David is racing back to make himself a cup of tea. I apologize. No, please carry on.
you have a hot mic, but I think that their map making capabilities and map plotting capabilities for tactical units are a bit shabby, and we've seen it all along. And they're using old maps for some of this, right? And I think there's something to be said about a progression along the oblast lines, of course, but the overall objective will be Nikolsk. I may be wrong about this, but I think that but the moment you reach Nikolsk, anyhow, none of this matters because it's going to be wrecked.
Understood. So there's an opportunity along this attack vector. That's why we are talking about this, for the Ukrainians to capitalize on the rather strange deployment of Russian fortifications, deployment of troops, mines, the likes. And this is just one of many locations where the Ukrainians have opportunities. How do you see them going forward with their patient approach?
I think that it's hard to say where the main blow comes, but they are basically in a steady process of pressure along the whole front, this whole southern front. They are in a steady process of making a pressure of creating pressure and moving it south, but in a very methodical way. Okay, because the main fortification lines are yet to be breached, and they are taking it slow and steady, and they need it's not just they need to find a break, but they'll need to have the setting. They are setting the right conditions for a main effort. I think that's the thing. Okay, that's my view on this. This is basically the Kherson battle in grand scale, okay? But we are now seeing here this effort in Kherson, which is interesting. Let's see how this develops. But I'd say that this is Kherson battle in a large setting.
But the Russians have no place to retreat to.
They don't have really a place to retreat to. They have Crimea, and that's the problem.
If you, as a Russian soldier,
That's a problem
if
because
you as a Russian soldier now go back to
because
Crimea, you're dead.
yes, perhaps.
Or very highly likely incapable of fighting in combat or being combat ready soon, because you will be attacked, dissected, annihilated, and even if you are in Sevastopol, you will end up in a situation where you will become either a prisoner of war or will have to sacrifice your life. So you expect, Yehuda said this before, he would expect that the Ukrainians manage to make a few salients, encircle Russian troops, hopefully in large amounts, as he said. And then the question is whether the Russian troops manage to break out right before they're completely encircled and they have to make a decision whether they make their way east, southeast, or whether they try to flee with the rest of the army towards Crimea. How do you rate the Russian troops and their commanders at this point in time?
I think the moment you get there, the moment you get to a situation like that particular, I'd say that it's hard to assess how it's going to go, okay? Because effects on the enemy are important. We have seen one interesting thing. It's so far we've seen quite a well managed defense by Russians for a very limited Ukrainian effort too. So that's an important thing to say. Okay, it has been a very limited Ukrainian employment of offensive capability. So this is still in a process of, as I was saying earlier, of drawing out reserves, targeting artillery, targeting logistics and command centers, and then if this eventually we get to the point where we have a major breakthrough and there's really a serious, significant movement on the fronts, I'm not assessing that. My assessment is that the Russian military will have a major problem once defenses are breached to conduct a well organized fighting retreat to Crimea, or to the east. Okay, so there's quite significant problems there. I don't think they'll be able to do that easily. They may be, but I don't think from what we've seen so far that the moment, because there's different moments. One thing is it's working, a different thing is the enemy has broken through, and that effect of the enemy has broken through will create some.
Nuno?
I think I lost him as well.
Nuno, you might be talking to a muted mic.
Yeah, I am. Sorry, I was saying that the moment, my assessment is that the moment this breaks through, I don't think the Russians will be able to mount a very significant retreat or a very significant fighting retreat. I may be wrong, but it's a vast area, and this will be a drawn out process for the time being. But I think there's good. I'm optimistic. Let's put it this way. I'm very optimistic, actually. I see Abdullah has a question, and I think question by Abdullah, and we'll wrap it up. Go ahead, Abdullah, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Nuno. Just wanted to ask you one more question, Nuno, regarding the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. Do you see an acute situation developing, acute danger developing there? And how should the West react if the Russians were to cause some kind of an explosion on the plant? Thank you so much.
Do I see them doing it?
Yeah. Do you see them? Do you see an acute danger developing, and also, and if they were to do it, how should the Western powers react to such events taking place?
If they do it, first of all, regarding my assessment, is it's an escalation tool that Russia retains. That's for sure. Will they do it? Could they do it in a way that would be a massive disaster? The reactors are in cold shutdown. There's obviously the possibility to do it, but would it be catastrophic? I'm not really certain. Could they do it as an escalatory step? Yes. It's Russia, of course they can. That's an option they retain. If they do it, what should we do? If it's a very large disaster, well, if they do it, we should make it clear that they'll suffer consequences and we should do this by involving NATO air power into this. I know this is complex. It's a complex situation, okay, and it's a situation in particular that worries a lot of people. I know there's some very worried parties regarding this. Okay, there's some very very worried people regarding this effect. Okay, let's see how that goes. It's a difficult question to answer, Abdullah, really, because it would be a real significant test of NATO nerve. Okay, but I believe we should respond. But it's would we respond in force? I'm not sure. And I think we have a Ruse for a last question, and go ahead, Ruse, and we'll wrap it up.
Me first, Nuno. Me first.
Go ahead, David.
Because I'm so greedy, right? So the thing is that I think you were mentioning Staromirsk. I think probably pronounced it very badly, but isn't that the place where the Russians trap their own troops on the other side of the river?
Yes, they did.
Not
Yes, they did.
Yes, I think they did. Yes, I think they did. But
when they decided to blow
the dam in the Montreal River, yes. I think they did. Yes. Ruse, please go ahead.
Yes, I just want to thank you, Nuno, for these excellent maps and analysis. And I also wanted to ask, I think it was Axel who had these old German tactical maps. Would you mind digitalizing them and release them when this is over, so we can compare what happened then and what happened now?
Yeah, of course. And you can.
Yeah, Axel, come on.
No, I'm happy to do so. But then again, they are public knowledge because they are available also in the Stiftung Preußischer Kulturbesitz in Germany. And
yeah. Now try to Google that.
No, I will. Okay, I will.
Yeah. Can you? Well, if they are public knowledge, maybe we shouldn't spread them too much right now. But if in a few weeks, maybe you could at least make it possible for us to find.
With great pleasure. With great pleasure. They've been used by many allied forces, and I'm quite sure that our enemies have done the same. The Ukrainians do have them. Absolutely. They've always had them.
Yes,
I could have a look at our libraries here.
No,
Oh,
I will.
yeah.
I will collate a nice assembly of links because a couple of things are in neutral countries. Some of them are in allied countries. There's a couple of American universities, and yes, of course, I will make that happen.
Yeah,
Yes.
make that happen because I'm not googling that.
Okay, Nuno, it's
Yeah,
simple.
like
Stiftung, which is a trust.
yeah, Stiftung.
Perfect.
Yeah, now
See, you
Google
got
that.
it.
Come on,
Yeah, come on,
go
you're good
ahead.
at this. You're good at languages, Nuno.
Yeah, I'm good at languages, man, but German is beyond my reach. I have to talk to a friend about it because I'll ask the Germans if I have to, but come on. Okay, so I think that's it for today, everyone. Thank you so much.
Oh, do you want to go, or you got time for a couple more questions?
Go ahead. Two more questions, and then I have to go.
Okay, two more. So you were talking about the way down towards MriyaReport, getting past those defensive positions. So I've got a question as to how much of that area do you think behind that they've mined?
I have no idea, David.
There's no idea
Honestly,
at all.
no idea at all. That's some technical information that I don't have access to, and if I wanted to have access to that, I don't need it actually. But there's probably some significant mining operations that underwent there. But and I believe Ukrainians probably have, in the Western services, probably have an idea. But honestly, I have no idea how deep and how what's the quantity of minefields and the depth of minefields that the Russians use there. I have no idea.
Because it's the depth of those minefields that slow the operations down towards MriyaReport.
Yes, of course, for sure. Minefields have been a huge problem in this, a significant problem in this. Okay, and that's something that's why sticking to the roads. Yeah, sorry, excuse me, but sticking to the roads is a good option. But there's for sure some very deep minefields in all this. Okay.
And of course, if you stick to the roads, then you have the other problem is that you've
The defenses
shaped into that position as well.
Right? Yes, exactly. And as you know, breaching vast minefields it's possible, but it slows operations down significantly.
I guess the only real benefit, I say benefit, benefit, the thing that we can look at and just go, they don't have enough troops to do enough overwatch of those minefields, though. So a lot.
No, hardly. And even of all these defensive lines, they don't have enough troops. We've pointed that out, the geography of all this. But the thing is, it's honestly something that we need to be aware that there's probably some real there's some minefields with some significant depth to them.
Yeah, I mean that's the point I was trying to get to. Is that when we were saying once you've got past those defensive positions, there is still things that are going to mean that it's going to be very slow going. But the benefits, I would say benefits. I keep saying this, but the point is that the good thing for the Ukrainians is there just won't be most minefields will be covered by something, but a lot of these minefields won't. So there's a little bit less risk in some of those minefields, other than the mines, if you see what I'm trying to say.
Oh, that's real. That's true. That's true, David. Any other questions? And we'll call it today. No. Okay.
It's a day.
Excellent.
It's a wrap.
Today. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. So, everyone, thank you so much. Good to be with you here again. And we'll be here next week for another undisclosed location. We'll try to interview Mr. Surovikin from his undisclosed location. I'm joking. but we'll be here next week. Thank you so much.
No, there is
No, thank you.
there is supposedly
Bye.
this terrible furnace down there at Jajinsky Place.
Those dungeons may be a little rough on the cellular signal, but just saying.
Alrighty.
You have a question, go ahead, brother.
No, not a question, but
The
rather a
guy
comment
talks
here.
about dungeons and raises his hand.
I was gonna say
Go
that
ahead,
Russians without borders turned into Russians without addresses. Quite funny.
What?
Can you hear me, Nuno? Mic check.
Can you hear me?
No,
We can.
no, you can't hear him. So he said Russians without borders turned into Russians without addresses.
Ah, come on, dude. I can hear him for some reason. I can hear him. They've cut us off, Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. Obrigado.
All right.
We
Thank you
shall
so
see
much.
you next
Bye
week.
bye. Auf Wiedersehen, Axel. Bye,
Auf
David.
Wiedersehen.
No,
Good
pleasure
to have
and a
you. Bye bye.
privilege.
Guys. Bye bye.
As we say, David, mein Freund.
Danke sehr. Yeah, I mean, the thing about the minefields is, they're going to make the number of mines are going to make everything very, very slow going. We're not going to see large gains unless they're able to go through those minefields quickly. But no one really ever goes through minefields quickly if you want to keep your troops alive. Yes, it's sobering stuff when you look at that distance from Staromarsk all the way down to MriyaReport, and you go, that's a long way. And
Did you just say pop song wise? It's a long way to Tipperary. It's a long way to go home.
All we need is John Wayne now, right?
No, what we need is General Silsky finding someone to lead the charge, to break through to Nadine, and actually forget the bloody roads. Go across the fields, because there is a way to do so. And if you have, light tanks, and don't forget, the weight of a Bradley, the weight of a CV90, the weight of a Marder today is more than a Panzer III.
Yeah, but equally, we still have that problem of minefields, and I don't. I think I personally have to go. I think the West needs to absolutely empty every mine clearing device out of its stocks, and whether it's in service, get it out, get it into Ukraine.
Well, and don't forget, you can always send them A10s and drop from the A10s as much ordnance as you like to see where there are minefields, and bomb the shit out of the corridors you want to go through. Because that's what we've been doing once before.
I mean, look at the ISIS. At the point where you're putting something over, you might even be able to use other technology for that. But the questions, well, many questions, right?
No, but the Ukrainians will have decent intelligence, but there will be areas which, due to cloud cover and the likes, they may not have seen whether minefields were laid. That happens. But still, if and when you've identified an area where there is a minefield, you can just fly across and bloody carpet bomb the whole area to shit.
I'm not a fan of that.
I know, but see, that's the difference. I want to win, and I want to win at every single cost. And if it means to carpet bomb a couple of fields to make the fields unusable for 2, 3, 4 years, so bloody what? If I can pass through with a full division, or at least 3 brigades of armored and mechanized infantry, that's it. Breakthrough. Thank you. Deal with the fields after.
No,
win the war first.
I just don't think there's enough. Even if you have A10s, there isn't enough munitions to be able to carpet bomb bomb like that. And if you were going to drop that amount of munitions, then they should be producing a lot more explosive rope. Just get on and produce the explosive rope, a lot of it. That would be.
I agree.
Better.
And that's a good point. More MICLICs, more line charges, many more tons of line charges.
No, exactly right. And as I said, empty every single mine clearing device, and a MICLIC is a mine clearing device. Every single one of them. We don't need them in our stocks. I mean, the US might want to keep them, but I suspect the US have phenomenal amounts of these things.
Sorry, did we say that we have pre-positioned stocks in Norway for whole expeditionary division of the Marines? Yes, we do. There's two more army, two more corps of army in Europe who have pre-positioned stocks. Nobody can tell me that they're not MICLICs there.
No, there's the point about expeditionary forces. They're there to go on the offensive, and what do you need to do when you're on the offensive? Clear minefields. So 100% there will be. But yeah, it's every single one of them. And if the other one is look, the thing about these things is that they're pretty simple. It's a rocket with explosive rope behind it. Yes. All
David,
you need is a method to do that, right?
I still want my A10s.
Oh, yeah, I mean, me too, as well. I could see that they would be very effective in certain circumstances, right?
But can we just say this? Okay, it's 18 minutes past midnight Kiev time. It is Friday, June 30th. Within the last 4 hours, the rumors have become so absolutely massive that even Daryl, our dearly beloved friend Daryl, is coming back. And wait, hold on, hold, boys. Hold, Daryl's connecting. Clickety, clickety, click. Daryl, my man.
Hey, Axel.
Did
I
you
just
hear
want to
it?
say,
Did you
yes,
hear
I
it?
heard it. Yes, I heard it.
Good.
Do you know that there are amphibious vehicles with MICLICs on them?
I'm
I do.
told, yes.
You know, those things are not being used anymore. The Marine Corps is actually phasing out the amphibs. And those things, you know, you can actually go upriver. It doesn't necessarily need to be a ocean. They are great for, you know, going up rivers, and they can actually demine from, you know, from a position in the river, so that if there is a mined shoreline, they could actually demine as they are going ashore.
Now that is a nice one, isn't it? This is exactly how you would have wanted to prevent a bad landing, right?
That's correct. I mean, they are a little bit cumbersome because they're slow. But, you know, where you have, you know, some areas that are flooded or whatever, now the problem is getting them there without them being seen. But they would be a nice piece for some riverine type operations.
Now this is exceptionally interesting. If you remember, Daryl, we spoke about this many months ago, and that there's this little port of Skadovsk in the southeast of the Kherson Oblast, which has been hit pretty dang hard. And Skadovsk is so important because from there, with riverine boats, you could literally go down south and go around the Russian forces in order to, you know, land people who could then build a bridgehead to take the force back and make sure that Amiansk actually becomes open. You can go behind the Russian forces at Amiansk and Perekopsk. wouldn't you be willing to use exactly that equipment because you know that the beaches are mined? Isn't this exactly what they need?
Yes, that's exactly my point. There's not, of all of the equipment that we've given, other than the small, the river crafts, the light river crafts and things like that, none of them have that ability. And these things, yeah, they're lightly armored. They can, with the upgraded armor, they can take some, but they're not well protected. But they sit very low in the water, and and you open up the back hatch. You throw that Meklik ahead, and you do what you need to do, and let the rest, the rest of the boats, the light riverine boats, they could do what they need to do. But yeah, those things.
Daryl,
I'd
how
love to
fast
see.
are they?
I'd love to
How
see.
fast are they?
What, in the water?
Yeah, yes, in the water.
I think you can do about 15 knots in it. Yeah,
Are
15,
they
12
are they
12,
shaped
15
like?
knots.
Okay, are they? Do they look like a boat or like an APC? Do you know?
No, they are. It's like a box. It's a box in the back, so to speak, and then it's got a wedged front. And when they're in the water, they put out a little plane ahead of them to keep the nose end from diving down in the water. But the top hatch opens up, and the Meklik actually comes out of the back the back cargo area where the troops where the Marines would actually be, if they were going ashore. The back door opens up. You can fit a pallet. We used to fit. If I'm not mistaken, we used to fit a Willys Jeep in the back of them. They were that, they had enough
Quite a
size.
bit of room in there.
Put a Willys Jeep in the back.
That's quite a bit of room, and therefore quite a bit of explosive in it, right? So yeah, I mean, you can see how going behind Army Ants and the rest of it with some of these clear the beaches would be a very useful solution.
Daryl, as you can hear, David is already sitting in one of the British attack boats.
I'm just imagining it.
You just ready to go ashore? You're gonna be you're gonna be the LSB unit, putting the flags up here, land here.
I just want to be the boat driver, really. If I have to run anywhere, it would be Waddle somewhere, right?
Yeah, maybe. Hey, but they also too. Now, I don't know if we've given them any of the. Have you ever seen the Larks? The wheeled duck boats was what we called them.
Yeah, we saw them. Very nice.
They use them to create barges, pull barges, and create river crossings too. I wondered, did we give them any of those? Because they got large wheels. They're wheeled. They can get they can roll across territory, pretty quick, I guess. And then, they just go in the water and float across. And they can tow behind them the barges and whatnot. And I'm just wondering, did we give them any of those type of equipment? Especially in some of these areas where they could use it possibly, where the dry riverbed is, and then, where it does get a little bit deep. If we've given them into that kind of stuff, because I think it would help. It's just a matter of how much cover they get. They would have to have air cover, I guess, for that kind of operation.
And here's the thing: what do we keep saying about pretty much most operations? What are you best to have?
Give them the whole kit. Give them everything.
And caboodle. And caboodle.
and caboodle. I mean, even those old metal mats. You know, you were talking about the other mats. Even that old air. You know what we used to lay down for airfields. You know that stuff.
Yep,
If
it's
the
ideal
ground,
for a couple of situations, right?
right. I mean, if the ground is that soft, you put that metal down in some of those places, and you distribute the weight a little bit more. And that stuff is, you know, it's pretty easy. You just click it together, and and it's usable. I know you would. I saw the one that you posted. I think it was the rolled mat.
That's
Where
it.
it
Yeah,
was rolled.
100-meter
Yeah,
sections.
yeah, that rolled one, but even the old metal one, because I'm pretty sure we got connexes of that metal, the old metal one, even that could be put together.
Daryl, can I highlight one more thing?
Yes.
Did you hear 3 hours ago what the White House seemingly, how should I put this, somewhat grudgingly, finally allowed to be considered that it may very well now be released? As in, yes, it's coming.
Something that starts with an A.
Atacams. Atacams! Yay!
Finally. I'm, I'm just wondering what took so long. What was that one thing that said, yeah, okay, now? You know, maybe there's got to be something they knew that we didn't know. Maybe they wanted to see the first uses of the equipment. Maybe I don't know. You know, I saw somebody post pictures today of different equipment, Bradleys and stuff that were just, they were damaged up pretty bad. And I'm like, that's the stuff that was what it was designed for. The people got out. They stayed alive. You know, what were you waiting for? You give them the rest, and maybe they would have gotten even a little bit further with that equipment. You know, give them a little bit of a guarantee. Give them a guarantee that when they got somewhere, they could keep going. Atacams, hey, give it up.
Daryl?
I mean, it was all.
Atacams.
Yes.
Atacams. Can I get an Atacams?
Anyway, before we get ahead of ourselves, the deal is never done until the money is in the bank, right? The deal is not done until the money is in the bank.
Okay, the Wall Street Journal reports the
And I'll say the deal is not done until the money is in the bank.
No, I'm trying to tell you something. Ben Hodges appeared this evening on German television to sit there and listen to the utter nonsense. And I just screened through very quickly after somebody sent as a response to my question, what on earth went on? He had to sit there with one of the intrepidly useless German moderators who are capable to live in a different media world, who have literally no real sensible education, no background in science or anything, or who've never done anything in national security, who are just completely, utterly bereft of any sense, who are living the Schröderianum, Merkelianum kind of century. Useless. And they still feel that they're in power. They just don't know that they are bereft of any money. But that's different. So Ben Hodges, in his kindness, in his absolute stoic patience, had to sit there opposite Mr. Ward, the former general, who then started to advise Miss Merkel. That's epic. It's absolutely epic. Because Daryl, when Ben Hodges came on here last year, you and I were there in May last year. What type of weapon system did he recommend? should be given.
Atacam.
Exactly.
Something that, the thing is, I wanted to do, maybe, does everybody understand what the Atacams is?
No, you
Do
should,
they understand what it does?
please,
I
Daryl,
mean,
tell us.
I'm not versed.
No.
I would rather have somebody really, I've never dealt with them,
Okay.
but I would rather have somebody else really go through and tell what they do so that people understand why they are so needed for this.
All
Because
right.
I think that's really important. Everybody, we always give the acronyms for things. We always give the, they should get this or that. But when people understand more of what that item is, does, can do, how it can be deployed, how safe is it for the troops, I think it's that really can bring home to people the feeling of, oh yeah, okay, yeah, and not just the acronym, And I think that we can, if we can do that, maybe more people will realize, yeah, okay, let's do this. So yeah, Axel, go for it.
Yeah. Okay. No, I've done it before, but I'm happy to recount what I've learned when Ben Hodges, with absolutely piercing eyes and intensity imprinted upon us here in Tallinn, why this matters. Atacams, whilst they have a stated range, which is completely irrelevant because, as we all know, US weapons, Daryl, they always, they are bad. If you say they are going to do 300 kilometers, they're probably dropping after 90, right? Daryl, that's how you build them.
We don't want, we like to have that safety margin. It's a safety margin.
Exactly. So the Atacams were designed to have a significant, what is a medium range ballistic missile, medium range, short range ballistic missile, but medium range missile as such. The publicly declared range is 300 kilometers. However, that is irrelevant because we all know that the Americans can't shoot for shit. So this thing is obviously going to drop after 10 kilometers. It can't do anything and it has no impact at all. Oh, no. On the contrary. Atacams, including versions which have been delivered to allies, have seen to be overshooting their maximum firing range safely. In tests, there are rumors which say that it might be very well a system which could score further ranges very precisely. The key thing is that the Atacams with Mach 3 are hard to defend against, nigh to impossible to defend because they have a vertical terminal approach. And in the various setups they have, different blocks, the Atacams actually can be extremely helpful in taking out various targets in different ways. There are even ways how to disperse the, how shall I put this? If you take the CEP of 9 meters, which is the so-called circular error of probability. So if that is, what is this, Daryl? 9 meters, that's about what, 30 and a half feet? That is a pretty...
Yeah, 31 feet, somewhere close to that, yeah.
So that is a pretty accurate area of operations. If you want to designate an Atacams to hit a target, ground-based, fast launch of existing launch systems, which the Ukrainians have and have integrated in their overall fire control, and you put I think that's the M57 up there and shoot it across, you end up with a clear hit no matter what. The Russians have absolutely no defense against it. As a consequence, if you manage to take a missile system which gives you that range, you can push the Russian defenses further back. You can take out critical depots, assembly points, control centers. You can take out logistics hubs. Yes, you need to make sure that you hit the right station, the right node, but you can be quick. And the quick deployment is the major comparative benefit. If you look at anything which is air launched, any strike package which involves an airplane is comparatively slower. With an ATACMS, if you get decent intelligence in, and you have a HIMARS launcher system, and you have the ATACMS in hand, you change your missiles. Now, how long does it take? About 20 minutes, 20, 30, 25, 30 minutes, something. You can change your setup, and you're ready. Unless you have it all.
Well, you mean just change out the box?
Yeah.
Just changing out the boxes?
Changing out the
The
boxes.
boxes don't take. Yeah, the boxes are easy. It was designed to be modular for that reason, so that you don't have that long between getting a barrage ready to go after firing off one. So it's the modularness. The whole idea of modular is to be ready to go. Soon after you shot your load. You get moving and you set up, you fire, you move, you reload, you set, you fire, you reload. And as long as you got enough tubes, enough boxes.
I think we just
If we lost
Daryl.
Daryl.
That's all right. That happens. But the key aspect in here is that the ATACMS, when
No, I
loaded
had a
in-
call. I had a call come in. But the idea is to be mobile, quick, efficient, and you can change what you can do. And even if they wanted to mix it in, have the ATACMS and maybe another load, in there, ready to go. If with the knowing that with the intelligence they can fire at a moment's notice, that's what these systems are designed for.
which brings us back to the point that when we discuss it with Mick Ryan, General Breedlove, and General Hodges here on a regular basis, the key aspect for Ukraine, as for any army defending against, say, the way the Russian army fights, is to make sure that you take out their command posts, you take out their logistics hubs, that you push their helicopter bases back, which you can do easily now. If you combine this with proper, sensible ammunition, droplets, and you kill off their helicopters, you therefore remove their capability to project power against Ukrainian offenses. What most people in the world fail to understand, predominantly those who have never served, and predominantly those who are just journalists or internet, I don't know, whatever, communicators, is that they simply have no idea of deployment of troops, force design, force structure, how you move in combined arms. And the Ukrainians know exactly what is missing. The ATACMS fill that gap. And with that gap filled, Ukraine wins this war. It wins it at high cost because we have failed to give them the basic means. And by the way, Mikey, I can see that you're requesting. I'm not talking to you tonight. I have no interest. Unless you want to tell me that you are willing to discuss what we normally discuss here. Raise your hand and tell me that we're not going to go full-blown Russian occupation bullshit. Thank you. Okay, Mikey, come on.
I messaged.
Because the key element here is to win the war for the forces of freedom. The key element here is to allow Ukraine to win the war. Because Ukraine is us. We are Ukraine. Alrighty, Carrie, you've been waiting for long, and then we'll go to Mikey. Carrie, please.
Thanks, Axel. I put my hand down again, but I was just going to say, actually, sorry to notice you, John, but John Spencer has just come in as a listener. It'd be great to, if you're prepared to give us your thoughts, it would be fantastic. We've missed you.
Carrie, I heard half of what you said. Can you repeat that, please? I apologize.
I was just saying, I did put my hand down again. It was from quite some time ago when we were talking about why do we think now that the ATACM's been given. But I was then saying that John Spencer has just come in and joined us as a listener. So I don't know what your situation is, John, whether you're just only able to be a listener.
Don't worry about it.
But it would be great to hear from you.
We're talking. Alrighty, okay. Thank you very much, Carrie. Mikey, how are you doing?
Doing very well. I'm not sure what the previous comment was. I've spent many years working in Ukraine. Very pro-Ukrainian.
I was teasing you.
So, okay, so I just have a question about
because it's important, given the fact that you worked in Ukraine, that you can highlight why we're doing what we're doing. But please carry on.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I just have a question about your comment about the ATACMs and a sort of conservative or base case scenario, provided that Ukraine is able to, get ATACMs and they're able to use them. What do you think is the base case scenario? I mean, so basically Russia would know that, there's at least 300-kilometer, I'm not a military person, so I'm just asking a kind of dumb question, but Russia would know, okay, within 300 kilometers of wherever this ATACM or maybe more, any our infrastructure that is, bigger than, 10 meters basically can be struck. So they would want to potentially move their troops back. Or do you think they would say something like, look, they only have a certain number of these missile systems. They have a certain number of these cruise missiles. We'll just take the hit and just stay because, we don't want to lose ground. Like, so what do you think is the sort of the sort of gamesmanship or from the Russian side, and what do you think is the sort of conservative case for Ukraine in the next 12 months if they are able to get ATACMs on the ground?
The ATACMs are coming. The ATACMs, if and when the administration releases what we've just seen in the last 6 hours, I would take it that within the next 48 hours you will see hits. Secondly, it's not a negotiation. It's not about what the Russians think. It's not about their strategic or tactical perception. It's not a matter of communication. ATACMs delivered means that Ukraine can change the battlefield. It can actually reach and touch key targets on Crimea, at the far end of the Lugansk and Donetsk Oblast. It can threaten every single command post the Russians operate in occupied territories. And that is a key element, because beforehand that was not possible. Because you have to be able to do it quickly. You have to move these HIMARS launchers forward around center Ukraine very fast, very swiftly, very adeptly, and you have to secure them. You can't expose them. And you want to be able to be fleet of foot. There's not a single target after the ATACMs are in theater which can't be touched. And it can't be touched within an hour. So you create a firing solution. You might be able to do so within about 20 minutes. That is probably the shortest I could imagine at this point in time. That is a significant shortening of the range to target that changes the battlefield, and therefore none of the helicopter bases the Russians operate currently very close to the line of contact can be operated in that fashion. Daryl, please, you want to add to this? Daryl?
Just a follow-up question, if I could, while waiting for Daryl then Axel. So, if and I very much hope you're right. So if that's the case, is it really a question of Ukraine getting through these minefields to be able to, get troops into the areas they want to get to the Sea of Azov, and push back all the Russians as far as basically pass out of Crimea using the threat of ATACMS, and we're in the
It's
end
not a
game.
threat. No, it's not about the threat of ATACMS, Mikey. When the ATACMS are in theater, the ATACMS are used. It's not about a threat. This is not a negotiation. That's why I try to highlight this. This is not about projecting force. This is about executing force. This is delivering solutions. So what the Ukrainians will do is to take out specific targets very quickly and very deliberately, and therefore they can take a checklist of items and map them off. That changes the way the Russian logistics can function and how their control of certain sectors will occur. The minefields, whilst cumbersome, are not the key element. If you look at how they have supposedly been distributed, and I'm quite sure that the ZSU, or the AFU as you would call it, will have significantly good coverage as to where these minefields will have been laid, albeit that not everything you can see. Whenever there's overcast, spy satellites, drones notwithstanding, you won't have seen every single mine-laying element laying mines, whilst there has been massive effort by forces of good, meaning the coalition, to support Ukraine, to provide exactly that guidance as to why the genocidal regime in the East has been laying mines with this kind of carelessness as they do. It's extremely hard to detect all the other parts, all the other, should we say, measures the Russians have taken in order to deter the Ukrainians from their offensive. The minefields themselves are secondary. They are a primary measure for when you go for the first line of contact, but they are secondary as to the troops and the artillery and what the Russians can bring to bear in terms of helicopter force to eliminate mechanized and armor forces. So what you need to do is bring the ATACMS into theater to take out and bring and push those forces back. As soon as you make it more difficult for Russian helicopter forces to approach the line of contact, the better you're off. If you can kill off more of these guys, the better you're off. Of course, the best thing would be to have proper air force on site. Unfortunately, that's not given.
Just one last
David,
question,
yeah.
if that's okay.
Sure.
Just how many would Ukraine need in order to be able to be effective?
Well, they'll get about 250 of them, and that's more than enough. I'd say 60 would be good enough to start, but you will probably have about anywhere between 50 and 100 prime targets you want to take out, and each and every ATACMS is a hit. It just is. I know that for people out in city world, that's hard to believe, but it is. That's how it works. And if we give them 250, Ukraine will eradicate everything on the other side. It still is shit because we failed to help them get planes. And we could give them planes, even today. I mean, they can learn the A-10 in 6 weeks. And the A-10 is significantly better than the shit they're flying. They're flying them with 300 combat missions. And it's insane that we're not doing it. It's immoral, but different thing.
I mean, the reality is that we could be giving them the same number as Storm Shadows. But anyway, what I would like to do is to say hello to Alan. Welcome, Alan. You're up here to get your spot, aren't you? So hello there, my long-haired friend.
How are you doing, David and Axel? Yes, I'm here to get into the flow of conversation because Chuck will be here in a little more than an hour.
He will, and there's a couple of things to talk about as well, aren't there? So yeah, so we've got a couple of hands. How don't we go through those hands? I can see, oh, Randy's connecting, disconnecting, but it was David first. any way. David.
Hello, David. Good evening. Thanks very much for co-hosting, and to Axel. I hope you're well.
Oh, I'm well. Thank you very much, David.
Lovely. I'd ask everybody who's listening to please retweet and share the spaces. 700 people here. I hope you're as excited as I am to tune in for Chuck, who's going to be joining us soon, as Alan just mentioned. So please do retweet and share the space. I had a question about Atacams. It was probably been covered already, so forgive me. But the question is as follows: what would be the most typical use, or the most likely use, format-wise? I know there was discussion of the release of smaller bomblets, and it could be also used for pretty much attacking various high-value targets. I am also aware that as soon as it's a munition that when it's used, it will be obvious that it has been used. So I wonder, is it something that will be used to hit command centers, or will it be more used to strike gatherings of folks deep? Because as I've understood it so far, each time there's an increased capability added, it essentially pushes the protection ring out, or the protection ring out, or the target ring out for Ukraine to be able to strike things. So that was my question, and to encourage people to retweet and share the space.
Yeah, and retweeting and sharing the space is always a good thing, isn't it? We like that, and I would hasten to add to everyone else as well. Please do so. Thank you very much. So hang on, I'm seeing all these hands here. I've got stuff happening in the background and everything. So let's get Alan up into the space. David, I only heard half of what you said, so I do apologize if you wanted a question from me, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yes. So there we are. So now you now have my attention, for which I
waiting
very,
kind of
very
expectantly.
much.
No problem. I appreciate it and I value it highly. The question was about Atacams and how it is. I think they're probably an obvious munition that when they are deployed, it will be obvious that is what has been used. But the question was more to the direction of what type of prime targets should we expect. And I'm kind of hoping for command centers and large groups of officers, but also thinking maybe groups of valuable material that's being gathered before it gets brought to the front, where they still think they're safe, but they're not, because now this element is here. And as I've understood it, pretty much each of these different platforms have allowed Ukraine push out that bubble, that ring we see. And so I would expect that Russia think they probably have done enough preparation, but more than likely, as usual, it'll still catch them unawares. So I'm basically just anticipating. So yeah, thanks very much.
Yeah.
Retweet.
Well, let me go through. So I was involved a little. I tweeted out a little bit earlier to. It was actually a tweet by, I think it was by Chuck, or so. There was a thread inside it, something with Chuck as well, right? So look, the benefit about Atacams is obviously the range and how big they are, and the top-down attack method that they use, right? Which means that it's extraordinarily useful for some things, right? So, and much more useful than, say, Storm Shadow for many other options, right? Because I know everyone keeps on thinking that Storm Shadow can be used for everything. It's a cruise missile, it's a broach warhead, right there. It's quite specific. So yeah, you could use it, etc. But yeah, stacks of things they can use it for, and the wonderful thing is the precision, isn't it? I think in the conversation we had, or I say conversation, in the replies we had with Chuck, we were talking about because obviously the Kerch Bridge comes up all the time, and I think there's a hot mic somewhere.
It's not a hot mic,
sorry.
David. You just didn't see me requesting, and I had to cycle Alan up, which I've now done. And there's Hopsy, who's also coming up, because we have a couple of things to discuss on the Atacams: the reach, the length, the range, and what it means for both the bridge, Junkoy, and the likes. Because there are people who really want to talk about this.
Engels, Saki.
Alan, can you hear us now? I cycled you up.
Yes, thank you very
Excellent.
much, Axel. I can hear you.
Yeah.
It's
our Floridian is not at her desk. That's why it didn't work earlier.
I understand. So, where, David? Do we want to take these last couple of hands, and then and I see Hop C is up. M is also here to talk specifically about some really interesting news about a cyber attack on the Russian Ministry of Defense. There's so many places to go. And I see I will be the one taking us there. So we'll go to G Man, David Gregory, and then to M. G Man.
Good evening and welcome up, Alan. I haven't been on the space very long tonight because I was at an undisclosed location here in Northern Ireland, and so doing some fatherly duties, and so now I'm here, a little bit later than normal. Anyway,
I hope they're all well.
just
I hope everybody's keeping good, and it was a good meetup.
all
That's a lovely story. Congrats.
all good. We're all good. Just trying to get one of my sons signed up to join the Navy. Anyway, so that's what I was doing, and that's all good. So, what I will say is encourage anybody listening, once again, retweet and share the space. Consider going on to MriyaReport.org and donating, or clicking volunteer, and come up and speak to us as well. The question on ATACMS, I think it would be, so as I understand it, the rocket, it's fired out of the same launcher as the HIMARS. I think that's true. But I would like to know the range and what's so special about the warhead, or number of warheads that could be used or configured with that, and what that will allow Ukraine to do that they can't currently do with something like Storm Shadow. Thank you very much.
This is really a question that Hop can answer, I think. Hop, go ahead.
Thanks, gentlemen. Hope everybody's doing well. Really, what we're talking about, the game changer that is ATACMS, is obviously the range. I mean, technically, it's published to go out to 190 miles. My guess is it goes farther, but let's just use that number, take it as a fact. It's a ballistic missile, therefore, as David mentioned earlier, it's nearly impossible to shoot down. Nothing's impossible, but this is as close as you get. The precision is unbelievable. I mean, it's the advertised precision, the circular area of probability, CEP, is 9 meters. And for our non-military folks, that means that you draw a circle and you stand in the middle of it, and within 27 feet of you, this thing's going to detonate. Worst case. And of course, with multiple warheads that are available, its uses can be everything from command and control, underground command and control, air defense, which is what I would love to see it used against as a target of opportunity, logistics nodes, bridges. But the most important thing for me is that it bridges that gap between artillery and tactical air, the traditional Western tactical air missions, by denying the enemy the use of the ability to gather forces or have special equipment or air defense or anything within 170 miles of the front line. And that is critical. You basically have on-call tactical air missions. And, if they only got 60 warheads, that obviously you have to look very carefully at how you distribute them and what your mission sets will be. But now when you go to, say, 200 or 500, the shackles are off, and you can just start blowing up everything and anything of value that the Russians have. So that's sort of a quick and dirty for those who aren't very familiar with the ATACMS.
Thanks, Hop. I know we're going to be going through what ATACMs can do and how they're best used tonight when Chuck gets here, because it's such exciting news. So we'll go to Gregory, then to Daryl, and then I am determined to get to M and talk about the cyber attack on the Russian Ministry of Defense. Gregory, go ahead.
Thanks, Alan.
I'm assuming this is one more thing we could thank Ben Wallace for, because didn't he write a letter saying if they keep on hitting civilian targets that the the type a Storm Shadow would be sent, and hopefully that might have convinced DC, but I guess we won't know till later in the war. But can ATACMs, could they hit the Black Sea Fleet?
I'm pretty sure they can, but we'll go to Hop C. Ben Wallace and Joe Biden met in Washington either early this week or late last week. So I'm pretty sure Ben Wallace bent Biden's ear about long-range weapons for Ukraine. Hop, can ATACMs hit the Black Sea Fleet wherever it is, whether in Sevastopol or Novosibirsk?
Well, Sevastopol is definitely at risk. Ships underway would probably not be at risk under the ATACMs because the kill chain's a little bit too long. You're really looking more at sort of air-launched cruise missiles of the Harpoon ilk to target those. I have to look at the range circles on the other bases, but the fact of the matter is once you take Sevastopol away and the logistics related to that, which would be one of the first, would be a high value target for and they have been before for ATACMs. You've negated the surface fleet part of the Black Fleet, and and now they're just down to subs, which while they have tremendous utility, it is limited.
And they developed, is this a 90s tech, early 2000s tech?
It's a 90s tech that has been extensively upgraded. It's sort of classic Western style. I mean, they were first used in Desert Storm, but they've been modifying the warheads, the guidance, and the propellants. I remember they did a big upgrade in 2017. So these are pretty modern weapons. The design is old, but they've been updated extensively.
Yeah, the M57 was majorly changed in 2008, and as you just said, upgraded in 2017, 18. It's a fantastic piece of weaponry, and if it were done right, it were German, of course, but it's good.
All right, thanks everybody.
Don't go away. Could you please highlight how important that is? This is the game-changing event.
Yeah, I'm just trying not to get too hyped up. We've had some. Yeah, I can't wait to whatever the appropriate drink of choice will be to celebrate ATACMs. Can't wait, but roosters and all that, chickens.
I'm gonna go and break out a fantastic 28-year-old Avalor in a few minutes.
Okay, all right. Well, cheers to that then.
I have a glass for that, Axel. Let me get it and stretch my hand out. Daryl, go ahead. Great to see you again and have you back.
Hey, Buddy Room. Hey, I just have a quick question for Axel what is the range on the hind health, the MiG? I mean, not the MiG, but the say the alligators, the helicopters that they're using in this that the Russians are using. What's the range on them?
300 kilometers.
300. That means that they can't really be over 150 from the station, from station to the battlefield.
Yeah, they shouldn't be 150, 170. Yeah.
So that means the ATACMs could really hinder air ops if they find out where the helicopters are based. Then that would really deny the Russians their ability to target and use their helicopters.
Daryl, you're cutting out a bit. We're losing your audio.
You give them the Atacams, those helicopters.
And
How about now?
You're better now.
Okay, I was just saying that would really kind of put the helicopters out of commission if they find out where they are. That's one benefit to the Atacams. It really takes the Russian air power out of it, because we know that was something that the Ukrainians have been saying, they could do more, but the helicopters are really buzzing them in some of these engagements.
Hopsy?
I think Daryl's hit on a really great point. Although we have seen the Ka-52s operating with long-range tanks, which probably extends their range, but that is completely in response to HIMARS. So you throw Atacam into there, they're pushed that much farther back. And of course, when you push them back and they have to carry more fuel and operate with long-range tanks, that's less ordnance that they can carry. And of course, their response times drop dramatically if they're on a rapid reaction sort of footing and trying to put out fires where maybe armor shows up and things like that. So it's a multi-level effect. It's not just the range, it's the payload, it's the time to respond. All those, any one of those is huge. All three together really reduces their effectiveness.
What would be their time on station? In that, Axel, you were talking about the range was 300. How much time on station would that mean? What's the average time on station that we're seeing out of these helicopters? That would be another factor. If they can only come in, fire, and leave really quick because they're going to run out of fuel, that's that other part of it. They can't carry the ordnance, and they can't stay on station even if they do have the ordnance.
Hop, that really it's in your wheelhouse there.
Okay, I didn't know if Axel was going to jump up and grab that one. Well, I mean, in answer to your question, let's see, Daryl, they're obviously they have less ordnance. The more time they spend in sort of the forward edge of the battle area, the less survivable they are. So they tend to sneak in and sneak out, as it were. I don't know what their loiter time is, because obviously the faster you try and respond, the more fuel you use. The lower you are flying, because these are all turbine aircraft, the more fuel you use. It's getting to be hot out there. So when things heat up, turbine engines become less efficient, and so their fuel consumption is way different than it would be in January. That being said, they don't tend to loiter in these areas for very long. Sort of in weapons engagements envelopes, because it's such a dangerous place to be. But I would think that whatever their time on station was before, that time on station is directly affected percentage wise by if they're having to fly 30% farther, you can assume that they have roughly 30% less time on station. When you're loitering, you're way less fuel efficient than when you're transiting. Generally, transiting is done sort of in an economic cruise or a relatively economic manner. Of course, if you're having to really throw the coals on and go fast, the faster, especially big, heavy tactical aircraft with a lot of stuff hanging on them, often they become, sometimes that can double or triple your fuel flow. So I hope that sort of in a roundabout way answers your question. It'll be many percentage points less.
I sure got it, and I can see that Daryl got it too. As long as we have M here with us, I really want to turn the conversation to this cyber attack apparently carried out by Wagner forces on the Ministry of Defense or on the Russian military, taking out all communications. Is this still ongoing? What do you know about it?
It's not really against the Russian Ministry of Defense. It's not ongoing. It's against one provider, one satellite provider called Dozer Teleport. So basically, their network was taken out for anywhere between 12 to 15 hours, and that company is responsible for providing services to various Russian Ministry of Defense and security services sites, remote sites, uh, including naval assets in the Northern Fleet. So it was removed from routing tables. I believe that they are right now trying to bring it back uh, alive, but we don't have any window into the traffic, so we don't know the type of traffic going, and we don't know the volume of traffic, and we don't know whether the client terminals were bricked or not. And bricked is a term used when the device becomes unresponsive,
Unresponsive, sometimes like my iPhone.
unresponsive, and you need to flash a new firmware or replace the terminal altogether.
So, as you say, it was carried out against a provider, some of whose clients are the Ministry of Defense and the FSB, the security force at the Kremlin. So they could have been affected. How would we know if they've been affected?
Well, we know because the NetBlocks reported it. Other various entities that track online traffic and online connectivity reported it. And what else did I have to say? Yeah, so it is. It was carried out by a relatively unknown, or actually a completely unknown hacker group that is either connected to Wagner in a way, or claiming to be supportive of Wagner, or assumed as a non-state actor that supports Wagner. So it's a red-on-red incident. So it's Russians taking out Russian telecom infrastructure. The hackers also had access to the company wiki, and they published the map of the network infrastructure that they built to support and provide such services to their clients.
And what do you think this tells you about the ongoing, I'll just call it an argument, the ongoing argument inside Russia between Shoigu, Prigozhin, between Ministry of Defense, FSB, and Wagner? Is it getting hotter?
I mean, the towers in the Kremlin are definitely at war. And, if you take out a satellite provider here, push out a 28-year-old girl out of a window there, it means that a lot of people are angry and a lot of people are just taking the piss.
Could this have affected Russian operations in Ukraine?
I don't know. Without a full list of the clients, without a full list of the sites where those terminals are deployed, I wouldn't know. So, without going into technical details, it's a simple model. You have clients who require connectivity at remote sites, and therefore they want to connect to the satellite network of that provider, and then from there, the provider's satellite take the traffic to uh, an interface, and from that it goes through a backend infrastructure to connect those sites to the networks of the clients themselves. So, for instance, if the FSB is deploying a boat in the Arctic, or the Northern Fleet is deploying a boat in the Baltic Sea, and that's the site. That's what we call a site. And that site would have a client terminal, which would be the satellite terminal that connects to the company's satellite. and the satellite terminal is connected to, let's say, a router on site that provides connectivity to client devices that require connectivity to the servers of the network of the client company through the infrastructure of the provider.
Well, we like to see red on red. Red on red is the color of winning, if you ask me. And welcome M as co-host for a brief period, but will be a good discussion we're going to have here.
If I may, Alan, I would like to go to Ruble Destroyer. He can add more, Destroying Fella, he can add more context to this.
Yep. So I've not been looking into this as for as long as M has, but and I can only speak to the kind of technical side of things, not like M, not how it will affect the clients and exactly which clients are affected. But there are a couple things I think that M knows, but I may have forgot to mention because there's kind of a lot of information here on this. So we do know that that provider essentially had no traffic for at least a 12-hour period, and then there was some restoration of traffic after that. Now, the restoration of traffic doesn't mean that they're out of the woods necessarily. It doesn't look like they've quite got to the peaks and data transfer rates that they had before. NetBlocks is I think I mentioned it. They monitor, kind of globally traffic. There's a protocol that routers have for advertising what routes they have, what other routers they're able to talk to, and that's kind of how the internet works. So we can learn based on monitoring, because this is public kind of information. It's a border gateway protocol, it's called. So routers advertise what they can reach and what they can't, and when these things change. So that's kind of without going into too many details, that's how we know that this has occurred. And traffic went to zero for quite some time. Now, when it's coming back, that may only be parts of their network, or they have the network up but they can't really service too many clients, and they're testing things. That's going to show up as traffic, and we're not able to tell the nature of that traffic. We do know that the hackers have claimed, hackers like to exaggerate, but the hackers have claimed that they have modified firmware, which is, it's kind of like software, but it's programmed into the chip, and messing that up can cause physical damage to the hardware, such that no amount of tinkering with it is going to restore its functionality. It can be permanently damaged that way, or it might be a thing where they just need physical access to the devices in order to flash them, to restore good kind of software that's running on the hardware.
That's difficult in a satellite, isn't it?
Yeah, it's difficult if they hit the satellites. I mean, that is that could be not, lights out for that satellite. I think they were claiming that they hit the terminals more, so that it's difficult but not impossible. Like with a satellite, it's going to be impossible. So we don't know if that's the case. It's extremely unlikely they would be able to hit all terminals, but they may have got some. And if those are on a ship that's in the Arctic, or in some remote location, it may be quite some time before those terminals have access to the network once again. So even though we're seeing traffic coming back, that doesn't mean they're out of the woods yet. And the other thing is once someone's been in your network, as an IT professional, you're going to be questioning everything. You can't trust your servers. You can't trust all sorts of things. You're kind of going to have to wipe things clean in order to be reasonably, but not totally sure that you've patched things up. The hardest part is getting in the first time. So we may see, repeat attacks because one of these things that that hackers like to do is, once you get access, make it so that it's easier for you to get access in the future. And I hope and expect that that's been done, but we'll see. We will see how on top of plugging all the holes that they've got now, pans out, and we'll know. We'll be able to give updates on this because it's being
What would you
monitored.
do?
Well,
What would you do?
I've encountered this sort of thing before professionally. We did have a compromised device. What I do is I throw it away. Even though you can, like, with high degree of certainty, like, high 90% certainty that you've cleared everything out. You've reinstalled everything. You've reflashed firmwares. You've done other things. There are very crafty attack vectors and backdoors that people can put in where you think you've plugged it, you've taken all the right steps, and you're probably okay. But I'm not comfortable with probably in my line of work. So we did have a compromised server,
that's
and
fine.
but you toss the
No
machine and
stress.
replace the hardware. That's what I would do.
Exactly. I agree with you. Alan, if you allow me, I apologize, but just to make this clear for the audience. So the hackers have claimed, and some people on the internet have said that supposedly they were able to corroborate that one of the satellite signals went down. Do we have independent verification of that?
Yes, we do. Yes, we
Oh,
do.
do we?
Why? Yeah, why we do? Because NetBlocks trace the traffic, not just NetBlocks as well.
Please explain who NetBlocks is.
Who NetBlocks? NetBlocks is an organization that tracks internet traffic. So, for instance, if the Syrian government decides to shut internet connectivity because they want to prevent cheating during high school exams, or the government of Iran shut down internet services because they want to control demonstrations, NetBlocks would be the first one to detect the decrease in network connectivity or network traffic coming in or going out of such a country. And they also can trace or track whether certain providers are still connected to the internet infrastructure or they get disconnected by tracing traffic coming in and out certain IP addresses and through checking the internet routing tables.
Agreed.
It has been independently
Agreed.
verified.
So
NetBlocks is it's a London-based kind of like internet freedom
NGO.
watchdog. Exactly. They're about 6 years old now. And yeah, there's the only way this was an event that didn't occur is if someone got access to NetBlock's Twitter account and tweeted crap out. And
exactly.
So we can be reasonably confident.
I asked the question. I only asked the question for you to both describe it, who that is and why it matters. It's one of the very few environments where access to technical information by third parties who are non-governmental can actually provide verification.
Yep. So we don't know exactly what was affected, but we can tell the results, and the results was zero traffic, zero connectivity for over half a day.
Would you ascertain, and this is an open question, I don't know, because the last time this was discussed, if and when you impair the operational capability of a satellite, that would be conducive to an act of war. But let's just say, would they have been able to, as you said, manipulate the firmware on the satellite and therefore impair the satellite, or would they just be able to manipulate the frequency, respectively the protocols, how the satellite communicates with the nodes on the ground?
So I don't. Go ahead.
I would. No, you go ahead, Rubel, first.
Yeah. So I don't know the specifics of these particular satellites, the satellites that this company are using. I do know about satellites that perform the same function that other companies use, and they do have a lot of redundancy on them. They usually have kind of A/B computer. You can switch over. There's solar events that can cause disruption and damage to computer equipment. They obviously send up hardened chips and things like that because the Earth's atmosphere isn't really there to protect them. But so it does make it harder to disrupt a satellite, but it's absolutely possible. Other companies that are providing satellite internet services that I know people that work at these places, and we've talked a lot about how they do software updates and things like that to a device that you don't have physical access to. You absolutely can't. I mean, when you're doing intentionally, not in a malicious way, an update, you're going to only update like one of the machines. You got redundancy for everything. You update kind of half of the system, and you make sure that that's behaving well before you touch the other side. If you're a bad guy, though, and they haven't taken painful steps to kind of prevent this, you would, as a malicious actor, go after both at the same time and give it bad configuration. And the software that's up there and or firmware, which again is like kind of software which is a bit more hardwired because it's stored on the chip rather than like on a hard drive. It's harder to update, and it's a bit more serious when you update it. It controls more low-level functions, basic functions. They absolutely could, again, on the satellites that I know about, put firmware on there that's going to screw up the attitude control, for example, of the satellite. And once the satellite starts spinning kind of fast enough, even if they somehow get good firmware on the satellite after it's in this state, you won't be able to correct for the death spin that satellite's in, and it's toast. It will tumble around until it burns up in the atmosphere eventually.
Space trash.
Yes, it will be very expensive, shiny space trash. Usually, when you get a satellite into a spin, even if all the software is working correctly, you usually can't communicate with it because it's kind of it's a line of sight communication. So you've got to be keeping your orientation such that you can communicate with the satellite.
If someone does this, simple question. If someone does this, in this case, supposedly, someone who claims to be associated with the people from Wagner, let's assume all these indications are true. Just for a second. Would they stop with one satellite?
Well, so that's almost a political question, and I can, or a strategy question. I can talk more.
Does it make sense technically to stop at one satellite?
Well, it depends on what your goals are. If you're trying to get something
redundancy-wise.
Well, again, it depends what you're trying to do. If you're trying to say, "Hey, I can do this," and you're trying to get something from them, then perhaps you don't go and do as much damage as you can at once. But if your goal is damage, then obviously you wouldn't. You would hit as much as you can.
Okay, what would you do? If your intention was to incur as much damage as possible, what would you do?
Well, yeah, I mean, you obviously you're racing against time. Once you start this attack, people are going to be trying to cut your access off pretty quickly. But yeah, you go through and you upload your malicious code to as many things as you have the time to communicate to. This is an operation that's not instantaneous. If it were me, I would definitely be taking out as many as you can. And as far as like who this group is, again, I don't like to go into like that sort of thing too much. I would guess though that it's not actually Wagner people. it is probably hackers within Russia that are sympathetic to or fans of Wagner that have kind of taken on their banner. That would be my guess. I don't think it's really in the remit of Wagner to be doing directly cyber operations. The cook Prigozhin is probably that's probably not what his focus is. It's not where his bread is
No,
buttered,
it isn't.
and that's really bad
none
for
of his
Russia. Though
organization
is that it's
Yeah.
that it's not Wagner, but it's someone sympathetic to Wagner. That speaks to, in my opinion, this is all opinion here. This part that is particularly dangerous for Russia.
Question for you, based on what he just said. Would it be possible that if you were now currently in charge of the fifth directorate and its cleanup squad, that you would try to project upon Wagner doing something absolutely horrible, which normally only Russians would expect, of course, the evil empire from their perspective, meaning Los Americanos, to do so?
No, because I would be taking my own sites out. Why would I
No,
take my own sites out if I'm engaging in
if
war
they only
against
take
another?
one side, wait, I understand this, but if they take only one side out, one side, one thing only, Vasily, they take one side out to therefore have an argument to nuke whoever is in Wagner completely.
No, I doubt it. No.
Okay. So you think there's a hacker group sympathetic to these people?
No, okay. First of all, this is it's sophisticated, but not very quite sophisticated. It could be an insider actually in the company who's part of a patronage network connected to one of the warring parties right now.
Okay, so we just have to wait.
Yeah, exactly. The possibilities are endless. Basically, what we're reporting on right now is that we have an event. The event says that the network has been compromised at some point. It seems that there is an effort right now to bring it back alive, and that given the remote nature of those sites, it will be difficult to reconnect them back to the network if their terminals were not bricked. So the hackers are claiming that they flashed the terminals. What do we mean by that? So a firmware is a piece of software that allows the software that you operate, or the operating system that's on a computer, to communicate with the hardware. So let's talk on the computer side. Everyone has a workstation at home. You have a computer at home. You have a laptop. So you have a motherboard. The motherboard has a chip on it. Usually it's called EEPROM, or electronically programmable read-only memory. That has the firmware of the motherboard that is responsible for communicating with all the other pieces of hardware connected to that motherboard in order to boot up the device and launch the operating system. And the operating system also has pieces of software that communicate with that firmware in order for the computer to carry out the tasks that you want it to carry out, right? In a standalone device, such as a satellite terminal, a washing machine, a satellite dish receiver, it's different. The firmware basically organizes the operation of that device. It's more of a state machine kind of piece of software. If you do this, you get that. If you want to get that, the device does this, and so on and so forth. The difficulty in fixing those devices is A, that you require physical access to the device itself, and B, you have to have a copy of the firmware at hand. So if you don't have a copy of the firmware and you are in a remote site, or you are in a remote location, and you don't have internet connectivity, or you don't have connectivity to the servers where you can download that firmware from on a device in order to connect it to that terminal and flash the terminal again to bring it back alive, it's bricked. You have to call it in. It has to go to a service center where it's connected to a device where you can flash it with the firmware again, or a newer version of the firmware if the previous firmware is vulnerable to hacking, right? So what we're trying to highlight here right now is that the event happened, that the event itself is significant. Sophisticated or not, we still don't have enough data to judge what kind of vulnerability the hackers or the hacker or the insider used in order to do that. And regarding the political meaning of it, it means that someone is fighting someone over there, or someone is leveraging their networks of patronage to influence, affect, and wreak havoc. You're cutting off communications off of really important sites or locations where you have assets deployed that require connectivity to whether to the internet or whether to their own secure networks at HQ, right? And therefore you're basically, it's hitting at their communication protocols and their communication operations. Also, we don't know whether that attack resulted in the attackers gaining access to the networks of the client companies or the client entities themselves, right? So if you have a boat deployed in the Arctic or deployed in the Baltic Sea, and you manage to hack that network, the entire network, and you can see the entire network, well, did you make it past the provider's network? Were you able to go from the provider's network to the networks of the clients that have those sites or those assets connected to their own networks via the network of the provider or not? This is yet to be seen. It could also be, so it's either a disruptive attack on its own, or a two-stage attack. The first one, you actually access the network and then you disrupt the network. And if you accessed other networks, you could have accessed other information that can be either used for information operations or for blackmail. So that's what we're looking at right now.
So, what would you expect to see over, over the next couple of days? I mean, if the hackers did in fact impair a satellite, then I assume NASA or the European Space Agency would be able to tell us about a malfunctioning satellite, possibly a satellite falling out of orbit. Or do you concentrate on Cloudflare and NetBlocks to report any subsequent interruptions?
Yeah, that's a good question, and I'm sure Rubel will have something to say about this. But let's not blow this out of proportion, right? If it's a hacker group and they want to remain in the network, they wouldn't take out the satellites. There is a possibility for them to take out the satellites, but in my opinion, they wouldn't take out the satellites. I think they targeted the terminals themselves and targeted the back end or the infrastructure of the provider to stay on it and to disrupt its services. In the case of them trying to completely bring down the network by throwing off the satellites off their orbits, then yes, it will escalate to that. But let's not blow it out of proportion right now, or start talking about satellites falling off the sky. Yeah, it's possible, but at this point, it's like 0.01% chance of such an event happening. What we will be looking for over the next few hours or few days is the restoration of services and the return of traffic to its pre-attack volumes or not, and whether the attack will be repeated again, whether the network will be taken out again, and whether or not information coming out of the networks of the clients who rely on that provider to provide connectivity services to their remote sites and remote locations will be leaked online or not, or more people flying out of windows. But Rubel, go ahead if you want to add something to this.
Yeah, I don't want to take too much time because I know we got people waiting to speak as well. I do agree almost entirely with what M just said. I mean, particularly, if they've, and I would imagine they would, try to leave themselves other ways to get into the network later and kind of cause more chaos, then you probably don't want to affect the satellites themselves. It's kind of like the Kerch Bridge, right? Ukraine very likely has the capability to hit that thing again, but you wait until the time is right. You make them think that they're going to be able to, waste time and effort restoring these services, not give up on that, and try to use some other provider, and then hit them again later. And then also, the hardest target for them to hit is going to be the satellites. It's going to be easier to hit other parts of the infrastructure. So there may be, and even if they wanted to hit the satellite thing, it might not have been possible for them, or they didn't have enough knowledge about the hardware and the protocols that they use to update these satellites. Whereas routers, terrestrial routers, this is common hardware. This is stuff made by Cisco and Arista and other companies like that. Everyone knows how they work. Network professionals know how they work. So they're much easier targets to attack. You're going to have more bespoke kind of technologies on your satellites. And as far as just to back up what Alan asked about, where you're going to want to watch for updates on this, you're going to just want to watch what happens to their traffic, watch what NetBlocks is saying about the traffic. I think it's way more likely that they would just cause a satellite to lose attitude control, meaning like which way the thing is facing, and it will spin, but it's going to maintain its orbit. So you're not going to see that. You're very likely not going to see satellites falling out of the sky from this. And as far as can NASA or some other agency tell us if the satellite is, it's still in its normal orbit, but spinning? I'm not sure. I don't know if we're able to do that or not.
And whoever did this wouldn't want to escalate. So this is an attack. This is a disruptive attack, right? So their primary goal is probably to disrupt comms. Secondary objective could be accessing the networks of client companies and trying to glean as much information as possible if they can access those networks. Because if they manage to access the terminals, right, that means most probably that they had, but I'm not sure, but I'm making a huge guess here. If they can go all the way to the terminal deployed in a remote site, it is possible that they could have seen this whole thing inside out. They have access to the site, they have access to the terminal, they have access to the intermediate servers, and they have access to the back end. Now, whether or not they, from the back end of the provider, they could access the networks of clients as well, it could be huge. And even if there's a 1% chance for this, it's still huge, right? So whoever did this wouldn't want to escalate to bringing down satellites, because if that happens and satellite crashes in a city, it's going to burn in the atmosphere. It's not going to cause loss of life or property. But they don't want to escalate, and probably they are interested in maintaining the infrastructure itself, but disrupting the communication operation. So it's someone who is invested in keeping the infrastructure, not losing millions of dollars in satellites worth.
Yeah, I think the significant thing to keep in mind also is this is a red on red attack. In other words, it's a cyber attack committed against a Russian asset by another Russian actor. We anticipated, 490 days ago when this war began, that there would be intense cyber warfare between Russia and Ukraine. And I don't think we've really seen that develop. I might even go so far as to say this is probably the most significant cyber attack we have seen. And again, it's red on red. It's a Russian actor against another Russian actor. Would you agree with that, M and Rubel?
I think so. In my opinion, yeah, I think so.
So we should get through these hands before Chuck arrives. It is Dustoff, Mellhouse, and the Duke. Dustoff.
Hi, Alan and Ann and Alex. Can you hear me? Because I'm driving and all I can hear is Alan.
Well, I can hear you. M, Rubel, others, can you hear Dustoff? Okay, go ahead, loud and clear.
Okay, well, I still can only hear you, but I'll say what I have to say. I was actually responding to Daryl's initial question about helicopters and time on station and stuff. Do we want to go back to that, or do you want to say stuff that flies a lot higher than I do?
I'll tell you what, Dustoff. Let's find out who can hear you, and take a couple more hands. Daryl is also coming back. So if you and Daryl can hear each other, you and Daryl can also get into that conversation. How does that sound?
Sure.
Okay, I'll come back to you. So to Melhouse, to Duke, to Daryl, Melhouse.
Yes, so in case you remember, didn't you mention that in the start of the offensive last year, the KAs had run by a company called Viasat, not a broadcast company, but a US communication company. Their satellite system was attacked. So what happened was that a malicious software update was pushed out to the subscriber terminals, and which bricked the firmware, so that they got thrown offline. The suspicion is that it was done by the Russians, some sort of Russian agency, to disrupt satellite communication for the Ukrainian military, because they were using that system quite extensively to communicate between their headquarters. The problem, so that attack might have been using a vulnerability in the firmware or software in the system, and which could have been known about by the agency or actor who did it for maybe months or years before they used it. So it's sort of, when you use a vulnerability like that for an attack, you have sort of expended it. So it would make sense if that was the Russians, but it's very often very hard to attribute an attack, a cyber attack, to a specific actor, because what can happen is that the tools which are used to do the attack might be actually copied between different actors who study each other's attack vectors, and of course they could lie about who did it. So it could be an insider, it could be the Ukrainians, it could be the Americans, or it could be a disgruntled insider or some other Russian actor. So it's often very hard to say who did it. But personally, I'm skeptical that it would affect the satellites themselves. Usually, when something like that happens, it's something that only affects the subscriber equipment. But if the attacker had access to the internal systems of the provider, they could actually might have pushed out something that also could brick the satellite and stop it from working. So that would be interesting to see.
And I think that is something we're going to continue watching. You know, as a completely, non-tech guy, cyber warfare in the modern battlefield is the warfare I understand the least. My only conception of it is the scenes delivered to me in movies or documentaries or Netflix series of a bunch of guys usually sweating and tapping keyboards. I don't know actually how it works or what can and can't be done. I only understand it is a new front on the battlefield.
Yes, I think it's a very funny scene in Michael Bay's Transformer movies where the experts say that no, this is too sophisticated for the Iranians. No, it's not. The Iranians can study what we do and just do it.
No, they can't.
Okay.
No, they can't. No, they can't. Trust me, they can't. They have to import real know-how, real capability since decades. They're typically imported from Germany, Austria, France, and Britain. And we have stopped that. No,
Yes.
they can't. I'm sorry, they're just not good enough.
So on to a couple more hands, then back to Rubel and M for a recap here. So to Duke, to Daryl, and then potentially back to Dustoff. Duke, go ahead.
Thank you, Alan. I want to say that a Russian satellite, Cosmos 2499, breaks apart and creates new orbital debris, but that already happened at February. It's satellite from Russians that had problems with its propulsion and had another orbit around the Earth and causing problems for everybody and, of course, especially for the Russians. And they there was a low intention explosion because of the asymmetry around the debris cloud that it went through. And an identical spacecraft, Cosmos 2491, exploded in 2020, and also by the propulsion system. So they're falling apart due to restrictions of the regulations also. And any system what concerns computer and communication, someday someone will know how also to get in touch with that computer, and then can change, easily spoken, Alan, change the password so you can do nothing, and he can do just anything he likes without breaking it, but having it work to your own profit. I saw some tweets online that the Wagner Group is attacking by internet, and they try Gazprom and Rosatom military installations to disrupt. I don't know if it's okay, but I got it from Skykiss, and there are more reports also by Beefeater that operators, satellite operators, are under attack. So it is of course not directly clear to see what's going on, and that's what I had to say about satellite system. Oh yeah, one more thing. I also tracked the signaling from country to country about traffic of the digital information and who's taking who. And from a distance, Russia looks like a black hole and nothing coming out anyway. And there's a lot of going on, but I also heard a long time ago that they were trying to make their own kind of internet, the Russians, so they could have their own protocol, their own language for making communications, so that they could be without the use of systems of the West. But I don't know if they pull that off and in what kind of development it is right now. And if you want to know about the ad games, then I looked them up, and indeed 300 miles, 24 inches, 30 feet, and they can put on a HIMAR, and so let's see what happens. But it seems by reports from the USA that Congress is finally serious addressing the matter. So thank you, good luck, and I'm looking out for the bullet points. Thank you. Slava Ukraine.
Slava, thank you. Let's go to Milhouse.
Yes, hi. Just a comment back to Axel's comment. We have to account for the fact that we have been extremely naive in the West. So we've let Iranians come to our universities and study missile technology and cyber warfare and stuff like that on international study grants. Here in Norway, the internal security service contacted universities here and made them throw out the Iranians from missile technology programs. So we have been teaching how to do stuff like that.
I'm glad that Norwegian missile technology has been leading the Iranians. We don't have to worry then.
Wow. Well, if the Iranians were so good, the Mossad wouldn't have seized all their cryptocurrencies wallet 2 days ago.
Exactly. So, Melos, the key aspect is that yes, there have been massive amount of failures in Western, shall we say, diligence, because people in the West simply failed. No surprise there. However, you have to have fertile soil. Authoritarian regimes do not necessarily produce the best kind of fertile soil. And those Iranians who've been studying in Norway may not have brought back what the Iranian regime wanted to have, and even if so, they could not conduct it in the form as needed. Don't worry about it. It can be taken out. And if nothing else helps, there's always the Israelis to take it out.
Daryl, please go ahead.
Hey, I got a question. My question has more to do with the end result of this type of hack. Uh, First, I get three questions. I'm gonna ask them real quick because my service comes in and out. Could they actually do something as far as military communications? Could they fake a message, say like send a sub or other asset somewhere, being that they now have they got into the communications of that item. Second, end users, say like industrial computers that are attached to manufacturing, if they got into those, because if there's a foreign manufacturer, a foreign maker who has an internet access, and being that it's in Russia, they had to use a Russian network to be able to connect to their industrial machines for updates and etc. Could those machines be affected by something like this as well?
Yes, everything from drilling rigs to ships. If an offshore drilling rig is in operation and they're carrying out a certain task, and their main control panel is connected via VSAT to I don't know, it's like it was an operations server or something like this, or a malicious packet is pushed through that to change the behavior of one of the control boards. Yeah, you can basically start an industrial catastrophe. But
Okay,
I
what about the home computer? Say the computer terminal in Germany. That is actually, I'm just using Germany as an example. But say like that computer was, the in machine was a German item that they actually did updates, etc., via the Russian network, and this hack, could it affect that home country's computers as well, being that it was connected to it?
The short answer is not really. Basically, this is this is internet connectivity we're talking about here, not really a private network thing. So each device that's using this network is going to be treating the network as a public network. So there's the firewall that your home computer has, things like that. So it would be a separate hack. Getting access, the access that they had is going to affect the internet service provider, and not the devices that are using that internet connection. They'd have to separately hack those, and having access to the network, the internet service provider's network, doesn't get them any closer to getting access to the devices using it.
Okay, thank you. That kind of answers the question whether the actual computers themselves, just the access they have with to be able to talk back and forth to their PLCs or whatever.
Yeah, best case scenario, you lose comms. Worst case scenario, your own network gets hacked as well.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Daryl. And once again, it's great to have you back on the speaker panel. I hope you spend a lot more time with us in the future. Don't stay away, Daryl. Look who's here who wants to talk to you.
What do you
It's
mean,
Chuck.
don't stay away? Daryl, get on your train, please. Leave us. Never come back.
Daryl, say hi to Chuck. Chuck, say hi to Daryl.
Daryl, how are you, my brother? Are you out training it in somewhere in the wilds of North America?
Actually, I am on a drive home right now, but I was earlier.
Well, I missed you.
But
I missed you, brother, and I'm still waiting for ribs and jambalaya on that Crimea beach with you. So stay in the pattern.
hey, I'm still on.
Good to hear that.
But the real
Good to hear it,
question,
brother.
Daryl, is do you drive home on the train or do you have another vehicle? Do you like to train people get to drive trains home? How does that work?
Funny you mentioned that. I do have a truck that goes on the rail that I do drive home on occasion. So in my case, I do have that ability on occasion.
That's the coolest thing I've ever heard.
I was going to say that is the coolest thing. You know what? People have cool trucks in their driveway, Daryl, but nobody's got a truck like that.
Very few. Very few.
How fast can that go, Daryl?
Well, I mean, on the roads, it's operate. I mean, my speed is determined by my road wheels. So I can get it up pretty fast on the rail. However, there is a safety factor of do you want to reach that pucker factor? And no, you generally don't want to reach that pucker factor.
Is there a legal speed limit?
Yeah. I mean, we do for company wise, we do have a safe speed that we operate our road vehicles that operate on the rail. We do have speeds, typically about 40 miles per hour or 30, depending on the weight tonnage of the vehicle.
And that's is that a 250 or 350?
I got a 3,500. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I saw them on the tracks.
There's no speed limit when there's a train behind you and you are in a truck.
Let me say this: if that happens, somebody's royally screwed up, and yeah, it's happened.
You don't want to
Not
look.
not with me, but it's happened.
You don't want to look in the rearview mirror and see those 3 triangular headlights that are about 5,000 lumens each. Oh God.
Look, I have been on the rail where I've seen those lights coming, and I was praying that it was on the right track, because you get the optical illusion of when you see 4 rails next to each other, it gets an optical illusion where you can't determine what track they're on, and then you go and you start checking, am I on the right track, just to make sure. You check everything you can to make sure you're in the right place, and when you see those lights diverge, then that whole pucker factor goes down, but it happens.
Turning barbecue briquettes into diamonds is what I hear.
Absolutely.
Well, Daryl, I hope you'll stick around for a little bullet points tonight, Alan, and we are here. I think Primus is here as well, and we have a day to get into. So, Alan, where would you like to go?
Well, Chuck, I think the best way to begin is to begin with: is there an ongoing purge in Russia? Has Putin unleashed a military purge? I mean, we were just talking with M and Rubel about red on red cyber war. And it's been claimed that it's a Wagner affiliated hacker who may have hacked into this communication system inside Russia.
But we don't know that.
No, I know we don't know that. That's why I said it has been claimed, Axel. We don't know it for certain, but what we might know more about is whether or not Putin has begun a purge of the military. What would the effects be on the war that Russia is waging in Ukraine?
Well,
And sorry, Chuck. Before we
you.
just begin, I will just wish everyone a good night. Primus is coming up to switch with me, and thank you for being with us. And please stay tuned. Chuck is about to start his bullet points, and enjoy the next segment.
Em, thank you very much. And you know what? You're another guy I owe a beer to. So thanks for the handoff.
Anytime, sir. Next time you're in Cairo, breakfast by the pyramids or a beer by the pyramids with Axel, definitely. Or otherwise, he's gonna kill me or send the German special forces to do it.
With
Well,
what? I mean, seriously, with what? With honey?
I don't know, but we'll figure out a way. All right. Primus is coming up to take over, and please stay tuned. Chuck is about to start his segment.
Well, let's let's talk purge for a moment, and let's say that you are your average blood-soaked dictator with a couple of almost cloned body doubles that you send out into Red Square to kiss babies and shake hands and do all kinds of mixing with the hoi polloi, even though you are known to have a 40-foot conference table that you put admirals and generals at one end and you at the other, and messages are passed by Pony Express. Here's an interesting thing that I was picking up during this mutiny. I think pooch is a better word for it because it kind of fizzled, and I like the way pooch sounds. It's sort of like when you throw a fuse into the water and it goes out, it goes pooch. It seemed to me that a lot of people who should have been in command in the moments of crisis, and leadership is essentially stepping forward in crisis, right? That's where the rubber hits the road in leadership, because otherwise you're just riding around in first class, right? You're just getting foot massages by your aide de camp and everything's groovy. You wear those stars, you wear those bars, you should step forward in crisis. And what was interesting to me is nobody did. And first I thought it was simply that three choices. Do you shoot at the Wagner convoy? Do you jump up in the back of the truck, or do you just wave them by? And that's what I put it down to. But then it started occurring to me that no general, no minister, and perhaps not even the president wanted to risk giving an order that wouldn't be obeyed. Or even worse, giving an order that would be ignored. Because there's no quicker way for the emperor to be revealed as butt naked if he tells people to bow down and they don't. And even worse, they simply ignore him. So that was one reason. Here's another reason. If you look back at the decline and fall of the Roman Empire, and folks, I know I can't compel you to read Edward Gibbon's masterpiece, but if you ever want to buy a book on Amazon for about $2, actually it's $3, and you want to read some amazing history with some brilliant writing that's all 200 years old, but it still sings off the page, The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. We all know there were Roman despots, blood-soaked despots, lunatics like Caligula, lunatics like Nero, and they reigned supreme, except when they turned on the Praetorian Guard. When the people who guarded the emperor had to worry about getting their heads chopped off, that's when the emperors came to an end. And here's what I think is staying the hand of Putin. Now, although General Gerasimov seems to have disappeared himself, for reasons of complicity with the coup, or finally, perhaps Putin realized that this clown, has pushed the war into a position where it cannot be won. But regardless of the reason, Gerasimov also has disappeared. But here's the problem when you start purging people. Putin doesn't know the lay of the land. He doesn't know how many of these generals were in on this coup. Was it 3, 4? Was it 60? Was it 100? How many colonels? 2, 3, 300, 400? So when you start knocking these guys off and throwing them into the Lubyanka, and wow, where do you stop? The key for Putin right now is, where do they stop you, Vlad? Right? How many doors do you get to knock on before you're not going to knock on anymore? How many lambs are you going to round up for slaughter until you find a lion, dude? Until you find someone who's not going to line up, who's not going to get in the back of the Black Maria and is going to make a move on you. And I don't think this movie's over, Alan. I think we're looking at something that is, I think we're looking at an ongoing evolution.
Well, Putin truly does not know who he can trust. You mentioned the other night, Chuck, that at a Security Council meeting, Putin kept his security guards in the room, and he's meeting with his top generals and the directors of the top agencies inside Russia, especially the FSB, the security agency. I mean, who does Putin trust today?
That's nothing says I'm in charge better than bodyguards standing behind you with fixed bayonets. I mean, but here's the thing for Putin, folks. If you're Batista in Cuba, you jump on a plane and you can go to Miami, right? If you're the dictator of the Central African Republic, or you're Idi Amin, you jump in a jet and you fly to Saudi Arabia and you're home free. There is no place in the world for Putin to go. No place. Even he doesn't think that members of the Commonwealth of Independent States, or his security organization, Tajikistan, Kazakhstan, do you think any one of those places would give him safety? When a dictator in one of those countries could go from quasi-pariah to international hero by turning Putin over to The Hague. So Putin, even though it looks like he's still upright, and even though he looks like he's wobbling, it's much worse than that. He is backed into a corner. There aren't many moves left for him. And here's an interesting item that I'd say. Prigozhin actually gave a great gift to the Ukrainian people this weekend. He really did. So Putin has been forced to take Wagner, exile its leader to Belarus, and place 25,000 of arguably his best fighters. He's had to put them on ice. And by Prigozhin taking himself out of the equation, he has forced Putin to embrace the two authors of his downfall, Shoigu and Gerasimov. Now, Gerasimov may be gone, but Putin has wedded himself to Shoigu, who has shown himself over the last 16 months that he can't win this war. He can't win it. And so for better or worse, Putin is dancing with Shoigu now. And you know what? Ukraine should probably rejoice, because we talked about this a lot. First, it was simply the frisson and the friction between Wagner and the army. Now It's the frisson and the friction internally in the Ministry of Defense. And nothing could be better than that. There isn't anything that can be better than that. And we talked about the bacillus of mutiny, right? And the bacillus of insubordination. There's no way that Wagner troops are going to be sprinkled among the units of the Russian military. That isn't going to happen. But what's so important now is, the genie of mutiny is out of the bottle. But now the genie of mutiny is, those flames are being fanned by now the genie of suspicion and fear and the knock on the door. So, at the end of this war, Prigozhin should probably get a medal from Ukraine.
Chuck, do you think that Putin's instability has played any role, though it shouldn't be mentioned, would never be admitted? But has Putin's instability played any role in the looming announcement of ATACMS for Ukraine, other weapons for Ukraine, giving them more firepower to really turn this war around? And that, of course, would be the worst news for Putin possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And I am one of the guys that think, I say it a lot because I'm happy to eat it if I'm wrong. But I think Ukraine has some ATACMS, right? I think they've got them and they've used them. But operating in the information space here, it came out actually 4 or 5 days ago that ATACMS were seriously on the table. But that pulse of information went through the space again today. And Alan, you're absolutely right. That is sort of to remind Putin, worse waits for you. There's more to come. And as difficult as the war is going to be, and it's going to continue to be difficult. I've been saying this for months. I mean it, and I even mean it more now. The Russian army, the way it is, cannot win this war. And it couldn't win this war before last weekend. It couldn't. But now, there's no way it's going to win this war. It absolutely isn't. Look at 25,000 men just got away, not only with mutiny, but bearing arms against the Republic. Right? That's bad enough. Okay, so conceivably, Putin could quite literally kill all those people, every single one of them. Could Russia do that? That's what they did in the Caton Woods, right? They did that to almost that many Polish officers. They murdered them all. So Putin could probably contain this by simply killing everybody with a Wagner patch. But that isn't his only problem. Every single Russian soldier who allowed a Wagner convoy to pass is also culpable, right? You're culpable of mutiny. If you were prosecuting this as a JAG officer, everybody who waved that convoy by is just as guilty as the people who picked up arms. So where does Putin start? He starts purging where? Where's it gonna stop? And I mean it, folks. You're leading lambs to slaughter, right? One at a time. What you don't want to run into is a lion, because somebody's going to make a stand. And it's going to be somebody charismatic, like Prigozhin, right? It's going to be an officer whose men respect him and would lead him. And you can say anything you want about Prigozhin, and he's a criminal and a thug and a murderer, but his men followed him, right? They followed him into the meat grinder in Bakhmut, and they followed him across that deadly line of mutiny. They followed him. And he was probably the only leader in the Russian armed forces who had respect of his men, who would actually follow him. And we're going to go around the battlefield tonight. It's a good night to make this point, where every other Russian leader discovers that their men are mailing it in, right? They don't want to do this anymore. They just don't.
Yeah, Prigozhin is no Julius Caesar, but he did cross the Rubicon, and his men followed him. I want to welcome up Primus. Love your helmet, uh, and look forward to co-hosting with you on Bullet Points tonight with Chuck. Go ahead.
Oh, Primus, do you remember the show? Primus, do you remember that show?
Well, which show is that?
Well, he was sort of, now I'm really dating myself. Alan might know this, but Alan is much younger than I am. But after Lloyd Bridges was Mike Nelson in Sea Hunt, another diving show came out, and the underwater hero was named Primus. Do you remember that, Alan?
I don't remember Primus underwater, and you know, Primus's helmet doesn't help him underwater, and the and the feathers would look so bad after he came out.
I don't know. I think they look pretty awesome.
May I remind everybody that Sea Hunt was, yeah, I mean, they stopped screening it in 1961.
Oh, ouch. Well, you know, it was on reruns, and that was one of the reasons I wanted to become a Navy SEAL. Mike Nelson, and also the bad guy frogmen in Johnny Quest. That's what cinched it for me.
I have to say, I think of a Primus as a stove. I do remember Sea Hunt, but you know, Chuck, it's reruns. That means we never ever have to tell anyone our age.
Did you just say you remember, Alan? Did you just say you remember Sea Hunt? I presume from the reruns, right? As a child, I would hope.
Yes, from the reruns, Axel. I remember everything from the reruns.
Because I remember the Avengers, Diana Rigg, the most attractive female human being on the planet, right?
I love the Avengers. I also love the Man from Uncle, and
You guys are all so
you know,
incredibly old. Good Lord.
We are. We're geezers.
not to mention Max Smart. But you know, we are taking a serious detour here.
No, Alan, let's please, let's tell to the young Welshman, we at least got to see her, and the others. I mean, don't forget, at that point in time, there were British actresses, absolutely stunning, who those people who do not know now believe that they have only seen as grandmothers, because it's completely insane. They were utter symbols of liberation and, shall we say, excessive zest for life.
Well, Diana Rigg also had the best costumes. Wow.
Yeah, for those who might be struggling to place her a little bit of a younger audience, she was Lady Olenna in Game of Thrones.
And I bet none of you who saw her in Game of Thrones could imagine her in a leather cat suit. I'll just leave it at that. I'm sure some of you are gouging out your mind's eye, but if you go back and watch an Avengers rerun, it is actually the guy in the program who was constantly getting his umbrella bent, and it was Emma Peel who was bailing him out with her Walther PPK blazing.
And I would add that to you people, and to myself included, it is Dame Diana Rigg. I believe she was Lady Knighted.
Oh, bloody hell, Dame Diana Rigg. Come on. Please. That's insane. We all remember when Helen Mirren was completely, utterly skiving. I mean, Helen Mirren was so utterly high when she was photographed half naked on a boat with a couple of coxswains from the various universities, two of which exist. And by the way, Dame Judi Dench was an utter party girl.
But this is really Dame Emma Peel. That's really where the honor goes. Tim, We'll continue on this detour for a moment, then take other hands. Tim, Dame Emma Peel, right?
I'm terribly sorry. I don't know who that is.
Oh,
It's
gosh.
Diana.
He
It's
didn't.
Diana Rigg, Tim. Damn you!
Damn you, Tim.
Well, you guys have got 30 years on me, so what am I supposed to do?
I'd just like to second that. Damn you, Tim.
You're supposed to watch the reruns, Tim. It was the greatest television since television was invented.
Well, I'm afraid I don't have a television. I do actually have a question for Chuck, if Chuck has still tolerated this ridiculous conversation.
I am right here. I might have launched this ridiculousness, but Tim, thank you for bringing us back to the path of righteousness and away from the lake of fire.
I don't know how righteous it is, Chuck, but it's great to hear from you as always. Something you said about 10 minutes ago before we got onto 1960s English actresses and their damehoods. You said that it may not be possible to integrate Wagner troops into the regular Russian army. Why do you think that? Because that seems to me to be the only obvious thing that they can do. Does that make sense? Like they can't allow Wagner to have its own personality going forward, so they have to integrate them. They have to get them to sign contracts. But you suggested that may not be possible. Could you expand on that a little?
Yeah, that's a great point, and I think there are two issues here. Let's say I'm a Wagner guy, and let's just say I'm a company grade officer, right? I'm a captain, or I am the Wagner equivalent of a company commander. I command a task element that big, and let's say that I actually went into the military command center in Rostov, or I didn't. I was in a blocking force, or let's say I'm one of the guys who was working the Pantsir surface-to-air missile system who shot down 6 helicopters. And now my boss is in Belarus, and I'm stuck somewhere in the south. I've maybe returned to my Ukrainian base. And I'm getting told that on July 1st, I've got to report to a Russian army depot. And I have to integrate myself. I have to put myself under Russian army orders. Now, this is we're looking at this problem from the Wagner point of view right now. Putin has declared me a mutineer. He promised at one point to punish everybody. Now, how do I know when I turn up at this Russian army base that they're not going to take my gun away and take me out back? And I said something last time we were on, and it was a little bit of me going Tokyo Rose on the Wagner guys, but I did say this: stick together. Stay in the largest groups you can, because individually you're going to get picked off. So, and I'm Tokyo Rosing again right now, because I want those Wagner guys, I want them to think about it. You were outlaws last weekend. You bore arms against the Republic. You shot down 6 helicopters and a command and control aircraft full of Russian officers. And you know what? I want you to worry about whether or not you're going to be integrated into the Russian army, subsumed by the Russian army, or executed by the Russian army. Okay, so now let's go over to the other side of the equation here. Let's say I'm a Russian company commander, right? I'm a cog, right? I'm a captain. I'm a major. My guys call me sir, but I don't kid myself. I'm not a big deal in the scheme of things, right? So here's my part of the problem. 10 Wagner guys show up, and I'm told by my colonel, take these guys and put them in your company. And I think this: I'm going to bring these guys in here, and as soon as I leave the tent, all my guys are going to be slapping them on the back and saying, we agree with you. The officers are screwed. You know, you guys stood up to them. These mutineers are going to become heroes to my men. They're going to be looked up to more than my NCOs, right? Everyone's going to gravitate around them. And they're mutineers. They don't follow orders. You know, these are guys who not only just refused an order, which in combat is a capital offense, right? You can't even say, I'm not going to do it, sir. That's a capital offense. But when you grab a rifle and start shooting at other people, you know, that's it. Refusing an order would probably get you put in Leavenworth for at least 20 years. But you pick up a rifle and you shoot at somebody, or you even make a fist and try to punch somebody, an NCO or an officer, in combat, you're going down. So there's this two-edged sword here. The Wagner guys have no guarantee that they're not going to be executed, imprisoned, whatever, by the Russian army. And the Russian army has no guarantee that these mutineers are ever going to subordinate themselves to the command structure of the Russian army. They mutinied once. Not only mutinied, they took up arms and started shooting. How can you count on those guys? So that's the problem as I see it.
So
Yeah. Tim,
sorry,
go ahead.
Alan, if I might be permitted a follow-up question. Are we sure we're using the right terminology here when we call it a mutiny? And the reason I ask is because I don't know. I've got two mutinies in my head. I have the Spithead and Moore mutiny of 1797, and I have the mutiny of the Royal Indian Navy of 1946. Now, these were based on quite specific grievances about their terms of service, right? There was never really any doubt about the loyalty of the men who participated in these mutinies. They were just, you know, they had grievances that could, you know, that could be resolved at the chain of command level, and they weren't, and that's why they mutinied. When we call what happened over the weekend a mutiny, are you sure we're using the correct terminology here, Chuck?
No, we're not.
No, not at all, Tim. And you know, Spithead, they were as respectful as they could be, and they had been wronged. You know, their pay was in arrears. They weren't allowed even liberty to leave the ship, not just leave. You know, I think the Spithead mutiny is, you know, thoroughly justified. The same with the mutiny of the Indian Navy. In this, right, we say mutiny, but it was a mutiny until it got to Rostov-on-Don. When it took off for Moscow, it was something else.
Was that something else a coup, though?
That's kind of my question. Yeah,
It was absolutely chaotic. Nobody, you know, only a guy with an 8th grade education would send 5,000 guys on a 600-mile, 1,000 kilometer road trip to the capital to ... What was Commander's intent there, Prigozhin? Kick down the doors of the, of the Kremlin and drag Putin out in the street? You know, it made no sense at all. But what was fascinating to me is his guys, they followed those orders, which both impressed me and completely alarmed me. You know, let's say I had made it to the Southern Military Command Center and led my platoon of Spetsnaz into the command center, got in and seized it as ordered. Then in comes Prigozhin, goes, Chuck, I got a great idea. Why don't you take these 5,000 guys and start driving to Moscow? And, you know, for our American listeners, that's like leaving Jacksonville, Florida, and heading for Washington. Who thought you could get that far? It was insanity. And Yehuda and I differ very much on this. You know, he thinks this was again, and it was. There was some planning. I agree with that. This was simmering for a long time. but I see this as the act of an incredibly impulsive man, a sociopath who could not have thought this out. It seems like this was an act of rage that went for about 36 hours. And if you watch those videos of him sitting on the porch of the Southern Military Command Center, look at him sitting there. He looks exhausted. He looks bewildered. He looks like the dog who finally caught the car he's been chasing for 3 years. And he looks like he had no idea what to do next. And in my opinion, Tim, he didn't know what to do next, so he sent guys to Moscow.
John Spencer, get in here, please. Your hand is up. Go ahead.
Hey, John.
Hey, Chuck. Well, I raised my hand originally to say that I had no idea who the heck you guys were talking about. Like, clearly,
no.
like until the word Game of Thrones was said, I'm like, what is going on here? So luckily, I'm young and strong and still going. But I honestly, I think one of the names I might have recognized, but I won't take us down that hole. I'll actually say that I think we could really debate one kind of like strategy. You never know. You have to evaluate strategy based on the goals, and unless we have a debrief when he's not being tortured, Prigozhin, like what was your goal? That to me would make the difference between a mutiny and a coup. Mutiny, more kind of modern textbook, uniform code of military justice, trying to overthrow, not following orders, and then try to overthrow the chain of command. I mean, I've never heard, and mistake me if I'm wrong, Prigozhin himself even say a bad word about his creator, Putin. I mean, it was, and now, and Chuck, you tell me if this is right, is that there was supposedly a meeting of Shoigu and Gerasimov in Rostov-on, and that was tipped off, and that may have been the plan, was to get his goal achieved in Rostov-on, and then the head north thing. There was no intention of that, but I think that was almost the clear, definable. And this is a movie, and I know the older guys might not understand this movie. Old school with Will Ferrell running down the street naked saying, we're all streaking. And I think that was, to me, that was the moment of rushing north towards Moscow. You all with me, right? And then looking back and there's nobody there and knowing it's over. And then supposedly getting a call from your buddy in Belarus now you have two guys in Belarus who only are alive until Putin doesn't want it to be so. So I think I personally, if that's Yehuda's side, I'll actually take that this was, I think this original goal of this was mutiny and overthrow of the military leadership, not the government, which then would be the coup d'etat. Just opinion, not my expertise though.
Oh, I agree with it, John. But you know what? I look at it, and I don't know. I don't want to say too much to say too little. I've been around a lot of coups, right? And there's almost a checklist, and Prigozhin didn't do anything that was on the checklist, right? He didn't seize local communications nodes. He put out a couple of Telegram tweets. That was an inadequate information strategy. But I agree with you. He had some reason probably to feel that a lot more people were with him than were really with him. And
I think that they might have been with him to take Gerasimov and Shoigu, but definitely not like when he was headed to Moscow. Like all the buddies like, whoa, what are you doing there? Like that wasn't the conversation at all. These are all theories of. I don't think anybody will ever know. But do you think that he was legitimately trying to take Shoigu out of the picture?
Boy, John, I do know this. When he turned north, I was reporting on it, and I said, look, he's jumping the shark, folks. It wasn't just me that said, look, 1,000 kilometers is a pretty long way to go. in a column of armored vehicles that are going to do what, 35 miles an hour across country. 600 miles, folks. Where are you going to get some gas, sandwiches, a couple of hamburgers? I just didn't see this working at all.
Right,
Then then start shooting down helicopters, and I'm like, well, watch this one.
And I agree with you. Like, and it's not my expertise, so I'll stay out of. So I just wanted to say that kind of like my feeling on the reasons. I will think. I think I have a little bit more, learning about why I feel that you can't integrate Wagner troops into Russia general purpose forces. The Wagner have experienced something that the Russians will never have, which is a commander who's willing to fight with them, who's willing to fight for their resources publicly, like at peril of his own death, and built a family and a brand and an identity that's separate than the decay of generations and the mixing with the Mobics, and that is the Russian military. You could never take. That's literally like making Chuck be a part of my my infantry. Well, I can't make an analogy, but it
Don't say that.
Yeah,
I'd follow you. I'd follow you,
thanks.
John, but
Thanks,
keep
brother.
going, because you're making a splendid point there. You can't mix those guys, can you?
You can't. They've tasted something that you would always. They would be the rotten apple, and I've had this in a different context, but they would be indirect leaders. They would be the rotten apples. They would be the. They have tasted something they'll never get again if they leave the Wagner organization. The freedom, the autonomy to do whatever the hell they want. And to be
commit war crimes like nobody else.
But and with no attribution,
rape
like
people,
with no
brutal
worries of attribution.
executions.
Yeah.
Let's put it this way: they are an irregular force. They are worse than anything which we've seen since the Waffen-SS, and their crimes. They are worse than that. They've executed people with an 8-kilogram hammer by hitting first their feet off and then their heads off on camera. Wagner is a death squad. This is
right,
nothing.
but it's a brain. I agree with you, but it's a brainwashed. All the attributes of tribalism, brainwashing, cultism, it's all there. He has created
100%.
a cult of warriors. You're not going to untrain them of that. They tasted that. They're not. You might as well kill every one of them, starting with the ones who tattooed it on themselves. That would be the really only way you would do it. But and that's why it's like, for me, kind of crazy to give them sanctuary, even if it's only 3,000, 4,000 sanctuary in Belarus. Like, that's just buying time. You can't. I just strongly believe, based on what I know about how you create a soldier or how you create a brainwashed killer, you can't untrain that and just stick them in the Russian military and say, you can fight for the Russian military if you want to. That dog don't hunt.
John, you just said something which is absolutely vital for the feeble West to understand. Those Wagner soldiers cannot be let to live.
Right, and I think the clock on Prigozhin too. The ties are deep, and the money and the power. And you guys, and I've been listening all day talking about how dismantling of the Wagner enterprise is moving forward. But I think the killing of them and Prigozhin is just there's just steps along the path of the consequence management that Putin will in place to keep his power and to shore up the holes that have been shown in his regime. But I think he has a couple other problems right now, from what I hear, that are higher than that. But I think they're all dead.
And John, but there's this elephant in the room, right? Putin will give the order, and who's going to carry it out? And here's the other thing. In the meantime, some of those Wagner guys are ingratiating themselves further with the Russian rank and file, right? Can you imagine one of these guys who went to Rostov and he walks into just the regular, company tent, everybody's going to go, hey, there's one of those Wagner guys, man. You know,
right, and giving Wagner the win of Bakhmut, although we all agree it wasn't a win at all, but giving him 9 months to build himself up to be a war hero, like we all saw it happen. Like that's why he wants it. That's why he's doing it. They created a monster themselves, and just in Ukraine. Of course, they created a monster a long time ago in this guy, but in setting him loose in Ukraine, it gave him literally the recipe to build a savage, brainwashed, committed force and gain the respect from within the Russian military. Just like you said, they walked into a tent and like, holy crap, that's Wagner. That based on the folklore even that will have been spread in Ukraine itself, in the military. And this might be where even Putin doesn't understand the complexity of what he allowed to be created in Ukraine, in savagely war crimes. And they all should be, hung for their atrocities. But I just, for some reason, it's very tacit to me understanding what they have allowed to happen over the months. And even within the Russian ranks, even the fact that these are literally killers, the respect will be there because they're the ones not being fed, not being fought over. Nobody cares about them. And these killers have a supreme killer that shows that he loves them. I mean, it's literally like the Russian military itself doesn't understand human psychology.
And John, we talked about it while that was ongoing. I mean, we talked about that, how Prigozhin was building, right. I didn't call it a brand back then, but we knew they were creating this separate and not equal force.
Right, and armed with the knowledge that he learned from running troll factories and in information technology. I mean, every win was made to be much bigger than it actually was, right? And this is where you have kind of the Chechens kind of trying to at a rookie level with their TikTok bans and everything like that. Prigozhin took the lead, and if he had any victory, whether it was at MriyaReport, Soledar, Bakhmut, like he built the image, which is another part about building a dictator, building a tyrant. Is he understood, and you could, like we said, you and I talked about it. Like he needed that win, and the Russian military came in to help him out and get that win, and then that reinforces his image with the Russian military that were at Bakhmut helping, and then he takes the lead, and like it's just this self-fulfilling licking ice cream that created the monster, and of course the dog got off the leash and bit back. But it ain't that story's not over until they kill every one of them.
Here it is so fascinating to see all of that happen. It just, it got absolutely out of control. But you've got those, and Nuclear, other people have talked that and said that there is whatever. Let's say there's 15,000 Wagner combatants, of which 10 or 15% are the really hardcore guys, and they are never going to get integrated. They will, and John, you hit it on the head. They will never subordinate themselves. And
and the more I think about it, like why do you cross the Rubicon? You cross the Rubicon to be able to say you crossed the Rubicon, whether you had a chance at it or not. There may be something symbolic to the act of heading towards Moscow, while suicidal, while not making common sense. If there's a longer game here in building an alliance that has at the core of these brainwashed people that will die for you, your family that you created, but then you have all these other power structures that you want to eventually influence, and while they didn't follow you on your cellular, you cross, and I agree with Alan, he crossed the Rubicon, and one of the craziness to this almost fictional stories, like that may have been purposeful just to say you crossed the Rubicon, because everybody agrees that you weren't going to do anything if you got to Moscow with the small amount of force you had. But there is some symbology to the act if you were building within even your ideas, right? All the great dictators had created their own image of themselves, their own history of themselves. Russia, for the last year, has allowed Prigozhin to create an image in a certain amount of respect and a certain amount of trust in the bank. That's why I don't understand. So the biggest part right now for me, Chuck, is I don't understand how they are allowing him to live and for the Wagner forces to live. But this is just tells me there's more to the story that I don't know, because it just doesn't make any sense to let him live at this point.
Well, you know what's also fascinating is that Prigozhin, for all his faults, and I don't mean faults, guys, you know, we know that the guy is an animal, but he did things on a weekly basis that Shoigu has never done, that Gerasimov has never done, and that was show themselves at the front. And I don't mean suit up and do what war correspondents all over the world do, put on their helmet and a pristine, clean flak jacket and creased trousers and pretend they're at the front. I mean, go to the pointy end. And that put him forward as a military leader, unimpeachably.
Absolutely. And not only did his own soldiers see that and did all the media, but he broadcast that. He is the evil version of what you do right. So he's almost like literally we talk about all the things you do right to build a strong military trust and what leaders do. And he is like the evil version of that, using all the human psychology to create evil, but understands it in globally and within both the Russian military and the Wagner forces around the world, because they're in other places. Everybody could see that, but just being in uniform, standing on top of your dead, saying, and actually saying you care that you have dead, like it's just fascinating that he's the evil version of great leadership.
And John, you know what? One thing we did say constantly, and we're pointing it out, we didn't invent this, folks. If you take care of your men, if you share their privations and dangers, you stand up for them, you fight for them, and you lead from the front, your soldiers will do anything for you. They will do anything. And
you give
leadership, John, you and I have both seen it. Lean from the front and you'll get followed.
He gave, so and this is more than my understanding of the Russian culture, but we've talked about how the Russian military is taken from the lower socioeconomic areas. Prigozhin took from the Russian military and then gave them a separate identity. I'm a really big on identity. He gave Russian men a different identity than they'd ever gotten from within the Russian culture, in my understanding of what he's built. And the Russian Putin himself allowed Prigozhin to take that even further, and it's almost separate than Russia, separate than, by allowing Wagner this much autonomy and this much authority, and then to battle harden that in war, even though all of the evil things they've done, is he created a cult and allowed Prigozhin to give every one of those guys. I would be deathly scared of those guys if I was Putin, because what if they do take off their uniform, they're not tattooed, and they get integrated into the Russian military and they achieve positions of power? That's just a waiting tick bomb. They were already baptized into their identity is with that man.
And John, I will just lay some truly Game of Thrones level, not conspiracy, but some four-dimensional chess. I saw an interview the other day, and it was with a retired CIA officer, senior executive service, very high-level CIA guy, former head of Russian operations. And he laid this out, and it amazed me. Lukashenko, of course, is heretofore has been Putin's puppet, right? Putin says, somebody peel me a grape, and Lukashenko gets in the airplane, he flies to Moscow, and he presents him with a grape. So all of a sudden, Lukashenko, he brokers this peace deal, right? And Prigozhin comes to Belarus, and everybody, including me, thinks, well, it's going to be a short vacation for Prigozhin in Belarus. As soon as Lukashenko gets the order, in comes the plutonium into his scrambled eggs. But this CIA guy had a really interesting point, and he said, now Lukashenko's got an ace. Now Lukashenko has a partner who is capable, who is a credible military leader with a credible military operation. So instead of just sacrificing Prigozhin for Putin, and you know what, folks, Lukashenko's a thug, and he's an idiot, but he's not stupid. And nobody likes to be a punk. Lukashenko wants to be president for life in his own republic, right? The Republic of Lukashenko. He doesn't like kissing anybody's butt, including Putin's. And now he's got Wagner, and he doesn't have to kiss Putin's butt anymore. And I listened to that and I said, wow, that's the reason why I was a frogman and not a spy. What do you think about that, John?
Chuck, that is a dark, dark plot. So Lukashenko gets Prigozhin and as many Wagner soldiers as possible into Belarus, and suddenly he has a force and a general, and he can point it at Putin.
Yes, exactly. So the scales fell from my eyes, and I wish I could say I thought that up, folks, but I didn't. I heard it, but I wrote it down.
No, I mean, it makes so like 4 weeks ago, I would have been like, no, that's silly. I mean, Lukashenko only is Putin's puppet. All before this really unraveling of the true. I mean, and I heard a really good talk too, a really good podcast about a Russian Putin expert talking about how Putin has worked to make his regime coup-proof by building up organizations that aren't all that actually hate each other, right? And they're each checks and balances, right? The FSB is a check and balance on the GRU. The Chechens are a check and balance on this group. That's how he has worked to make, because he's not dumb either, make his regime coup-proof. But then to see the events of the last 2 weeks, everything that I thought was like, he's got this all under control. Like that's just not possible. So that makes a lot of sense to me. I don't, still don't understand. I mean, Putin has the ability to send a big enough force to just erase, like the Legion did, go erase this rogue Legion element from the face of the earth. I don't understand. And this is what makes me think there's even more I don't understand about the either weaknesses and the fears of this general, that general, or the oligarchs, or all these different power structures. I mean, Putin is just a mafia boss to me, and he's got all these, and he doesn't have the immediate power, although he has power and it's divested, and it actually worked in some realm, right? So the coup proofness worked in all the people that didn't follow whatever the plan was. And like you said, if Gerasimov is still alive, who knows? But Shogu's still the man. I think that makes a lot of sense to me now. 3 weeks ago, I've been like, oh, that's silly, Lukashenko, the puppet, But that makes a lot of sense because with Prigozhin and his force, this is the other aspect that I don't think people understand is that Wagner is not just in, it's just not in Ukraine. It's just not, there's not just huge elements of it in Russia. It's in, it's all around the world, different elements, and they're going to work to almost like the Red Scarlet, right? So they're gonna, I think, work to eliminate them all. But why didn't you just crush this force? Is the kind of the interesting chapter in the Game of Thrones that I don't understand when that's going to come. When do you put them all in the chapel and burn the chapel down on top of them?
We're going to keep watching that for sure, John. And let's go to Primus. Take some hands and then get to the maps. And John, I hope you can stay with us as we walk from west to east with Chuck through the maps up the nest. Primus, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Alan. I mean, I know we're trying to like figure out what exactly the motivations were for Prigozhin, and maybe it's as simple as this. I mean, he'd been complaining about how not well treated they were in some cases by the Ministry of Defense for a while. Things had clearly been escalating in terms of rhetoric, and he's been in the trenches fighting with these guys for the last year or whatever. They're very loyal to him, but he's also very loyal to him or to his guys. And then the Russian Ministry of Defense rolls in and kills 30 of his guys. Okay, I mean, what did the Ministry of Defense think was going to happen if they did that?
Right. They also tried to do the contract. Yeah, I 100% follow that thread. It's almost the logical thread. The Shoigu tried to make a move on Prigozhin and make him subordinate to the Ministry of Defense and take away all his power. And that was step one. And then the artillery kills a bunch of them. So that's step two. That makes a logical sense, but then there's a bunch of other stuff that doesn't, but for sure.
Yeah, but I mean, I think that may have been the root of it in a sense. I mean, it's quite possible he was planning things and maybe that preempted it. And he's like, all right, you kill one of mine, I'm going to kill, some of yours. And, gangster rules suddenly applied and, you just killed some of his guys. I mean, you're both leaders. I mean, imagine if your government, after, leading these guys for a year, kills 30 of your guys because they don't like how you're complaining about things, and advocating for your forces. I mean,
I think
that's a reasonable reaction.
I think, yeah, that might have been a trigger, but I think the underlying element was trying to take his command, trying to take literally, he was trying to take complete authority of Wagner away from Prigozhin and subordinated under all these contractual rules under the Ministry of Defense. He was literally making this giant power play, and Putin, Big Daddy, was, yeah, I'm okay with that. Though I think that is part of the underlying reasons, and the deaths being a trigger, of course.
Yeah, so I mean, I just think that's an important part of the calculation. That's all I'm saying, and I think that's a very reasonable reaction. I don't know what the Ministry of Defense was thinking his reaction was going to be, but I would figure they would have had to think if they do this to Wagner, they're not just going to roll over like a bunch of puppies about this. They're going to respond, and that might have been what they wanted to happen to kind of preempt something more nefarious they're doing. I don't know, but that action was definitely going to cause a reaction, assuming the whole thing wasn't fake. So,
right, but we've seen Prigozhin, and me and Chekhov talked this so much about over the last year. You've seen Prigozhin attempting to rise, and not military power, but with an intention of political power. Like Prigozhin had some great idea of the power he wanted to achieve. Whether that is he wanted to replace Shoigu, he wanted to. Nobody, I can't figure out what he wanted, but me and Chuck talked a lot about why he needed to win the Bakhmut. Why did he needed to say these things? And he was trying to rise, and not military. I mean, he's not a general. He didn't have a. He is seeking political power. All war is politics, and he's just another big chapter in that. From going from a cook to leading the troll farms to leading Wagner, he has political aspirations. I don't know if it was so narcissistic to take over Putin. I honestly don't think that was a goal, but it was definitely a big, hairy, audacious goal, as they say in business.
Look,
yeah, it was definitely a big goal. I'll go to Hans, we'll go to Daryl and Dryfly and Jameson here, but in terms of like where these guys are going, putting them into the units, I mean, that's like spreading cancer. I mean, they should shoot all of those guys rather than let them get into the units, because they're going to go in there and say, all right, well, for all the reasons you described, but they're also going to say to all these poor broke guys, which are a lot of them have died in this war, and all of them are poor. I mean, they're stealing toilets, and we talk about all the money that Wagner gave them and all the respect and all of that, and it's going to create another mutiny. They're just going to spread the virus. So I mean, putting these guys into the units is a horrible idea for a lot of reasons, including that, I would think. But anyways, that's my piece there, and then we'll go to Daryl and Dryfly.
Hey, Primus, thanks. Just one quick thing on that. You put one of those soldiers and he grabs a young lieutenant, blasts him in the head in front of all of the men. He's in charge. Don't care who you bring in that unit to lead that unit afterwards. That Wagner guy is, in fact, the leader. Because I can actually probably see that happening. Take an officer, bring him into the dining tent, whatever, blast his head in front of everybody. Done deal. He just sits down and eats. Who's going to touch him? Nobody. The one thing I think about with Wagner and the whole deal and why he's not dead already, he is the face of Russia in Africa and all these other places. Like you were saying, John, he is what the Russian army, quote unquote, used to be. The fear, what everybody feared. And I think that's what he is not, that's why he's not dead, because he is the face of Russia. And and the fact that he is also financially independent, how much is his income to the nation of Russia, to the Russian Federation and himself? How much of that is also is everybody also invested in? That money thing and his income and him being the face of Russia in all these other places, I think that's why he's not dead. You decapitate him, all those people everywhere, don't care who you send that's quote unquote a part of the official.
You're breaking up, Daryl.
Yeah, we've lost your audio, Daryl, but your points are really good.
Okay.
No, I 100% agree with Daryl.
Daryl, that was brilliant. That was, and you know what? There is an opportunity for the United States. I think that Putin is going to have a very hard time resisting the temptation to assassinate Prigozhin. I really think that Lukashenko is going to try to play the Wagner card as much as he can. But I have a hunch that Putin's long arm can get to Prigozhin in Belarus. It may take a while, but does Putin, does he resist the temptation to take out Prigozhin? Does he miss the opportunity to reestablish his dominance by taking out Prigozhin? And here's what I really hope, and Daryl, you made a brilliant, brilliant point, but I hope the United States sees this opportunity to work things to its advantage in sub-Saharan Africa, because there are 25,000 or more Wagner operators in Africa. And for the most part, they are enforcing slave labor situations to exploit the natural resources of countries like Sudan, the Central African Republic, Mali, all of these post-colonial powers where democracy has not taken root. But it's Wagner who is enriching the local despots and exporting rare earth minerals, gold, you name it, back to Russia. Interesting Game of Thrones time, and not just for Putin and Prigozhin, but worldwide with the empire of Wagner.
Let's go on to Dryfly and Jameson, and then get to the maps. Dryfly.
Yeah, I'll keep it short. I was just going to say what you guys are describing with Prigozhin and all the intrigue is you're describing basically the plot line of Apocalypse Now.
where with Prigozhin being played by Colonel Kurtz, and what you're asking is who's going to be the Captain Willard that's going to take him out. And my personal belief is that that's exactly what's going to happen, and Putin is not going to want his fingerprints on it for exactly the reasons you say. But he's got to remove them, and there's no chance they can mold those guys into the Russian army any more than you could take that ragtag group of jungle fighters in Apocalypse Now and roll them into the U.S. Army. I mean, it really is the analogies are almost scary in their similarities. And if you guys haven't watched Apocalypse Now in the last 5 or so years, I would definitely encourage you to dial it up, because its similarities, other than terrain, are shocking. Listen.
So I like that thread. I mean, and I think Daryl's right. One of the reasons I think that Prigozhin is not dead yet is that I don't even think Putin understands the depth of what he became. Whether it's in the amount of money and power that he brought Putin, but each time he did that, then he gained more power and money in other nation states leaderships, their armies, in the diamond fields, and like all these different industries, in the cyber industry. I think Putin created something that he isn't quite clear the depth of knowledge. Imagine if Prigozhin created oligarchs just in his business ventures in different parts of the world. He helped create, and he actually has this depth of. To me, it's almost more like a Mark Antony, like a Roman Empire of the East. That you created something more powerful than you ever wanted to, and I think Putin's trying to understand. Personally, again, I'm no expert, but just in power dynamics of this are so fascinating. Whether it's in military power, information power, economic power, like literally, Putin has allowed this one individual to gain on the dark side of power. So almost like the illicit power in illicit markets and gun running and private militaries and nations that rely on drugs and money. It's pretty crazy, but I think he's even more powerful than the Apocalypse Now. And I don't think Putin knows the depth of that, because I think eventually he has to cut off the leg, but he doesn't know what the second and third order effects of that will be. I think and he's not dumb. I think he's in an information gathering campaign right now to figure out what is, where is the bleeding, and is it possible to stop it? This just makes me think more about how much, while he's an autocrat, the power is definitely divested.
It's a hell of a movie.
Can I follow up? Can I follow up really quick on that? Because I think he's right. But if there is a scene in the movie that you want to watch to kind of get a feel for the paradox that Putin has, it's the scene where Willard is given his mission, and he's in this air-conditioned, comfy little cabin or trailer with these white linen generals while they're explaining how he's supposed to go out and take this crazy guy Kurtz. And it's clear that the officers, U.S. officers, don't even understand how deep Kurtz has fallen off the deep end. That's where Putin's at right now. They didn't know how far he's off the deep end, and Putin's people don't know how far Prigozhin was off the deep end. And I will step down and let people contribute.
Yeah.
Well, I would like to respond to that.
Go ahead, Primus.
I mean, for all the paranoia that we credit Putin for the survival instincts and having the entire FSB around him, and keeping an eye on who's rising and who's falling, and all of that, focus on his self-protection when he's running around with multiple clones. If he either knows exactly how powerful Prigozhin is, or some people have been incredibly incompetent in gauging that for him. I mean, if you're a dictator like that, you're keeping an eye on everyone around you and who could be a potential threat. So, I mean, I don't think he's suddenly surprised by how powerful Prigozhin actually is. I mean, we might be, because we don't know the depths of it, but I don't think he is at all. And generally speaking, especially in prison culture, if someone isn't dead, there's a reason you can't kill them. And Russian culture right now seems a lot closer to prison culture than anything Tolstoy thought of. So, That was my 2 cents.
Yeah, I feel as if once again the United States is behind the curve. Didn't understand Prigozhin's global power. Right? Focus on Africa. What is he doing in Africa? What is the source of his income, his riches, and also right now, Lukashenko is Prigozhin's protector. As long as he can protect him, and if the Wagner fighters choose the option, Putin gave Wagner fighters 3 options. Go home. The subtext there is, we know where you live. We're going to kill you. Enlist with the Russian military. We don't want you. We're going to kill you. Go to Belarus. The Putin subtext is, go to Belarus. It's a prison. We're going to kill you. But Lukashenko can turn the tables on that and say, come to Belarus. We're going to protect you and reunite you with your general. It is a very, very complicated game.
Well, I'll say this too about Prigozhin and Lukashenko, whatever. It's quite possible Lukashenko is more loyal to Putin than anyone else in the Russian administration there, in the regime. That Lukashenko might be the only person he could have trusted. But also, I think there's a matter of Prigozhin probably wanted to talk directly to, he wanted to talk to the organ grinder and not the monkey. But you can't, as a leader, just talk to these people directly. So there needs to be an intermediary. So that was probably also the role. But yeah, I mean, it seems like Lukashenko might be the most loyal person to Putin.
But in the mafia world, everyone needs to protect themselves. You need that ace, as John called Prigozhin Lukashenko's ace. I happen to agree with that. Chuck?
Just to put a bag on all this stuff, in a good way, this is what is preoccupying the National Command Authority of Russia. Why, during a fight that was supposed to be an easy imperial war of conquest, right? Russia started this invasion. They thought it was going to be Grenada, right? They thought it was going to be the invasion of Panama. Some of those guys on the Kiev salient, they had their dress uniforms in their packs, right? They were ready for the victory parade. And right now, there couldn't be more confusion, suspicion, real life and death danger than there is for those uneasy heads in Moscow who wear the stars. And this is a splendid opportunity for Ukraine, because not only are all the guys around the big table eyeing each other up, the regular soldiers on the front in Ukraine, they don't know if they're down for this stuff anymore either. So that is a good day for Ukraine.
Let's go to Jameson, then let's get to the maps.
Well, but one thing I wanted to throw in here quick, there's another dimension to it too, is, now they have to be careful about what units get destroyed fighting the Ukrainians, because you don't want a loyal unit to get destroyed, when there's other disloyal units out there. So you kind of got to protect the units loyal to you. So that's even less combat power they can really put to the front. They want to protect the loyalists. So anyways, my 2 cents. Go ahead, Jameson.
All right. Yeah. So, the writing cast, or the writers for Dynasty could not come up with a more dramatic plot than what's going on right now. And so I think the opposite about the Lukashenko bit. I think that, and to do a World War II analogy, like Kiev is like, was it the port of Cherbourg, where the whole Battle of Bulge is where the Nazis were trying to get so they could force a settlement on the war. And so if you look, Lukashenko, right, everybody was afraid that in the winter, the Russians were going to come out of Belarus and make a run for Kiev, because the only way they can win this is, in my opinion, is through
Belarus, and Lukashenko hasn't exactly been a good puppet lately. That's why he keeps getting sick. And so my thought process was, Prigozhin's stuck. I mean, he's kind of like Lee in the Civil War, right? Like Prigozhin is his Jackson. He can't lose Stonewall, especially after he's been getting his face kicked in this whole time. But if he could send Stonewall over to Belarus and convince Lukashenko that they need to open up a front and use like his military and his country for a staging point and really do it and try to force the war to a close with a run on Kiev, like I feel like that's probably the only play they have. And I know that it's a little over the top and it's dramatic, but that's what happens when you're desperate. You come up with these crazy ideas. And so I don't think Putin wants to get, he's in a dilemma. He doesn't want to get rid of Prigozhin. And that would be a good place to fit him in. Because to me, it seems like Lukashenko on the outside looking in, I mean, you don't know everything that's going on behind the curtain, to be fair. But it just seems to me he'd be like, well, I'm just going to look the other way, and hopefully the fire doesn't come all the way over this way when Moscow gets hit by these crazy guys. But the other part too is the other movie. Since we're using movies, I'm going to use Apocalypse Now. So the whole first Cav raid on that village where they were playing Ride of the Valkyries. The movie I think of is Valkyrie, Operation Valkyrie. So I just wanted to throw that out there. But also there was a little bit of talk on the internet about Prigozhin hitting up a nuclear facility and grabbing some nukes. And I just didn't know, has that been confirmed or denied yet? Because I hadn't been able to follow that. And then I had one more point I wanted to make.
I don't think there's any confirmation of that, and I would think it's highly unlikely. But again, you know what? I can neither confirm nor deny it, but I don't think that's likely.
Right. Okay. I mean, because that would just be masterful genius level. And then the other part is earlier talking about the Wagner guys being forced into the Russian army. I agree with that whole concept. It'd be like, all right, bring the lieutenant in. And it's like what the master sergeant did when he talked to the second lieutenant right out of TBS or wherever he came from, right? Sit him down, give him some milk and cookies. Be like, sir, do you want to succeed? This is how you're going to succeed. I'm going to make you look great. But if not, if you don't want to work with me, then, bad things happen. And have him choose his toughest guy and his weakest guy in his unit. And have him walk up there and get murdered, cold blood, right in front of him. And say, you can play by my rules and you'll live and you'll be successful, or you don't and you could be next. And why the F aren't you eating your cookies? Right? So anyway, I don't see, without execution and putting them in prison, I don't know how they convince these Wagner guys to do anything. Right? Because half of it is, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of them were getting in on the profits. What profits is the Russian military going to offer them? So yeah, it's a real mess, and I really do think, like I said earlier, I would not be surprised if Putin's got less than a week to live, because the real thing is this shows how fragile he is, and they have got to be concerned big time, because if Russia respects anything, it's vodka and a strong man, and he looks anything but strong right now. And it's almost like a pack of wolves. It's like instinctual. They're not going to think about it. They're not going to talk about it. They're just going to take him out. And then my fear is who steps in after that. I doubt it's Khrushchev. Anyway, thank you for your time. That's all I had, guys. Thanks.
Well, those are really good points, and like John was saying, 14 days ago, I would have thought, look, you can't get Putin out of power. You can't do it. But I don't think that anymore. And Jameson, hey, it's not impossible that Putin will be out in 2 weeks. That wasn't possible 2 weeks ago, but it's possible now. And if anything can be said about Putin right now, it's that in this crisis, he was insufficiently ruthless. And It couldn't happen to a nicer guy. And again, I'll say this to underscore all of these points. You can't win a war with this going on at the top. It isn't going to happen. It wasn't going to happen before, though, folks. And I've said this, and I mean it. The Russian effort in Ukraine, they might as well be the United States Army in Vietnam in 1970, right? You can't win the war with this army that was crafted and made to fight in the Fulda Gap in Europe. You know, we could have won the Vietnam War if we had 1 million SEALs in Green Berets, but there aren't 1 million SEALs in Green Berets, and you can't have a worldwide projection of power with 1 million special forces guys. That's not what they're for. But Russia has discovered that it doesn't have the right army to win this war in Ukraine. And right now, it doesn't have the right leaders either. John, what do you think?
I've got one more question for you. I'm sorry. I have one more question for you, Chuck. Do you think that Putin's still calling the shots, or do you think that they've isolated him and they're already starting to run things without him? I just feel like this is kind of where that stuff like that starts to happen.
Wow. You know, I think Putin is at this point right now. Every time he picks up the phone, he dreads that there isn't a dial tone, right? I think it's that serious for him. Every time he goes into a room, he doesn't know if he's coming out of it. And, you know, again, how do you run a nation like that? These guys, I think, are all fighting for their lives right now. And if they're not fighting for their lives, they are maneuvering for their lives. And I talked about this, you know, the other day when Putin had his dramatic strongman moment and he walks down the red carpeted stairs and he gave a speech to this assembled group of soldiers, not a public ceremony. It was in this courtyard. But I watched Shoigu and I saw him clench and unclench his fists. Even though he was supposed to be at attention, he kept looking over his shoulders. And I thought he was waiting for someone to put the pistol in the back of his head. And say, you know, and Putin shoot him in the Saddam Hussein moment, and then say, and now Gerasimov, you're going to shoot Blodomov. Remember that Saddam Hussein, that horrific moment when he went through that movie theater and took people out one or two at a time? That's what Putin should have done. But he's been insufficiently ruthless. And the whole world knows it now, and his people know it.
Chuck, could you explain a little bit more about what Saddam did and why there?
Yeah, there was it was an internal power play. There may actually have been a sort of emerging multipolar power structure within the Ba'athist Party. And Saddam Hussein called this big meeting of, I guess it was about 500 Ba'athists into this movie theater. And he started saying, look, there's been a big plot against me. And he started reading, or actually, I don't think he even read it himself. Someone started to read a list, wasn't it, of traitors. And one by one, his goons dragged these guys out of the theater, and they were shot in the parking lot. But it was a message to the other Baathists. I'm in absolute control. And if you guys suck a breath, it's because I let you.
Yeah, you can actually watch. You can Google that and watch that whole scene. It's pretty surreal watching Saddam call out the names, and then people start to stand up and basically praise their allegiance to Saddam as they hope that their next name called isn't theirs. It's a pretty scary thing. The one thing I wanted to say is, if you understand, and I did an interview yesterday about just private military contractors in general and how you build a private military contractor force. You start with all the fruits of a military's work. So you take the highly trained individuals, highly motivated people that are committed to the military but are disenfranchised, and you take them in and you build them up. The point being is, I don't think that Prigozhin. I think Prigozhin is not just the head of a bunch of warriors. I think he's built himself a pyramid of generals and commanders within Wagner, which is just another reason why you would have to just start eliminating them all. Is I don't think he just built a following. He built because he was so smart about understanding why people fight, and he built this cult that he has subordinate leaders that we haven't even heard about yet that are a part of this overall game of his, both in the military realm and then, like we were talking about, in the economic, even in the cyber realm and all this. He's built himself up almost what the Russian military couldn't be, because it was hanging on to Eastern Soviet era leader development, force design, all that. If you look at the Wagner forces and what military equipment they had and all that, it's different. And I agree with Chuck that Russia doesn't have the military that can win any war right now, let alone in Ukraine.
Yeah, I really think that. I really believe it, and I am. You can't be certain of anything in war, John, but I am certain that Ukraine is going to win this war.
Right,
And
which I agree with you, but I actually, if you ever catch me on the news, is I say what I've always said since the beginning, is that while this conflict will go on for years, Putin doesn't have the capacity to continue this war for years, and that this will burn. The goals don't match the military. The military don't match the terrain it's trying to hold. While the conflict may go on for years, if Putin still stays in power, all that, this war does not go on for years. But I know, Chuck, I've heard you say there's a 2-year window on it for you, but I just don't see it.
Yeah, John, you know what? My 2-year window is not as likely as it was before. I mean, I didn't see this thing ending, as long as Putin was alive. And right, I'm one of those guys who always just, I plan for the worst. I hope for the best, and I plan for the worst. And but you're right, John. I don't know. I don't know if Putin's got 2 more years of job security.
Well, we're going to take a quick look at why Ukraine, especially if ATACMS arrive in the theater, why Ukraine might shorten Chuck's timeline here. So, Chuck, I put a relatively old map up into the nest first, Kherson, the Dnipro River, and the crossings there. But that is because I want to take a look at the potential lodgment the Ukrainians have made on the south bank of the Dnipro. That's the left bank. And what other opportunities they have now that the Dnipro Reservoir and the Dnipro River itself has dried out, is drying out to just a solid piece of concrete, because that's what happens to mud in the summer sun.
Yeah, they're. It's funny, Alan. I had that exact Kherson map up. It's up again, but I had closed it while we were talking. It's back up again. Just exactly as relevant as we're talking about. I was reading some Russian mill bloggers today, and they were talking about the problems that they're having on the M14 highway axis and the south bank of the Dnipro. So where I left it, I think this last map, I think the one you were talking about was, let's see, was that 1800 on 26 June, Alan? Yeah. And anyway, that's representative of the time here. So over the last 72 hours, Ukraine started, I think, first with a couple of ferries, and then they actually got a pontoon bridge up in the vicinity of the Anatovsky Bridge, the M14 axis. They were fighting it out with the Russians. The Ukrainians actually got to the northern limits of Oleshki, where the fight was going back and forth. Russia actually called in a couple of close air support missions to support its troops fighting along this axis. When I left that map, it was up in the air whether Ukraine was going to maintain this bridgehead, but it has. And the Russian mill bloggers today were talking about the fact that the Ukrainians are still there, and that the Russians are not progressing north of Oleshki.
I believe Russia has also announced a general evacuation of all Ukrainian citizens within 15 kilometers of the south bank of the Dnipro. So if they are ordering this evacuation, even though Ukraine is not forcing the Dnipro with a large force, the Russians must feel they can't hold it.
That is absolutely the case. And interestingly, it was our own David Brookfield who was looking at some satellite imagery from Harkova, which is the Harkova Dam is actually in a place called Nova Harkova, and the little town of Harkova is upriver. David was looking around at this area on the satellite with a veteran's eye, and he actually located another Ukrainian crossing point that is upriver from the dam. I posted an annotated satellite photograph up. This was yesterday, so you can go through it. You can actually see the two Ukrainian crossing points. Here's the interesting thing about that. As the Dnipro bakes out in the sun, what once was a mighty river is now a little meandering stream with hardening concrete around it. So it's turning into the Los Angeles River, and it's not even July. So you can imagine how easy this river is going to be cross in August, right? And again, I am, my hypothesis is the Russians were convinced, provoked, enticed to blow that bridge because they thought there would be an imminent crossing from Kherson. They were mud sucked into blowing this bridge too early. And whether or not I'm right or wrong about a deception operation targeting the Russians, that is moot, because they did blow it too early. The 3rd of June was too early to blow this dam, because that means the entire month of July, August, and September, before the fall rains come in, this is turned into, the Dnipro is no longer a bastion behind which the Russians can hide. This is now a wide open axis of attack for the Ukrainians. So David, fiddling around up there, and folks, if you get access to these satellite maps, I mean, do the same thing. Get the most recent images you can, and just dial them in, and start looking around. So this other crossing, which is across from the village of Harkova, what's important about these crossing points are, you want the Russians to find them, because the Russians have got to respond to every one of them. They've got to consolidate forces, and they've got to converge on these crossing points, because they cannot afford to let the Ukrainians establish a bridgehead. I think that it's likely that the crossing effort we see at the M14 highway in Kherson, close to the Anatovsky Bridge, that's likely a demonstration, a feint, something to attract the Russians' attention and to get them to rush forces to Alesky. I think that here's the thing. The Russians have to treat that bridgehead at the M14 highway. They have got to treat that like it's the landing in Normandy. And guess what? That little pair of pontoon bridges across Kharkova, they've got to treat that like it's the Normandy landing. And I promise you, within the next 3 weeks, there'll be another crossing point, and it's going to be to the east of Kharkova, and the Russians are going to have to go there as well. They don't have unlimited manpower. Everybody they put on the Dnipro River responding to these crossing points, they're not guarding Tokmak. They're not guarding the M18 highway. They're not south of Vuhledar. They're not south of Orhiv. They're not south of Kamyansky. You can see where I'm going with this. These are diversions that the Russians have to respond to, because one of these bridgeheads, whichever one the Ukrainians want, they still control the pace of battle here. They're going to make one of those bridgeheads work, and they're going to come across in their thousands.
So potentially 2 or 3 crossings that, as you say, the Russians have to think about as if it is the D-Day crossing to Normandy. That's a pretty tall order.
And it couldn't happen to nicer guys. They can't afford to turn their backs on any of these things. Because let's say they do ignore it. Or let's just say this. Let's say they prioritize the defense of the M18 highway, and they want to make a stand right there south of Kamyansky, which is north there. It's on the easternmost bank of the Kharkova Reservoir, which is rapidly draining. And let's say the local Russian commander says, look, I'm not going to fall for this crossing stuff of the Dnipro. I got to guard the M18 highway. Wrong answer, General. Wrong answer. If you turn your back on the Dnipro, the M18 highway is going to get taken from the west. If you fight it out on the banks of the Dnipro, the M18 highway, it's going to get taken from the north. There's a no-win situation here for the Russians. Because we talked about Russian forces to the east, to the west of Melitopol. It's the only place on the battlefield where the Russians enjoy interior lines of communication. You know, they are inside the circle in this area of the war, and it's the Ukrainians who are outside the circle. So the Ukrainians have to turn that advantage against the Russians. And how do they do that? Well, they keep attacking at different points along the exterior of the Russian positions, make the Russians respond everywhere. Because by appearing to be strong everywhere, trying to be strong everywhere, they're actually going to be weak everywhere. And we've seen, folks, the Ukrainians push the buttons. They're fighting it out in Bakhmut. Then they fight it out in Avdiivka. Then they fight it out in Kamyansky. Then they fight it out in Vuhledar. Then they fight it out in Vasilivka, Novoslika. Then they fight it out in Kharkiv. You can see what's going on. You're running the Russians from pillar to post, and the Russians pay the freight on all the contact here. So Ukraine is essentially fighting this sort of quasi-defensive war here, but they're forcing the Russians to do the running.
And those satellite maps, by the way, that Chuck just referred to, are the second tweet in the nest. Primus.
Well, a couple things on here. So, Chuck, when you say, that the Ukrainians, entice the Russians to blow the Novokakhovka Dam on there, I think that might raise a couple eyebrows in a sense. But, I think I'm on the same page with you on that. Because if the enemy is going to do, some sort of, horrible thing, that they're committed to do that, if you take, an action of trying to, reclaim part of your country, then the only agency you have at that point is maybe having a say on the timing of that. So,
Perfectly correct.
Right. I mean, it's not like it was a cynical calculation. Well, we're going to trade, all these people downstream to, get the Russians to look bad. It's like they were going to do it anyways. The only option you have at that point is deciding, okay, well, the earlier they do blow it, the more time it is for it to dry out, and then then they can go across it. They've known this is going to happen for a long time.
You're absolutely right. They were going to do it anyway. And as soon as that dam blew, I mean, we started talking about this on the 3rd of June. I think the explosion took place on the 3rd of June, and the dam broke, as I remember, on the 6th of June. But as it was breaking, look, we were discussing during that time period that this is the wrong time to blow this dam, right? Because we got the rest of the summer. And you're right. It was simply consequence mitigation. The Russians were going to do it anyway. And they're likely, of course they were going to do it. And you're right. That was very well put. All you could do is sort of influence when they did it. You couldn't stop them from doing it.
Yeah, and one other thing I'd comment on here is you mentioned interior lines of communications. For those who don't speak military science, could you explain what that actually means? Because it's not about being able to telephone Ivan Conscriptovich and tell him you found a new toilet.
Well, you know what? I'm going to have to be careful because I've got a West Point professor listening, and I'm a naval officer. But essentially, you can think of it this way, and if a naval officer can understand this, anyone can. So draw a circle and put yourself inside that circle. Okay, you have interior lines, meaning everything you need is in that circle, including everywhere you want to attack. Outside that circle, if I'm trying to fight you, and you want to fight at 12 o'clock, I go to 12 o'clock. Then you want to fight at 6 o'clock. Because I have exterior lines, I have to go all the way around that circle. I've got to go, you are moving around the diameter and the radius of that circle, right? And I have to move 3.14 times as far because I have to go around the diameter of the circle. And that might not sound very much when you're talking about just a circle and me standing there. But when you're moving thousands of men, hundreds of vehicles, artillery pieces, communications, ammunition, so everything else, it is a big deal. And every little advantage you can have, in ground war, including elevations of just a couple of feet. An elevation of 100 feet gives you a tremendous advantage. All those little things make a big deal in ground warfare. The other thing that the Russians have that is, they have these interior lines in this Kherson Oblast in the vicinity of the Dnipro River. But here's the other thing that is a problem. So Ukraine has been masterful in taking a Russian advantage and turning it into a disadvantage. Every Russian troop that is west of Melitopol has nothing to do with this war except stare at the Dnipro River. And as they did in Bakhmut, by persisting in the fight there and keeping Russian forces committed and in the fight in Bakhmut, they've taken those Russian troops out of the equation because they're fighting for the irrelevant crossroads of Bakhmut. By probing around the Dnipro River in Kherson, the Ukrainians have taken those Russian forces and forced the Russian commanders to keep a great portion of their forces essentially irrelevant because they're west of Melitopol. Those guys aren't defending the front in Vuhledar or Vasilivka Novoslika. They're not there. They're not in Orhiv. They're looking at the Dnipro. So Ukraine has masterfully prepared everywhere it's going to fight. And I'm not taking anything against the brilliant commanders that Ukraine brings to this war. But this offensive has been war gamed, tabletopped, and planned and replanned, and people have looked at the contingencies and the secondary effects and everything else. This plan has been worked over by NATO, in NATO, with some of the best minds in the business and some of the best military leadership there is in Europe and maybe the world right now. And that's the Ukrainian officer corps. So they have a plan. And everything I see right now, I see it being executed just about as perfectly as it can be. There's no reason to rush your big punches. You know, this is going to be a 12-round fight. You know, we're not even in round 2. So keeping the Russians dancing around the ring and tiring out that fat, flabby old Russian bear, that's the way you want to do it. Give him a couple of rounds, get him sucking wind, and then hit him.
And that is the perfect time to remind everyone, Ukrainian forces engaged in this battle are only about 20% of what they have. Ukraine has 80% of newly trained, newly equipped soldiers waiting to strike a blow. Where? We don't know. It will be at the right place at the right time.
Yeah, and that's also a perfect time to remind everyone: do your cardio. It's important.
Exactly. You know what? I'm not bulletproof and invisible anymore either, and I'm glad I'm not in the ring. And everybody who has ever actually, who's not been a boxer, who actually got in and fought a 3-minute round, or even just stood in front of a heavy bag and wailed on it for 90 seconds, that takes a lot out of you.
Yeah, the heavy bag knocked me out, actually, and I was the only guy throwing punches. So to Bruce and to Daryl, and then walking east. Bruce, go ahead.
Hey guys, thank you as always. And I have a slightly different thought about these river crossings that Chuck's describing. If you zoom out a little bit, there are 2 ways for Russia to get out of Crimea via highways. One is eastern, it's the Chonhar Bridge, and the other is western, it's through a town called Armyansk. Well, about 8 days ago, Ukraine, probably with storm shadows, took out the eastern bridge. So now for Russia to get, trucks, supplies in and out of Kherson from Crimea, they've got to go the western route. They've got to go up to this M14 highway. And so where Ukraine has established these little bridgeheads, one's at Dachi and the other's at Nova Kakova. I'm sorry about the pronunciations, but that's basically the 2 places where Russia would have to come up and make a right turn. So to me, and Chuck's on the other end of this conversation, if I've got like 15 guys like Chuck sitting on the left bank of the Dnipro, they can do a lot of damage to Russia's efforts to resupply their efforts in Melitopol or wherever. And to me, that means it's a big headache. And I think the other thing that even small bands of Ukrainians on this side of the Dnipro can do is they can hook up with partisans. They can just send out little missions to create all sorts of havoc along that M14 highway. And I would hate to be a Russian guy in charge of logistics dealing with that. And thank you.
I like the way you think. And if you're looking at a bigger map there, and you can, a map where you can see Crimea, folks, so the kind of big picture. The more Russian forces you can lure to the west around Crimea, and the more Russian forces you can put around that M14 highway axis, you are drawing them out of where the main event is going to be. Because we get down into the weeds and we talk about these little areas, but let's pull back up to 100,000 feet for a second here. There is going to be a battle of Melitopol, and the the purpose of the Battle of Melitopol is going to be to get the Ukrainian armed forces onto the banks of the Sea of Azov, onto the beaches, and that will cut the Russian forces in two. That will be the beginning of the end of the Russian adventure in Ukraine. So the more Russian forces can be drawn to the west of Melitopol, the better. And you're absolutely right about the use of special operations and partisans, and especially when they're operating against the lines of communication and supply. The best thing special operations forces can do, they can do a lot of things, and it's sexy and it's a gee whiz. The farther you go up the food chain in special operations, you realize the best missions are those that support the objectives of the conventional forces. So a couple of special operations platoons operating around Melitopol and also anywhere along the south banks of the Dnipro, operating against Russian logistics, that's going to divert even more forces. So Russian combat troops are going to have to be running patrols along the lines of communication and supply, securing the rear, which means they're not at the front. So these are the games that Ukraine is playing. And you know what? 12-round fight. We can go at least 4 rounds doing this stuff. And look at and don't forget the helmet fires that are going on in Moscow right now. Nobody knows who to trust, who's going to follow an order, who's going to do this, what do we do with the Wagner guys? What's Prigozhin going to do? They are distracted, and it's perfect. I mean, it is magnificent. It's fun to watch.
Can I say one more quick thing? I'm sorry.
Yep,
Go
go
just
ahead.
as the crow
Please.
flies, Dachi is 90 kilometers away from Armyansk. I mean, I wonder, and I don't want to take up too much more time, but I wonder if they're thinking, man, we can get a HIMARS over here or something else, and we can knock both these bridges out that come out of Crimea from where we are in Dachi or at Nova Kakova. Or maybe the resources are too valuable to try something like that. And now I really will shut up. Thank you, guys.
No need to shut up at all. And the HIMARS were an extremely precious commodity, but they're becoming more available. And we've seen them used like basically like a mega sniping weapon. They've been used sparingly, and they've been used on extremely high value targets. But more of them are going to be available. And as we were talking about the dam, there is a target, right? And a target has an 8-digit grid coordinate. It's where it lives, and that's where you're going to hit it. But that's only half the equation. When do you hit it? Right? Remember the hotel spa complex in Melitopol, where there were 300 or 400 Russian soldiers living there? Well, Ukraine knew about that 8-digit grid coordinate for months. They didn't hit it until the combined arms, the 3rd Combined Arms Army staff showed up and had a meeting. That's when they hit it. So there's that confluence of where the target is, but then there's also when do you hit it. And the Ukrainians are also masterful at that. So those 2 bridges that you're talking about, again, folks, you hear me say it every time we're on, those are the only 2 links of the island of Crimea, not so much the peninsula in my book, the island of Crimea to the mainland of Ukraine. And there's only one road linking Crimea to Russia. That's the Kerch Straits Bridge, and we already know what magic befell it before. And it's going to happen again at the right time.
And everyone should remember, if ATACMS get to Ukraine, and we feel this will happen soon, it transforms the HIMARS system because ATACMS are plug and play. ATACMS don't need a different system to be fired from. They are loaded into HIMARS systems and launched. And so all of a sudden, the HIMARS weapon system is transformed with the arrival of ATACMS. And this might be a good time, Chuck, to discuss just the advantage ATACMS will give Ukraine if they can just be delivered tomorrow.
Well, we've again, folks, and when the book on the war is written, I am going to be either the smartest guy in the room or the biggest idiot. But something hit the Saki Air Base and put 30, 40-foot craters into the ground. Something did that. Ukraine had no weapon that could do that, but something hit that airfield and hit 8 revetments. Something dropped the westbound lanes of the Kerch Bridge, and Ukraine had no weapon that could do it. But there is a weapon on the books that could do that, which was the ATACMS system. And finding of fact, the ATACMS system went to Romania a matter of weeks before these hits happened against Saki and the Kerch Bridge. So Ukraine, I am certain Ukraine is going to be overtly supplied with ATACMS by the United States. I think that they previously were covertly supplied to Ukraine, likely, in my books, a list of suspects: Romania, Bahrain, the UAE, or South Korea. Those are the allies that I think likely slipped a couple of ATACMS into Ukraine. Regardless of whether I'm right or I'm wrong, somebody explained to me the Saki airfield strike, and somebody explained to me how the Kerch Bridge was blown up. So, but when those missiles become more available to the Ukrainians, they're going to have their pick of high-value targets in the Russian rear. And again, those targets are going to be discerned and selected by a combination of overhead imagery and everything from orbital platforms to reconnaissance, unmanned reconnaissance systems. And then to correlate and confirm those targets, there is a wealth of human intelligence and partisan networks that Ukraine operates throughout the Russian rear areas. And again, special operations forces that are operating in the Russian rear, that are operating in a semi-permissive environment, right? Likely as not, the farmer, the guy working in the field, the housewife in the city, as likely as not, they're going to be on the side of the Ukrainian armed forces. That's what I mean, semi-permissive environment. And like the French resistance that rose against the Nazi rail and transportation networks, on the eve of D-Day, and kept that up for weeks until the Felice pocket, the Germans were wiped out in the Felice pocket. The resistance kept up a steady stream of attacks against the rail networks. We're going to see that same thing again. And logistical situation and the arms situation is getting worse for Russia. Several videos posted today, video footage and still photographs of T-54 tanks. T-54, meaning older than me, right? These tanks are 69 years old. They're being shipped up from Crimea towards the front. Some analysts say, well, they're going to be used as self-propelled guns. Those things are leopard food, folks. Those things have no place on the battlefield. And if Russia has to reach that deep into their inventory, those are vehicles that should be in the Smithsonian, right? They should not be operating on the Ukrainian front. It says how bad this situation is. And look at it this way. I'm a freshly minted tank crewman. I've just come from training in Russia, and I march out to my unit, and they go, "Here you are, dude. Here is your 69-year-old T-54 tank, Chuck." So I might say, well, the metallurgy is not very good. Perhaps the armor is not very good. And let's see what I've got for a gun sight. Well, what do you know? It's 1950s. It's 1950s optics. This is going to be a long summer for the Russians.
And you might say with that tank, Chuck, how do I turn it on? Where's the ignition?
Exactly. I think it's got
Are those things pull start, or how's that
pull
work?
start. Yeah, pull start.
Daryl, go ahead. And then we're going to take our next step east to the line of engagement from Velika Novosilka to Vuhledar and looking south. Daryl.
Hey, Daryl. I think he's in a tunnel.
Daryl, can you hear us? Well, while Daryl gets his audio problems resolved, we will go to the third map up in the nest. And this is, as I say, between Velika Novosilka and Vuhledar. It is a place in the line of engagement where Ukraine is advancing. What's happening here, Chuck?
Well, I'm speaking from memory here because I pulled up the wrong Velika Novosilka map today. No, actually, I've got the right one. Well, the interesting thing that's going on is to the west of Velika Novosilka, we have it's just off this map, folks. If you're looking at this, it is just off the left side of the map is the little burg of Rivnopil. Again, just a cluster of farm buildings that was taken by the by Ukrainian forces, and they have driven south. And what's significant about that? So, coming from the left part of this map, that is allowing the Ukrainian armed forces to pressurize the right banks of the river there, and I can't get the name up right now. It's very tiny and in blue. It's not there.
It has an M and a Y in it, like the Moro. And I'll look for it, Chuck. But I know what you're saying. This is the river that runs south from Makarivka to Starom Nivka.
Right, and I tell you what, we can talk about. We can talk about the TO5-18 highway, which parallels the river. So the river, of course, is in a little valley. It's not a very steep-sided valley, but it is the low ground. So the real goal of the fight here is to get the high ground to the west and the east of the river, which is what Ukraine is doing here. The situation is getting pretty bad here for the Russians, and a good moniker of that situation is when there are close airstrikes reported contiguous to these battle spaces. Because again, the Russians, although that they have a bigger air force, they generally have a better air defense situation, and of course, air superiority. I wouldn't want to say air superiority because that isn't quite the case here, but they have air dominance. And again, they generally run about 10 times as many aviation strike missions every day as the Ukrainians do, but they're still very careful with where they actually conduct a close air support mission, as opposed to an aviation mission that is launching an air-launched cruise missile. So there are enough Ukrainian air defenses around to make it a risky proposition for the Russians to actually put in a close air strike mission for their troops. on that same map, if you head east, and that is down the TO509 highway, today we had a situation where Ukraine actually downed a Russian Su-25 strike aircraft. So again, that was an aviation platform that was conducting a close airstrike mission against the Ukrainians, and they caught probably an Ingla or a Strela missile. And this is another thing that's been really important in this war. Although Russia dominates the airspace, although Russia has a bigger and better air force, although Russia has more freedom of action in its application of air power, the fact that 25% of the world's Stinger missiles are in Ukraine, and the fact that almost every Ukrainian rifle squad has got a man-pads, it blunts Russian frontal aviation. So almost in a microcosm of the whole war, we have, today's report from Velika Novoslika. Ukrainians fighting smart, battling for high ground, pushing the Russians back, actually shooting down on incoming Russian aircraft. But the most important part here is that luring the Russians into combat here diverts them from other places. And again, you can see on this map, it's just big enough so that Russian force at Vuhledar, concentrated, just barely can operate in support of the forces that are on the TO5-18 highway. And Ukrainians want to fight far enough apart so that Russian forces that are responding to these probes, that they cannot easily operate together, that they are not mutually supportive. And when you go down the line of contact, you can see that these Ukrainian efforts are on average about 40 or 50 kilometers apart. And that keeps these Russian forces separated. And forces that are separated are susceptible to being defeated in detail, meaning the Ukrainians will turn on one Russian force and then turn on the other and defeat them sequentially. So again, they're fighting smart.
Chuck, wherever we look on the line of engagement here from the south bank of the Dnipro all the way to Vuhledar, do you think we are seeing squad-on-squad engagements? In other words, small numbers of forces fighting along this line of engagement. We're not really seeing very large concentrations of either Ukrainian or Russian forces.
Well, I think there's a couple of reasons. I think that the motivation on the part of the Ukrainians, it's not necessarily to drive down the TO518. I don't think gaining terrain south of there at this point in the offensive, that's not really the goal. I think the goal is to make Russia respond to widely spaced efforts. I think that's the Ukrainian goal. Okay, what's in it for the Russians? Since Vuhledar, the big wipeout at Vuhledar, Russia, with a possible exception at Kremenna, and we'll talk about that in a minute, and that might even be the exception that proves what I'm talking about, is Russia has not really put together brigade-size operations, and they haven't done it in months. Russia keeps fighting at the platoon and company level. And I think there's a bunch of reasons why they don't seem to go any bigger. I don't think you can expect Russia anywhere on the line. And of course, you don't want to, again, don't underestimate your enemy. Don't think your enemy can't do something. But I think the Russian commanders realized that they don't they don't dare risk big offensive operations, and especially not after the Wagner mutiny, while they're still trying to sort out, who's fish and who's fowl, right? But Russia doesn't want to, for example, make a big brigade task group effort and lunge at Velika Novoselyka. I just don't see them doing that. And the reason I don't see them doing that is if that turns into another Vuhledar, if that big effort is defeated, the Russians worry very much that the Ukrainians will do what they didn't do at Vuhledar, and that is strongly counterattack and hit that defeated unit and drive it for 20 or 30 or 40 kilometers. And I think Putin understands more than anyone right now. He's holding on to power, and that's groovy. But if there are two or three or four defeats of the magnitude of Vuhledar, he might not last. I don't think that he would survive 2 or 3 big military defeats in Ukraine. And I don't mean Crimea falling. I mean, a battle where he sustains 6,000 or 7,000 casualties. For example, if Tokmak should fall, and should the Ukrainians push the Russians out of Bakhmut, and I don't mean fighting door to door, I mean, should they surround Bakhmut and drive east? I think that changes the leadership calculus in the Kremlin. If Putin is seen to be the person that allowed a mutiny to happen, that hasn't had a victory since Bakhmut, if you call that a victory, and then is seen to lose Tokmak or Bakhmut, or if the Ukrainians start driving and kicking the Russians out of Crimea, I think that changes everything, and not for the better for Putin.
And any of these 2 or 3 or 4 battles, which the Russians could lose in a big way, could occur anywhere from the south bank of the Dnipro all the way to Crimea. And go ahead, Chuck.
Oh no, I was just agreeing with you, Alan. And it's Ukraine that controls the pace of the battle right now. It's Ukraine that is dictating where the Russians fight. Because I'm really serious, and again, don't underestimate your enemy, and don't say what the enemy can't do, because he's not there for your briefing. But I really think the Russian commanders, they do not dare a big north-facing or west-facing operation right now, because they can't afford for it to fail.
And I think we're going to see the evidence of that as soon as we arrive in Crimea. We're going to take another step east now to Bakhmut, where Ukrainian operations are really threatening an envelopment of Russian forces in Bakhmut and around Soledar. And this is the 4th map in the nest for all of you following along.
Yeah, we've had some interesting developments here in Bakhmut. Let's see, 26, 28, 30 hours ago, the Russians attacked that little salient that is a little sticky outy thing that goes across the M03 highway. The Russians attacked towards Orkivo-Vasilivka. They attacked towards Hyrohovika, and they attacked towards Bohandovika. They attacked in 4 directions. They got beaten back, and the Ukrainians fell on the withdrawing Russian columns and destroyed them. So the Ukrainians pushed back on every place the Russians tried to attack. Ditto, ditto to the north. The Ukrainians are, if they are not across the TL-513 highway, they are very close to it. There is combat to the west of Blahodante, which is one of the northern satellite cities between Soledar and Bakhmut. And then north of Soledar, Rozdovlika. Unfortunately, the Ukrainian General Staff, the places, airstrikes that occurred there, they report them with the Kremena map. I got crossed up this morning. But where that blue arrow is pointing down toward Soledar, that was another place where the Russians were compelled to risk a close air support mission. And by close air support, folks, I mean an airplane that is zooming down right over the battlefield, has to come in and right into the teeth of the Ukrainian units. Not an aircraft that is 200 miles back and releasing a long range, air launch cruise missile. So Russia was fighting in extremis there. I'm putting a contested area very close to the northern limit of Soledar, and again to the north of Soledar, there is that is the high ground. By taking that high ground, that is how the Russians eventually took Soledar itself. So the Ukrainians are fighting there. If you go slightly to the east, there Yakovlivka, the same thing. Ukrainians have attacked south of Vesely, and they are again pushing down to the east of Soledar. The thing to look for, big movements in this sphere of operation, the little town of Bakhmutsky, and that is the key actually to Soledar. Don't look for the Ukrainians to come thundering into Soledar and try to fight it out in the industrial complex. I don't see them doing that, but I do see them cutting off the Russian forces at Bakhmutsky. And again, as John pointed out, the attritional battle that Ukraine has been fighting in Bakhmut, I still see this as an attritional fight. And at this point, I see the entire Ukrainian effort in Bakhmut is to attrite the Russian forces, but I think almost principally now it is to fix them in this area of operations. Because again, Bakhmut is the gateway to Bakhmut. Bakhmut is irrelevant until you take Chasiv Yar. The Russians couldn't even move 3 or 4 kilometers. They couldn't even secure their lodgment on the M03, which I actually think they're in danger of losing. But as far as I can see right now, the Ukrainians don't really want to take back Bakhmut. They just want to make sure the Russians keep fighting in Bakhmut. Because everyone who's fighting in Bakhmut, folks, they're not fighting where the real game is, which is preventing Ukraine from reaching the Sea of Azov.
But in Bakhmut, right now, looking at your map, Chuck, Ukrainians are advancing on 3 sides, avoiding, obviously, driving through Bakhmut, re-engaging in this terrible urban warfare. But so to the east of this map, off the map, is the town of Popasna. And you have mentioned Popasna before, that the best move or the most sensible thing for the Ukrainians to do is to converge on Popasna, thereby encircling Bakhmut, cutting off probably tens of thousands of Russian soldiers.
Yeah, I that would be ideal. But and this is sort of hard to grasp here. At this point in the offensive, the goal would not necessarily be to liberate Bakhmut. I mean, it would be it would be a great thing to cut off the garrison of Bakhmut. But in my estimation at this point, you just want to keep the Russians in business around Bakhmut. And Alan, you and I talked about this. My nightmare is that somebody hands a cup of coffee to a local Russian general, and he says, "Let's pull out of Bakhmut. Let's get to Popsna and set up. Let's shorten our lines. Let's get there and set up a really solid line of defense." That would scare me, because it would tell me that they finally get it, that they finally realize that the blood and treasure and material and men and resources and everything they've poured in as a sunk cost to Bakhmut, that they can recoup, by regathering their forces and and fighting in a more favorable environment. But they won't do that, and they especially won't do that now with Putin as weak as he is. They won't hand the propaganda victory to Ukraine, and I don't think Ukraine really wants it. All they want Russia to do is keep fighting around Bakhmut. It's a there are wheels within wheels here, folks. It's fascinating. But
And every day this Battle of Bakhmut continues is a day that Russia has less and less of a chance, actually, to pull back to Popasna.
Absolutely, and we keep saying, when you look at this map here in Bakhmut, keep looking at Chasiv Yar, because the insanity of killing 40,000 of your own soldiers to take Bakhmut, when it does you absolutely no good, because Chasiv Yar is right there. The Russians can't advance past Chasiv Yar. If the Russians put together 40,000 men and went ordered themselves on the M03 highway and tried to drive northwest towards Kiev and towards glory and victory, they cannot leave a strong position like Chasiv Yar in their rear. They just can't do it. So you might want to rewind the tape 8 months and ask yourself, if you're a Russian officer, then why did we spend 40,000 lives in Bakhmut if it wasn't going to do us any good? I read a Russian report the other day, or actually a translation. I can't read Russian, but somebody wrote, Bakhmut was a key. This is a Russian, a key objective in taking the ring of communication of the. And I had to stop reading. It was like, on what planet was the guy who wrote this report? It talked about Bakhmut and it talked about adjoining cities, but it didn't mention Chasiv Yar. They just don't get it, and it's so hard to grasp. If you have a military education, if you just even have an inkling of terrain and an idea of supplying a force in the field and how armies are moved and maneuver warfare, you cannot understand why this sort of effort would have been put into Bakhmut and specifically squandered in a three-dimensional urban fight, when what should have been done was a combined arms maneuver effort against Chasiv Yar, not Bakhmut, Chasiv Yar. I don't get it, Alan. We can talk about this every night, and I still won't get it.
Yeah, I have looked at photographs from Chasiv Yar looking towards Bakhmut. Chasiv Yar overlooks the entire city of Bakhmut. When you're talking about high ground, there's no higher ground than Chasiv Yar. And this is a Ukrainian stronghold. The other thing I think, Chuck, is that it, right from privates on the front line all the way up, uh, every single Russian soldier doesn't want to tell his commanding officer bad news. So they write these reports that, as you say, they might as well have been written on Mars.
If there's anything that, if I was Vladimir Putin's mother and was smothering his little bald head with kisses and saying, "Oh, there, Vlad," how could you know, Vlad? They've all been lying to you for so long. How could you possibly know that the morale in your army was so bad? How could you know that Prigozhin was so mad? You can see where I'm going with this ridiculousness. Putin is surrounded. It's worse than yes men. It's fellow kleptocrats who share in the corruption and share in the murder and share in the rapine and the robbery and everything else. Shoigu included, Gerasimov, other ambitious generals. They didn't come to their positions because of military merit. They didn't rise up through the ranks because they were good company officers. They didn't get their stars because they did well at command and staff college, and then they went out and kicked butt on deployment, and then they came back to the war college and they graduated at the top of their class, and then they took 2 years off and got a PhD at Moscow University. That's what happens to a Western officer, right? That's how you become a general or an admiral in the Western armed forces. These guys are just crooks. They're criminals. You get to, you rise to command of a tank army, hey, you've got depots full of thousands of tanks. You can sell the engines for farm tractors. You can take all the wiring out of it and sell the copper. You can drum up maneuvers that you were supposed to be on that burned hundreds of thousands of gallons of gasoline and diesel, and you can sell that on the open market. So Vladimir Putin has the army that he deserves, right? These bad officers, right? I say this a lot. They're not his problem. They're his legacy. These are the guys he promoted. So I teeter between this thing. These are the things that roll me around in bed all night long. In the SEALs, we're taught never, never, never underestimate your enemy, ever. He's as smart as you, he's as good as you, and he has the same information you do. So don't underestimate him. That's part of my brain. The other part of my brain says these guys are incredibly inept. They're incredibly stupid. They can't do anything in broad daylight with a plan. And I have this hunch, and it's Cremena that keeps telling me this, that their armed forces are in a much worse position than we can possibly even comprehend. We see that their command structure is in a terrible position, but I think that goes right on down from the field grade officers to the company grade officers to the NCO Corps that doesn't exist. I think this is an armed forces that is in crisis. I think that they have problems of command from the very top to the very bottom. I think their equipment sucks. I think that their supply sucks. And most importantly, I think the morale of their troops is abysmal. And I don't think they're going to fight.
So if we do take a step north from Bakhmut up to Kremena, and this is the fifth tweet up in the nest. One thing, and again, I mean, Chuck, I'm with you. I don't understand what Russian forces and commanders are doing. Just a day or 2 days after a concerted push towards the Zerbets reservoir, in Crimea, they essentially ceased ground operations. How do you explain that?
Alan, I don't. I don't know what to tell you. I think some of it comes down to this. Nobody wants to be in the first vehicle to break the tree line. No, nobody wants to do it. There is still a major, the number of Russian units available to the Russian commanders in Crimea. I would say I've been putting their superiority at 5-1. I'm looking at the order of battle map right now. It might be 10-1. Why you can't advance when you outnumber the enemy 10-1, I don't know. I do know this though. The Ukrainian armed forces, we used to have an expression in the SEALs: "Don't lean on your shovel," right? So that meant if you're not fighting, you make sure that you've got a defensive, you're working on your defensive if you're not actively fighting. So I'm just going to delineate here some of the units that are just within. These are the Russian units within 5 kilometers of Kherson. I won't give you the unit numbers. There's a motor rifle division. There's an air assault regiment. There's a guards motor rifle brigade. There's another motor rifle brigade. There's another motor rifle brigade. There's a mountain motor rifle brigade. I'm not even going to go on anymore. There's an airborne regiment. These are just the forces to the very north of Crimea. None of these guys were able to reach the Zervets Reservoir. They actually advanced the ball about 2 kilometers and stopped. What's wrong with this picture, right? If you've got 10-1 superiority and combined arms forces and guards units and paratroopers, and arguably some of the best forces that Russia has available, they are concentrated, they are supplied, they are in position, and they cannot advance the ball more than 3 kilometers. It just doesn't make any sense. So we're trying to pull that problem apart. Like, let's unpack it. Why isn't this happening? Right? Well, okay. Is it bad planning? Do they have bad leaders? Are they undersupplied? Do they have problems with ammunition? Are their weapons worn out? Do they not have fuel for their vehicles? Or is it that their guys just don't want to fight? Maybe it's all of those reasons, but any one of those reasons by itself would explain this lack of performance. But if you take all of them, or just 10% from everything I said, there we are. There we are. More unimpeachable math, right? 100 Russian vehicles go into contact with Ukraine. 38 of them get bailed out of, right? Hatches open, everybody splits. Maybe that's it, but I don't know. And if this army can't win at Crimea with a 10-1 ratio, 10-1 superiority of forces in proximity, I don't know where they can win.
Knowing the Russian superiority in Crimea, I've always been worried about Crimea and always astonished that they haven't been able to advance, especially because Liman, which is the Ukrainian city, basically to the just to the west of the Zervets Reservoir, that is a city Russia would like to take.
It just, wow. I don't know. I don't know. I think all of the things we talked about tonight, I think, they all figure into this. You can't win a war on the defensive. You can't win a war if you're not willing to risk an offensive operation. And after Vuhledar, I always, I thought, okay, I think they learned a lesson from that, and they're trying to figure out how do we do it better next time. But with this consternation that we've got going on in the Kremlin right now, with the precarious situation of Putin and even Shoigu, although he hasn't been purged yet. Remember him standing at that parade, man, looking over his shoulder, clenching his fists. I know this seems a little weird, but if you are standing at attention and you have been a soldier, you don't look over your shoulder. You don't shift your weight from foot to foot. You put your thumb along the seams of your trousers and you suck your gut in and you look straight ahead. He was acting like a guy who expected to get a pistol jammed in the back of his head. I don't think this Russian army at this point in time can afford to lose any battles. They can't afford to lose any battles. I also think that these colonels and brigadier generals and down the line, at this point in time, they either can't afford not to obey an order, but they don't dare sort of exceed their mandate. Because they're leading soldiers that are increasingly, at the very least, disaffected, right? And soldiers, non-Wagner soldiers, who've just seen what the Wagner guys did. And someone brought up earlier, I believe it was Daryl, do you want a Wagner guy or 10 Wagner guys introduced into your unit and those prison rules, and that Wagner guy walks in and shoots your lieutenant in the head and says, I'm the new lieutenant? That, hey, look, that could happen. These guys have a different rule book. And just think of the chaos in the Russian army right now. Just imagine that absolute ball of confusion. Every colonel who gets called up to headquarters walks in there, and he doesn't know if he's getting shot in the head. They're going to ask him, hey, Colonel, why did you let these guys go by the roadblock? That's a hard question to answer. And how are you supposed to fight a war when that's going on? And I think it shows patience in the long game with the Ukrainians, because they're not pressing it right now. It's the long game.
Daryl did make some brilliant points, Chuck. You're absolutely right. This is why we hope Daryl comes back as co-host as soon as he can. And I caught your reference, Ball of Confusion, The Temptations. What year was that? 1967?
It was, I love that song. Yeah. And I was really young at the time, but I remember it on AM radio. And that really dates me.
I remember it too. So let's take a couple of hands here. Lexicon is first and then Dryfly. I will ask you both to be concise.
Well, I was going to talk about an overall thing. Maybe I wait till the end because I'm also still, I can ask a very small thing on the map there about Kremina or about Liman. This is really small. You notice that there's a ton of Limans around Ukraine. And somebody was saying the other day, one of these, I don't know, bullet points or saying that a liman is actually a sort of a landform. Maybe it's like an old riverbed that's dried, or it is a long, narrow shape. I just wondered if you know that are these limans, have they got a particular form, geological form, or is that not something that you've seen? Do you know what I mean?
Oh, I think that might be a linguistic question. I don't know, but I can tell you this, that I am vexed every day by the number of facilities, the number of, I don't know. And Ukraine is like the United States. There are hundreds of places in the United States named Lafayette. there are hundreds of places named, I don't know, you can just, the place names are often confusing on the maps because there's so many similar names to very distant places. But I don't know. That's a good point on Limon.
Yeah,
Maybe
no, one of the military guys was talking that way. Anyway, thanks a lot. But no, let me come back later on near the end if we're making kind of overall points. But please go ahead on the maps. They're great.
Okay, thank you, Lexicon, and we will come back to you. You know, there are a dozen long islands up where I live. Some are in the ocean, some are in lakes, and none of them are down on Long Island Sound. Dryfly, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to quickly comment on, you guys are saying like you don't understand it. Chuck, I'm going to tell you to go back to when your old readings. You and I have talked about this before. Go back to your old Ho Chi Minh and your Mao Zedong and your Che Guevara. The Soviet paradigm is that they are happy to lose the battle if they win the peace at the negotiating table. They are happy to lose the war if at the end of the day they win the peace. And so everything Putin is doing tells me he's expecting to go into hardcore negotiations, and he expects to win it all eventually at the negotiating table. Not unlike the Vietnamese did in Paris in 1970, 69, and then eventually got what they wanted in 1975. Now, will that happen in Ukraine? I don't think so. The Ukrainians are pretty determined to not let that happen. But I think that explains everything they're doing. It explains why they're so adverse to a major defeat. If they just hang in there, drag in there, hold their fingernails, claw a couple more inches, hold their fingernails again, they expect to win it at the table. And I think everything you're seeing makes sense in that paradigm. And I'll listen.
wow, that's that's a great point. But and it isn't. But I would say this. Just say a parallel statement here. I think Ukraine understands that the goal of this war is the destruction of the Russian ground forces. Because as long as Putin's in power, they're going to come back. And, you know, Putin being the linchpin, 2 weeks ago, I didn't expect him to go anywhere. And right now, his job security is not as locked in as it was. You're right. And yes, you have to remind me, Dryfly, I've read a lot of Mao Zedong, a lot of Che Guevara. I wrote a book on Che Guevara. A lot of Lin Biao, and you're right. What they don't win by armed conquest, they tend to win at the negotiating table. But with the United States, it was a country that was sick of the Vietnam War, and the Ukrainians recognized this as an existential fight for them. And you know, I don't want to see them give anything away at the negotiating table. I want to see free Crimea, and I want to see the Russians out. I want to see this. I want to see Ukraine look the way it did in 2014, and that means a whole and entire nation and sovereign unto itself.
I just want one quick follow-up. I agree 100%, and that's why I think you're 100% right that the mission that the Ukrainian, because the Ukrainians grew up under that Soviet thing too. I mean, even Zelensky, he grew up in Soviet schools. So Zaluzhny, all those guys grew up under, so they know the Soviet paradigm as well as the Russians know the old Soviet paradigm. So they're not going to be suckers for it. We might be in the West, but they aren't going to be, which is why I think you're 100% right. Their goal is to destroy that army. And so they're not in a hurry to slam through at huge loss going to Melitopol, even though the Western press wants them to. They're more than happy to just keep attriting, keep pushing, and absolutely the only way they're going to keep their country, then they can win at the peace table. And I will listen, and so other people can speak.
Dryfly, you always raise really, really good points. And, you know, the West tends to be on what I call Bruce Willis time, right? Which is, okay, we got knocked on our butt. Now it's time to release Rambo and we'll get this over with. Look, the combined might of the Allies landed at Normandy. It took them 12 weeks to essentially get off the beaches, right? It took them 12 weeks to break out at Saint-Lô, where I'm happy to remind everybody, a professor at Stanton Military Academy, Major Thomas Dry Howie won the Congressional Medal of Honor breaking out of St. Lo, but it took almost 3 months to get out of the bocage country and to basically get away from the coastal areas. So 12 weeks is not a very long time for Ukraine. Like I said, we got a 12-round fight. Let's the first 3.
Well, as Primus here, one thing I would note here is, if the Russians were gonna, win this at the negotiating table or somehow, I think that time passed, like around April or May of 2022 when they had, their maximum gains. When people didn't think, Ukrainians had a chance. That kind of situation. That was probably the time they had the most leverage, and it's gradually eroded ever since. So, I mean, if they're negotiating for anything at this point, it's just keeping, maybe they get to keep Donbass or Luhansk or something like that. Maybe they get to go back to the 2014 borders instead of the 91 borders. That's about all they get to really negotiate for. So, I mean, their best case is status quo antebellum.
Primus, I absolutely agree with you. And that's one of the reasons I didn't think Russia would invade. Because by massing their troops in Belarus, by rattling their swords, by telling Europe, we're going to unleash war in Ukraine. And remember those days, there were a lot of people telling Ukraine to negotiate. Don't get in a war. And don't forget, Ukraine went to the negotiating table. They were sitting down with that drunk clown Lavrov, and they were engaged in negotiations. That's why I didn't think Putin would invade, because I thought, why would he risk Finland joining NATO and Sweden as well? Why would he revitalize NATO by unleashing a European war? We all know that was such an incredible, the biggest blowback, the greatest geopolitical mistake in the last 120 years was committed by Vladimir Putin. And don't underestimate what happened with this Wagner stuff. I know no one is, underestimating it. But in the middle of his imperial war of aggression, in the middle of the war that revitalized NATO, that flushed Finland out of 70 years of Russian subjugation, or at least dealing with the neighbor. And I've been to Finland many times. I love Finland. I love the Finnish people. I admire Sweden's course of studied neutrality and taking care of their own needs of self-defense, but they have both jumped the fence into NATO, turning the Baltic into a NATO lake. Finland and Estonia just announced a mutual maritime defense zone, which will block Russian forces into their naval bases. That's what Putin had to lose, and he lost it. And he's in the process of losing this war, and if he doesn't watch out, he might lose his head.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, the Russians tend to focus on maximalist goals, and they figure, they'll come in with the maximum on there, and then they'll get something more than they would have had to begin with. I think as a Santa Mariner, someone like that explained that more succinctly than I ever will. Also, but it's really just a good example. They just got too high in their own supply of propaganda. They believed what they were selling to everyone else and thought, they could get it all. They could get an even better deal than was on the table. And, well, they didn't. They maybe had an opportunity to secure something out of this. And, that ship sailed, over a year ago at this point. And they've just been losing and losing leverage ever since. So, and they're going to lose all of it.
I think they will. And look back and since World War II, this is what Russia has done. It invaded East Germany to put down a workers' revolt. It invaded Hungary to put down an anti-Soviet revolt. It invaded Czechoslovakia to put down revolt. These were all its allies. It invaded it invaded Afghanistan when it didn't like the way the government was going. It invaded Chechnya. It invaded Georgia. It invaded Moldova. These were all countries that were in what it calls the near abroad, but most of them were allies, or at least sympathetic states. And Putin launched this because he thought, hell, Ukraine is Russia, right? Ukraine is the Soviet Union. And, Putin is like the last Homo Sovieticus left, right? The Soviet man. And it's not, he brought these ideas that are literally as old as those T-55 tanks. That's his geopolitical outlook. And the Russian army was not the Soviet army, and he doesn't have the chops to back it up.
Yeah, that is a very good point, Chuck. Putin, that is well said. The last Sovieticus man. Let's try to wind up bullet points here tonight with a few more hands and a final question from Primus and me. So to Dryfly, to Jameson, to Nick. Dryfly.
Yeah, I just want to quick follow up on what Primus said. I agree with him that he doesn't have leverage. I'm just saying that's his paradigm. That when you look at it, why he's doing what he's doing, it all makes sense within that paradigm. Do I think it's going to work? No, I don't think it's going to work, with the possible exception that we don't give Ukraine enough weapons for them to finish it off. Then all bets are off. But everything I see suggests to me we are going to give them enough. It may not come quick enough, but I do believe they're going to get it and they're going to finish them off. But that's his paradigm. Understand it, and you understand why he's doing what he's doing, which isn't smart. It's just what he's doing. And I will listen.
And I'll just comment on that quickly. 4 years ago, who would have thought that NATO would have ever thought it could get enough arms into Europe to face the Russians, right? And now we all think it is quite doable. In fact, all we need to do is give the Ukrainians more tools and they'll finish Russia off. And we don't just think it, that's the truth. They're going to finish these guys off. And again, I think Ukraine and General Zaluzhny, he understands completely. You got to destroy the Russian ground forces. You got to make sure that they don't come back for the next 15 years. Not just drive them out. Remember, count the Union generals who did not defeat Lee's army, right? McClellan didn't do it at Antietam. Meade won Gettysburg, didn't do it. It took General Grant to face the arithmetic, which is what Lincoln said: face the arithmetic. But Zaluzhny gets it, and this is a good time to finish them off.
So to Jameson, to Nick, to Lexicon.
Really quick, just a few thoughts. I think that without question, the commies are great at the negotiating table, and they're great at making us look foolish. But most importantly, they're great at stalling out. And with the West temperament of being impatient, they starve us out and they wait us out. And their secret weapon is that the American people just want to wash their hands of it. Not just the American people, the West, right? And really, before going into this, I've trained with NATO militaries, and I've always been impressed with the soldiers, and I've always been impressed with the ones who were former Soviet satellite states, because they knew danger exists in the world because it's their big bad neighbor. But with this whole miscalculation on Putin's side, and to be fair, I was with him. I didn't think NATO was going to stand up. It's the politicians up top with these countries in NATO who have always been weak-kneed and never had a backbone. But I couldn't be more proud to be a part of NATO now with the way that they're standing up, and they're really making themselves vulnerable to make sure that Ukraine wins. So I think that they thought we were going to be like, oh, we don't like war, we like peace. Let's end this as soon as possible. So let's put pressure on Ukraine to end this, which hasn't been the case, and hopefully we can stay the course. And it looks like we are, at least for now. The other two thoughts I had were it would be perfect timing for the Russian Free Legion or whoever those guys are to go do a little journey into Russia again. I wouldn't use the same tactics and I wouldn't go the same route, but any other weak spot, it's ideal because it's just going to make Putin look more incompetent, and it's just going to put more pressure on the top to try to do something. And it proves to the rest of the world that not only is Russia the second best army in Ukraine, it'll also be the second best army in Russia. And then finally, for a little bit of, I know that we don't do much merch here, but every time you talk, Chuck, it reminds me of something. So this is kind of silly, but it's kind of funny. In Iraq, there was a porta-john that when you open it up, it was someone had like stenciled in Chuck Norris with like 2 Uzis, and it said, "Remember, if Chuck was here, we wouldn't have to be." And so I think, Chuck, if there was a shirt like where we just generically put your face on top of Chuck Norris and everybody knows it's Chuck Norris, right? And it says MriyaReport. Remember, if Chuck wasn't here, we wouldn't have to be, or something along those lines. I think that would be brilliant.
Oh, you are killing me. Oh God. You know what? No one messes with Chuck Norris, right? If we could just
Oh, you can't
we could just
backwater
drop
now,
him out of
Mr. Big Phil, man.
B-52s.
You can't backwater now.
Oh God, that's so funny. I had to kill my microphone because I was making that strangling noise I make when I'm laughing like psychotic. That was hysterical.
Yeah. Maybe we can get Chuck Norris in on it. Also, I can't remember the guy's name, but he was like a traveling professor, and so I went to the Citadel, and he came to the Citadel, but the guy was a 1-star general, and his sole job was to recreate, to look at the Russian doctrine, and then write the doctrine in English. He's a 1-star general. He might even be dead because he's pretty old, around what 20 was it 04, somewhere in there. But he wrote like 30 books on Russian tactics. And so just thinking about all this palace intrigue, right, and how all this is going down, it would be interesting to pick his brain. I cannot. I remember his name at like 3 o'clock in the morning, but I wish I could talk to him and ask him, some of the basic questions of how the military works and how the leadership works or lack thereof. But the doctrine's the same as the Cold War. I mean, look, they're going to bomb the crap out of the place. Then they're going to drive their tanks through, and then the infantry is going to show up right behind the tanks. But there's going to be nothing left. And if it's big enough and bad enough, they're going to use chemicals. Like, that's it. And it's just like, I don't care how good you are. If they have the supplies to do it, it's like, unless your air power can stop them, or they're just going to pummel you into sand. And that's exactly what they're doing. So anyway, I would just love to talk to that guy. Chuck, I think we're sitting on a gold mine here. I think we need to make a move, if nothing else, just to be ridiculous and over the top. So with that, I yield.
Oh, that's great. Hey, Jameson, I just sent you a direct message, eyes only. I think you'll get a kick out of it.
All right, good deal. Well, I've got one for you then, about Russian smoking. I think that, I'm sure everybody was okay, but it was definitely like, man, good thing I wasn't having a good time with those guys when that went down. Anyway, y'all have a good night. My wife's looking at me. I'm in trouble. Thanks.
Thank you, Jameson. And come back at 3 a.m. We'll still be here.
Yeah, but will Chuck be here?
Well, not necessarily, but we can always wake him up.
We can. Absolutely.
He'll be here in spirit.
Oh,
Chuck
that made me laugh. Oh, God.
Chuck is always here in spirit. So on to Nick, then to Lexicon. Nick.
Thanks, Alan. Chuck, you gave me a couple of gems tonight. First, Putin is the last Homo Sovieticus is golden, absolutely memorable. I hope some NAFO person out there might with the new with the growing awareness of the term Russianism. I'm wondering if some brilliant NAFO meme maker can do something with the idea of Homo Russiatic, Russiatic, I don't know, Russiaticus, I guess. You know, I can visualize it. I just don't know how to make it. But the reason I raised my hand, Chuck, is because you, as a student of all of this ground warfare, and yet of the Navy, you're the perfect person to answer a question I've been pondering for months. So you are, you are, of course, I mean, you don't need to hear it from me. You are, of course, 100% correct that the goal of the Ukrainian military operations has to be the utter destruction of as much of the Russian ground forces as is within their capacity to conduct. They have to be wiped as deeply and powerfully as possible from not just from Ukraine, but from every stretch of near of you to turn a phrase or to return a phrase to of Ukraine's near abroad. But my question, because you're of the Navy, is we know that Ukraine has native anti-ship missiles, the Neptunes. We know that other NATO countries have given Ukraine anti-ship missiles. And my question is, what's the timing on unleashing all these anti-ship missiles on the Black Sea flotilla? Because Sevastopol will become nothing more than a superfluous nicety if the Russian Black Sea naval presence is eliminated. What could we expect from Ukraine on unleashing all of those anti-ship missiles onto the omnipresent menace of the Russian Black Sea Fleet? Thank you.
Yeah, great questions. There's another player here as well. It looks like naval strike missiles are going to be provided to Ukraine here shortly. I think the first thing that those missiles can do is they can take the Sea of Azov off the map for Russia. They've already the Ukrainians have already had an outsized effect on the sea power equation in the Black Sea Fleet. Nobody thought that the Moskva was going to be sunk. I never thought it could be sunk in my lifetime. Okay, that was the critter that used to stalk American carrier battle groups, right? That was the thing that was going to sink. The USS Dwight D. Eisenhower was going to be the Moskva. It's, that ain't happening right now. That thing's a coral reef. The important thing that's happened in the Black Sea is Ukraine has just enough Harpoon missiles. They're in mobile launchers that have been provided by Denmark. These things are moved around. But the important thing that they've done is they completely prevent Russia from using its amphibious warfare capabilities. The Russians don't dare put 1,000 Marines in an LST and conduct an amphibious landing anywhere. I mean, that isn't going to happen. We look back in history, though, and we see the previous battle for the Crimean Peninsula, when the Germans and the SS were fighting the Russians for Crimea. The Russians stayed in the fight principally because they kept landing amphibious forces on Crimea. They were able to resupply Crimea with amphibious forces, and they were able to, land brigades and even, companies and platoons of saboteurs but brigades of naval infantry. I mean, that isn't going to happen anymore. And that situation is going to get worse for them the closer Ukraine gets, the farther south of Kamiansky and Orhiv that they get. There's another bad thing for the Russians. These are all delightful problems, and they'll make us all sleep better tonight. In addition to the naval strike missile coming out, an extremely capable, low observable, long distance precision strike munition, Ukraine is also operating the Storm Shadow right now. Also, unlike the naval strike missile, this is a surface launched missile. The Storm Shadow, of course, is an air-launched cruise missile. It's low observable. It has stealth characteristics. It can basically land with a circular error probable of about 5 meters, and it can also hit moving targets. It delivers about 1,000-pound warhead. That'll kill any ship that Ukraine wants to kill. And right now, the Storm Shadows are too precious to just lob at any surface ship. But mark my words, when the Kerch Bridge goes down again, and right now Russia has resorted to surface vessels to supply Ukraine. They've pressed ferries into service. They've pressed seagoing merchant ships. They're all used to resupply Ukraine. But with the missiles that are coming, Ukraine is going to be able to stop that. There won't be any more surface vessels coming into Crimea. They're eventually going to blow the Kerch Bridge. There won't be a rail connection. There won't be a road connection. And, they're going to start strangling Crimea. Not necessarily to invade it right away, but to make it so that there's no more supplies coming in, that those supplies that are in Crimea, remember, there's only 2 roads out of Crimea into Ukraine. Only 2. Just 2 bridges to be taken out. So there's a certain point at which you could add all the reinforcements and ammunition and fuel and everything you want into Crimea, but the Ukrainians can seal it off when they want to. And I think that's the big takeaway here in the Black Sea, that Ukraine, that barely has a navy, has exerted a serious amount of control over the Black Sea Fleet. And remember, Ukraine changed the game with their unmanned surface vessel attacks. They forced the Russians to pull their capital and their major surface combatants and most of their submarines out of Sevastopol because they were vulnerable to these attacks. And also the fact that Ukraine can launch these unmanned surface vessels, just like special operations forces on land operating against Russian lines of communication and supply, Russian naval forces in the Black Sea, now they got to spend a lot of time patrolling and covering their own butt, right? Because they don't know when the next Storm Shadow is coming. They don't know when the next unmanned surface vessels are coming, and they've got to watch their 6 at all times. And if you're watching your 6 that hard, you're not watching your 12, and you're not closing with the enemy because you're covering your own butt.
Lexicon, go ahead. Then Primus, and then Primus, Chuck, and I will close out bullet points for tonight. Lexicon.
Okay, thanks a lot, Alan. So earlier this evening, we all, you all made a lot of points that you dismantled piece by piece, element by element, this great, or the image of this great superpower, showed how it has dismantled itself. It has now appeared since last week. It's really brought into the headlines everywhere. Wow, my grandson said, "Wow, have you been seeing this war in Russia?" He's 19. So we've looked at this superpower that is just a bunch of Sopranos. It's Apocalypse Now. It's these are people, these are thugs. They murder each other in front of the camera for the world to see. They're now taking down possibly their big generals of the stature of Surovikin. And I'm thinking, like during this war, as time went on, and people were saying, kick these guys off the Security Council, and I just thought, you just can't do this, unfortunately, even though they merit it. They're kidnapping children, they're deporting entire populations. Then I was thinking tonight, for the whole 19th and half of the 20th century, you didn't not talk to Germany. And then we got halfway through, Hitler's last adventure, the Thousand-Year Reich, was over, and Germany's not on this, wasn't on the Security Council that the world created. And clearly they've gone so far. I've been saying all week they've cracked their heads on Ukraine. This didn't just happen while a side war was going on. This is totally about Ukraine, and I think Decoding has done some really good threads on this. And I just think, well, I ask about America. Does America even want to does America want to stand on the same stage with these losers? Do great powers who feel they have a responsibility toward their own peoples but other peoples want to be seen in the company of such a gang of dweebs? And I can't come up with words for the depths of these people. And I just would like to see the world come together to understand that the disgraceful conduct of this country and its leadership has lost it the right to be counted among the great powers of the world who sit down in a council to look at the security, to hold the security of the world in the hands of their council. I think that this has gone too far. I lose nobody when I say this, and I just hope to see the world say enough is enough, and it's just time to take these people out of the company of grown-ups and decent countries who decide on human outcomes. I see it anyway more clearly than I have yet. And
Yeah, if Russia doesn't want to follow the rules, they don't get to play the game. Wilbur Mills said something famous along those lines about a pope a long, long time ago. But it is even time to kick Russia off the Security Council, to kick Russia out of any international organizations where they currently have a seat. They don't belong there. They diminish the possibilities of these organizations, and they simply cannot be allowed to. I'll just put it in the mildest possible terms. They cannot be allowed to continue to play the game. They are. We're getting them out.
Yeah, and therefore the nonsense that one should think that we cannot give Ukraine this or that. Oh, they can't be allowed to have this or that because, this might somehow go too far and so on. This might escalate. That to show some sort of timidity in the face of this crumbling band of misfits has become all the more ridiculous. And so I think probably is good reasons why we're seeing ATACMS and anti-ship and so on becoming more. We're seeing the timeline, I think, shortening.
Absolutely, Lexicon. That nonsense is coming to an end. ATACMS will get to Ukraine, other weapons as well. Chuck, thank you so much for all of your time tonight. Primus and I probably have a couple of final questions for you. I have one. I bet Primus has one too.
Well, actually, I have no notes. I asked some of my questions earlier, so I'm good. So, but I really appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight and talk with you, Chuck, and hopefully we have the opportunity to do that again soon. So, thank you very much.
The pleasure is all mine, Primus. I'm glad to be with you.
So, Chuck, final question. I'm a non-military guy, as you know. Never served in the military. Boot camp would have ended my life. But tell me if I'm thinking along the right lines here. Not that we cannot rely on Hollywood to show us what it's like to be in combat. But if folks here want to see what combat is like, especially in terms of small squads of soldiers, and that is what is happening around Ukraine tonight as we speak. Watch Band of Brothers. Watch episodes 1 and 2, and you will see a few guys operate effectively as a squad, a well trained squad of soldiers in Normandy. Is that where I get the right idea of what's going on?
Yeah, I'd say that, and I believe it was I heard John yesterday on Maria, I believe, and he was saying and it's very true, when you first get into combat, you you don't really know what it's going to be like, and you think it might be like what Steven Spielberg thinks it's like. And I remember the first time I got into combat, you know, I was expecting things to look like the World War II movies I saw as a kid, and they didn't look like that. And the explosions didn't look like that, and the smoke didn't look like that, and the bullets didn't sound like that. And it takes a while to get over that. And it's something you want to get over very quickly. You want to get over those preconceived, you know, those false cinematic notions of warfare. You want to get over those very quickly. You want to tune into the real sounds of war. If you hear this, it's because a bullet winged by your head, breaking the sound barrier. Actually, it's more of a crack. You want to you want to know the difference between an AK pattern rifle and an M16. You want to know what different colors of tracers mean. Uh, you want to learn the sound of an outgoing shell and the sound of an incoming shell. These are all things you've got to learn really, really quickly, and they come at you in great, overwhelming kind of rushes. And it's hard at any time to sort of point to a movie that might introduce you to that thing. I saw a lot of urban fighting in Lebanon, and I think maybe the closest thing I've seen to that is maybe the last bit of Saving Private Ryan, the urban fighting there. Also, Black Hawk Down. But you're sitting there and you're watching that movie, and you can't imagine the smell, right? The, what it smells like, and it smells like sewers, and it smells like sweat, and it smells like dead bodies, and it smells like diesel fuel, and it's crazy. But to tell you how realistic that movie actually was, I watched it with a helicopter pilot friend of mine. This was a million years ago, watching Black Hawk Down. And by the time we got to the end of the movie, we had both scrunched down in our movie seats, and we were barely peering over the seats in front of us, because that was one of the first movies where they actually got the sounds right. The sounds of the guns going off and the sounds of the bullets zipping around, and we both kind of reacted to that. So it's really hard to get your arms around it, folks. And to be really honest with you, I don't really want you to get your arms around it. I want you to support the war effort. I want you to help us in the information space, and I don't want you to ever have to know what it's like. I really don't. I know that John would agree with me. Daryl, everybody who's been in it, Jameson, everyone who's been in it. I don't want you to have to know, but I want you to help Ukraine so their kids don't have to know. And I guess that's the best place to leave it.
Thank you, Chuck. Well said. Primus.
You know, I wasn't going to have anything to say, and then you talked about Black Hawk Down. You know, back when I was a ROTC cadet, I audited Command and General Staff College classes with the major I was down with. And let me tell you, being a cadet and walking into a group of about 100 majors and wondering how I'm supposed to salute anyone was probably one of the most terrifying moments of my life at the time, up to that point. But Mark Bowden, the author of Black Hawk Down, was there giving a talk to all these guys, and it was like right after the book came out. And you know, I listened to a lot of these officers, you know, kind of talking how they didn't want to be there, they didn't want to listen to some guy who wrote for Playboy or whatever, you know, talk about a battle where, you know, the Army didn't do necessarily all that great on there. You know, they had very negative opinions going into it, and then they listened to Mark Bowden talk, you know, and how he, you know, he talked to the people involved, you know, really on both sides. You know, he tried to learn everything's going on and really listen to the soldiers. And he basically wrote probably a better after action report than a lot of these guys read. And by the time he got to the end of that hour and a half long talk of a group full of, you know, very negatively minded officers who didn't want to be there and definitely didn't want to listen to this guy, you know, you had a line of people, like everyone there was lining up to buy books from this guy's, like, you know, not just like one or two. It's like, okay, I want like 20 books to take back to my staff and that kind of thing. And, you know, I think that, I mean, as good as the movie was, you know, I think the book was also, you know, a very important book and one well worth reading. And, you know, I think very well received by, you know, professional military for just the level of detail that, you know, he went into trying to authentically portray what happened there. So just my my little ending note there. So there you go.
One other thing I'd add about the experience of combat, you only ever see a really small part of it, right? You're with the guys you're fighting with, and you often don't see the big battle because I know this sounds corny, and it's corny, and at the same time it's an understatement. But you're fighting for your life in this little piece of a thing that is much bigger than you are, and a thing that is absolutely chaotic. And you know, I used to have a saying with the platoon: history hasn't been written yet, right? So you don't know how it's going to come out. And the important thing is, you don't know how it's going to come out for you. You don't know how it's going to come out in the next 15 seconds. You don't even know if you're going to be there. And that's the ineffable thing that is so hard to communicate, you know, when you're writing about the battles and wars. And I've written two books, two novels that deal with combat. One is called Killing Che. It deals with jungle combat in Latin America. And I wrote another one. It's called Philip Nolan, The Man Without a Country, and it's about naval battles. Those are the things I wrestled with. How do I tell people what that's like? How do I make them feel what that's like? And how do you do that without touching every cliche that they expect? Because when it really happens, it's nothing like you expect it's going to be. And you have to learn it so quickly. You've got to learn it. You've got to be a quick learn, and you've got to get the read of it. You know, not just if you want to survive, because you're an officer leading people in combat. Your job is not to survive. Your job is to get your men into the mission, complete the mission, dominate the enemy, and bring them all home. That's your job.
There is no telling anyone who hasn't been in the military, and I have not been in the military. I have not been in combat. There is no telling anyone what it's like. You can only experience it. But as Chuck said, we don't want you to experience it. No one who has ever fought in war ever wants their son or their daughter uh, to have the same experience that they had. And I can tell you that from my relatives, my father, my cousin, my great uncle, who all were in combat. Uh, they don't want to see their children in combat. We don't want to see the next generation of Ukrainians fighting Russia ever, ever, ever again. And that's one of the things we try to do here at MriyaReport, inform everyone what is happening, uh, to diffuse Russian disinformation, and to bring help to Ukrainians. And you can do that tonight by going to MriyaReport.org, MRIYA report.org. Tap on the donate button, make a generous contribution. I want to thank Chuck again for all of your time every Tuesday and Thursday. We'll see you next Tuesday. If something big happens between now and next Tuesday, I know we'll see you again. Thank you, Primus. Just a wonderful co-host. Great to be here with you and Chuck.
Alan and Primus, thank you so much, and everybody, thank you to all the listeners. Thank you for everybody with the great questions, and and it's not just questions here. Thank you for your great observations and the things you're bringing to the table. And it is just it's a privilege to be on, Alan. It's a privilege to be on with you and Primus and all of our listeners who always bring great things to the table. And Alan, I'll see you Tuesday, but I got a feeling things are going to break, and I'll see you a lot sooner. But thanks, everybody. Thank you so much, and good night.
Good night, Chuck. So, Primus, you and I are bringing tonight our co-host shift to an end. We have new co-hosts waiting in the wings. What are your plans for the rest of the night? You're going to be listening to MriyaReport, just like me?
Oh, absolutely. I got some stuff to do around the house, but I will be listening to MriyaReport and contributing to the conversation as I can, because I try to stay tuned as much as possible for the news and updates, because I hear a lot of stuff here first before a lot of other places. So one of the great things, I appreciate it, and it's just a privilege to be part of the team here.
Yeah, I feel the same way. How I ever found MriyaReport, I have no idea, but I am so happy I stumbled into it. I got to know everyone like Primus and Chuck, lots of our listeners and speakers, and all of our co-hosts. My God, this place would not continue 24 hours a day, 7 days a week without all kinds of behind the scenes efforts. You just don't know what it takes to keep this space up and going. You don't know what it takes to keep all of us engaged with the news, supporting Ukraine. Praying for our Ukrainian friends who are under fire, sometimes on the front lines, sometimes in the.
It helps keep a MriyaReport going, and that's an awful lot of caffeine. So, and I'm going to go grab some myself and then tune in again. So our next shift change, or as the Canadians like to say, line change, will be coming up shortly. So thank you all for the privilege of speaking with you tonight, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Primus. We'll see you again soon. I hope you'll be back next Tuesday. New co-hosts will be coming up. Primus can jump down, brew that cup of coffee, and stay with MriyaReport right through the night. I think I will, because I think there are a lot of things that are happening. I want to ask everyone. Now we're at the bottom. We're at the half hour in North American evening time. I want to ask everyone to retweet MriyaReport.org. You know, there's a co-host here, David Brookfield, who says, "Bring us one person." He gives a challenge. Bring us one person. Bring us two persons today who don't know about MriyaReport. Call them in. Get them to join us. And that is the challenge. I repeat for David, I give to all of you. Bring us one more person who needs to know what's happening in Ukraine. Bring us two more people who need to know what's happening in Ukraine. Prince, great to see you here.
How are you doing today? Sounds like you guys have had a very good and interesting conversation with Chuck. I did not hear, though, did you get to the article that he is writing with Jason Smart?
So I did not ask Chuck about that article. I don't know if it's been published yet. Jason Smart was here last night talking about it, but maybe it's going to appear tomorrow.
Well, I was just asking because of the tweet that Jason put out last night, which was something that I thought was actually just in and of itself worthy of going over. So yeah, it was a very good tweet from Jason about the Russian army's collapse. And Chuck tweeted it out, retweeted Jason's tweet too. So I thought maybe you guys would talk about that. But there's always next week. Maybe the article will be out by then.
I'm going to keep my eyes peeled for it. It's all about the collapsing morale in the Russian army. Not just the collapsing morale in the army, but the collapsing command in the so-called Russian state itself. I've stopped thinking about Russia as a state. They just they don't even approach what it takes to be a national state. A mafia gang with a seat on the UN Security Council. I don't think anyone ever thought that that is what was going to happen, but that is what is happening. It's a mafia gang with a seat on the UN Security Council. Go figure.
Yeah, it's a little crazy, and once again, the Russian Federation called for a meeting of the UN Security Council today, and the meeting today was basically to complain about the Western weapons that are being supplied to Ukraine. Now, this is something they do like once a month, and I think everybody's really pretty much tired of it. And I did see that basically the U.S. representative pointed out that if Russia would go home, there would be no need. So, you know, the only reason Western weapons are being sent to Ukraine is because Russia invaded. So, you know, whatever. And oh, don't forget that you import weapons from North Korea and Iran, because those are the things that are the actual truth.
Yeah, I saw that report. I didn't. I haven't seen any video of this Security Council meeting, but the temerity of Russia calling such a meeting of the Security Council to complain of Western nations sending weapons to Ukraine. You know, I mean, it just. I have no words. I have no words. There are great ambassadors from Ukraine, from the Baltic nations, from all kinds of nations around the world in the General Assembly, sitting on the Security Council. They have the words, and they have given Russia what for. I don't know if they did it today, but the Latvian ambassador, he was fantastic just a few weeks ago.
There are definitely some ambassadors that stand out above others, and no, I actually have just read a few reports, and that was just a little bit of a quote from the United States report that I read. But Albania is usually the one that is completely on fire lately. Albania is just totally smashing Russia. So anyway, it's always interesting to watch these things. You never know what you're going to get. Well, you do, but you don't, because the countries are rather predictable in the kinds of things that they say for the most part.
Yeah, I'm afraid that's true. But I do love the surprises. I love to hear those ambassadors spell out the war crimes Russia is committing, the atrocities they've committed, the questions about whether or not they should even have a seat in the Security Council. Uh, it is it's worth watching, listening to, and thinking about. But Prince, I am preventing NAFO Day from coming up, and with you continuing with NAFO nighttime here in North America. So I'm going to say good night. I'll drop down. Once again, it's great to be with you for just a few minutes. We'll fix that. We'll have some longer times together as the holidays in July approach, I think. But tonight, I'm saying good night and Slava Ukraini.
Heterom Slava, Alan, thank you so much. It's good to see you again today, and seems like we pass as ships in the night almost every day, which is okay. Other than it means that we are hosting every day, which is not a big deal, but sometimes you wonder. But I do notice that Alan does take a day off every now and then. But while we're waiting for NAFO Davo to come on up, I'm going to go to Nick. Good evening, Nick.
Hi, Prince. Thank you. I raised my hand because Alan mentioned not having the right words for Russia's stupendously 1950s response to the UN about objecting to Western arms being supplied to Ukraine. It is worth reminding everybody every day, if necessary, everybody that listens to this space, that Russia does not accept the internationally recognized boundaries of its state and the internationally recognized borders of its neighboring states. It believes it owns everything around it because it is a sadistic, sociopathic kleptocracy, and they literally don't think that Ukrainians are real humans. They think that they are. Russia thinks that they are degenerates. That they are. They think it's a province of their polity that has broken away and has become besotted by Western, the allure of Western uh, wealth and ease of living, and it it's so terribly mid 20th century, and it's criminal. I mean, the whole thing, the the inability to recognize reality and to insist that my fantasy is way more important than the reality all of the people around me recognize, that is sociopathy and psychopathy, and that is Russia in a nutshell. The entire edifice of Russia is a dream world stuck in a previous century. So please remember that. It is why they think it's okay to destroy dams. It's why they think it's okay to shoot people in the head on a mass level. It's why they think it's okay to uh, abduct children. It's why they think it's okay to threaten nuclear reactor calamities in Zaporizhia. It is psychopathy. It is sociopathy, and it is both of those things at the level of a former superpower, but still extremely potent uh, um, nation state. Although it's not really a nation state because it's an empire, but you know what I'm saying. And I've droned on enough. I wanted to fill time while Nafo Deva was coming up, and I think I succeeded. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you so much, Nick. You always have very good things to offer, and I appreciate it. Good evening, Nafo Devo. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. You will notice I have removed the O from the last part of my name.
Yeah,
just
but
Nafo Dave. Yeah, I didn't.
I
Go ahead. Yeah,
I
tell me.
usually end up calling you Dave as the night goes on anyway. So, and old habits will die hard.
Yeah, it's just the whole Davo thing made me. I kind of sound like I'm a 10-year-old, which might not be a bad thing, I guess. I really enjoyed being 10.
Yeah, being 10 is not so bad. You want to hear really funny, sort of stupid Heather things? I'm gonna tell you one.
Always.
Yeah, this happened last night around 10:20 to be exact, as I was going through my Telegram pages to see what was going on, and one of the pages that I follow specifically because it is what it is Anengadar, which, as people know, is the city basically created for the running of the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. And of course, just as I start saying this, my browser decides to not translate, but I can fix that. So what happened is I see this big, huge, like red writing, and I'm very concerned when I see that, of course. And so this is what it says. Algorithm of actions for Ukraine citizens living in the temporary occupied territories. In order to save your life and health that your loved ones and that of your loved ones, you need to evacuate to safe areas close to the coast of the Sea of Azov in any way that you can. So you're getting the idea here that I'm thinking, holy crap, something's happening in Gendar, which is close to the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, with all of the scaremongering and things that we've heard lately. And so I'm like, well, this is just really, really weird. All of a sudden, we haven't heard any additional warnings. So I follow the link to where this message originally came from, because it was a forwarded message, and it was a forwarded message from it's the Zaporizhia. I believe it's the Zaporizhia military administration. And so I find that, that there where the Zaporizhia military administration put that out. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? And I'm like, well, maybe it's a false alarm, or they're doing something like that. So I start going back farther and farther and farther in their, timeline on Telegram to try to figure out exactly what on earth is going on. And well, you know what it is? They did a big, huge drill and a big, huge test today of all of the emergency situations that would need to take place in case there was a need for evacuation. They set up decontamination areas, and they went and did the whole thing whole thing. And but for a second there, before I read that, training begins, warning. So before that, having just seen this random message, I was like, what the hell? But it's really good information, I think, that they did this, because even sending out the alerts through their through the regional military administration, gave them the opportunity to, test the notifications, and then, for some of these cities to be able to see the notifications and then forward them to people in case they missed it from the military administration. And it also includes in there the things that people should do. And so I think that these lists and things that they included today, which they've probably included in the past, will also help people prepare for an evacuation just in case. And I would imagine that there have been things, distributed by Ukraine over the last 16 months telling people, you should have your documents and maybe some photos and some clothes and everything all packed up and ready to go at the drop of a hat, in case you do need to evacuate, just like we do here in the United States. There are places in the United States, I think, where people keep a bag like that packed, so that they can evacuate if needed, at the drop of a hat. And we see these in tornado situations. We see this in hurricane situations. We see this in wildfire situations. We see this in flooding. There's all kinds of situations where this can happen. So I'm glad that I was stupid and freaked out for about 5 minutes until I figured it out. But I'm glad that it was a test and that they are doing all of these things to make sure that it works the way that it should. And I remember being part of a drill like this. Oh, it was over 10 years ago. And well over 10 years ago, almost 20 years ago, I think. Anyway, doesn't matter. Where it was like the simulation of like what would happen if a 911 attack would happen in the city where I live, and I worked for the city at the time. And we played it out exactly as if it happened. And we had representatives from the military, from Homeland Security, everybody there. And it was played out as if it was real on computers, on big huge screens in a room. So I'm glad to see that they're doing things like this to make sure that they are prepared for any situation that may arise.
So are you sure that that wasn't a drill in case of a Tyrannosaurus Rex attack, or maybe some Velociraptors? I mean, that's more of your time frame, isn't it?
It could be. It definitely could be. And just because I've already had my birthday this year and you haven't, which technically makes me older than you, you are going to catch up sometime soon, I think.
Yes, you are older than me, and I will never let you forget that. Um, but I have
Even
a
even even if it's just by months, right? Even if it's just by
exactly.
months. Yeah. Yeah. I know how it goes.
Yeah, I have a friend that we've been friends since 8th grade. And her birthday is exactly 6 months before mine, to the day. And I never let her forget that she is so much older than me. Um, but anyway, I have a humorous, um, well, humorous and kind of in kind of a sad way, story about that goes along with what you were just talking about. And so in Utah, um, we have every year we have the Great Shakeout drill, which is a drill for a potentially bad earthquake. So um, the part of northern Utah I live on is on several fault lines, and while the earthquakes here are very infrequent. There is a big one that's predicted, sometime in the next 200 years. It's so we have this great shakeout drill every year, and the they just started about 5 years ago. Um, and so I'm at work, and the drill. We just know you know the week that it's going to happen, but they don't know exactly the time or the day because it's they're trying to simulate the unknown part of a emergency that just happens. And so I'm at work. The drill starts. I work on the fourth floor of a building, and of course, during an earthquake, you're not supposed to use the elevator, so the elevators are all shut down, and we're supposed to evacuate the building. Um, can you see where I'm going with this?
100% completely.
Okay, yeah. So there's this spot at the top of the stairs that has this sign, wheelchairs wait here for assistance. So I wheel over there and I waited, and I waited, and I waited, and nobody ever came to assist me. I'm the only one left in the building. Um, so we identified, because of the drill, we identified that the whole system set up in the building to go through and make sure everybody that could not use the stairs had assistance to get out. We got that all sorted out because of that. Um, and they ended up getting these nifty kind of it's kind of like uh, a stretcher that has a place for your wheels. So it's like it hooks onto your wheelchair, and then two people can carry you down the stairs. Um, but yeah, it was funny the first time. It was funny for me. I'm sitting there waiting, because I knew this was going to happen. But it's also sad in that I'm a part of the population that nobody even thought about saving.
Yeah, no, it is an issue. And I've worked in taller buildings before, and that's one of the things that I remember the same kind of thing. People with mobility issues or in wheelchairs were told to wait like in the elevator lobby, and and usually they would never try to evacuate those people because it was either usually somebody burned popcorn on an adjoining floor or it was a drill. And you could always tell by how many floors that they would evacuate and how crowded it got in the evacuation areas. um, but the tools that need to be available in order to accommodate those kinds of things are much needed and not things that people always think about. And actually, I did not know there was like a stretcher kind of thing, that you could put your wheelchair on to help you down. I just figured that they would put you on a like a sling kind of stretcher and leave your wheelchair behind, which would really suck because it would leave you without mobility when you got to the bottom. But I'm glad that there are innovations, like you described, that can take you down with your wheelchair. I realize there's added weight there, but it's worth it. It's worth it because you don't want to be left without mobility.
Yeah, exactly. Um, I had a friend that he had to go. Uh, he was had a really bad infection, was getting septic. He has a power wheelchair, and he lives alone. He called the ambulance. Ambulance came and got him, took him to the hospital. Of course, they had no place for his wheelchair. Left his wheelchair at home, so he's stuck, in the hospital. And then when it comes time to discharge him, he has no way to get home because he has no wheelchair. Um, and Fortunately, he had some friends he could call that had a van that could go to his house, pick up his wheelchair, or just go pick him up and then take him back to his house. Um, but yeah, it was. these are some things you never think about. And I believe you know where I'm going with this because you had in your notes a story from Alina Zelenska.
I'm looking at that right now.
So I don't know if we want to dive right into that. We don't have any hands right now, so
I think it is perfect to dive into. Go on ahead.
so because this idea of especially in America, um, the disabled community, which is we're the largest minority group in America, but we're often the least, I guess, the least vocal, the one that is most likely to be forgotten. I have a lot of friends that live in Europe, and this is not the case in Europe. And I think that Ukraine is taking a page from Europe's approach because Alina Zelenska, First Lady of Ukraine, is heading up a program of rebuilding Ukraine to be accessible for everybody. We've talked about this many times during the NAFO night shift before, because as if we have any new listeners, I use a wheelchair, and so I can speak to this from experience that the world is not built for wheelchairs, and Mrs. Zelenska is set up this commission to study how they can rebuild Ukraine so that it is accessible for everybody, because they're going to have a lot of um, veterans that are mobility impaired, either have amputations or traumatic brain injuries, which lead to balance issues, or spinal cord injuries, which lead to paralysis. Uh, those are the top three major injuries that somebody will receive in a battlefield: is traumatic brain injury, amputation, or spinal cord injury. And so that's this. Let me look at the translation that I was looking at here, because of course I don't speak Ukrainian yet. This is so there's a camp that they have set up by an NGO called Active Rehabilitation Group, and they have a wheelchair camp that 10 days long. They had 17 people there this particular session, and they show them the ropes of how to live in a wheelchair, and it's taught by people in wheelchairs with spinal cord injuries, which I think is vital. I had a couple of peer mentors when I was first injured that taught me how to live in a wheelchair, because it completely changes every single aspect of your life. You start from scratch in every way. You have to learn how to dress yourself. You have to learn how to use the bathroom. You have to learn how to shower. You have to learn how to do the dishes. And so this camp, I went to one. I've been to several of these camps, and I've taught at several of these camps. Here we have a very good spinal cord injury rehab group in the area of Utah that I live in. I'm extremely fortunate to be here in this area because I got really good instruction, and then I've been able to help give instruction. And that's exactly the same kind of program that is being set up here, that they bring in these veterans, people, or actually civilians too. There's going to be a lot of civilians that have spinal cord injuries or so forth from these random missile attacks. They're going to need this kind of thing too, and it just shows um, that the Ukrainian people, their slogan here, they talk about that if you've learned to live after an injury yourself, you need to teach somebody else. And they said that that's that is an example of how they're creating this barrier-free society where they have people saving people. And I think that's just it's that attitude, that groundwork is so important to producing a society that is accessible for everybody. And if we unfortunately we don't really have that in the United States. We're working on it, but if and I would highly recommend anybody, if you have Netflix, go watch Crip Camp. It's on Netflix. It's about the disability movement for getting disability rights. It goes through the whole initial movement that
Crip
happened
Camp.
after Crip
Crip
Camp.
Camp. I know it was a really good show. I really enjoyed that when I watched it. It's been quite a while since I watched it, but it was really good.
Sorry, I was droning on. Yes, Crip Camp. About it talks about how a whole bunch of wheelchair users locked themselves. They occupied a government building for 24 days, I think, demanding that basic things like lifts and ramps be installed in public access buildings. It's and that was only that's back in like 1965. So it's not been that long, but yet I still have access issues almost daily. And so I'm looking forward to this. I'm going to go to the Crimea beach party, and then I'm going to take a tour of areas of Ukraine that have been rebuilt and see how accessible they are.
That's awesome. And I think that I have shared a couple times on the space. I don't know if you've heard me share this, but I can walk. I am able to walk, but I have very bad pain issues, and so I rely on a scooter at times. And even in the house, I rely on a scooter at times. It's an electric mobility scooter, the typical thing you see an old person in. Um, and I have to say there are things you definitely have to learn to do differently. And I am fortunate because I can stand up and reach the upper shelves. I can stand up to reach things in the top of the fridge. I can stand up to turn the stove on and off. But if I was not able to, there are things that I wouldn't be able to do. But you have to learn how to, even put your, for me, like scooter in the right position so that you can reach the faucet and do the dishes without having to stand up. So there are a lot of things that you have to learn differently. And even what NAFO Dave has had to learn a whole lot more than I have, and I have just sort of figured it out as I've gone along. And sorry, but there are a couple of holes in the wall from trying to do something that didn't quite work out the right way. But those will get fixed. But these are real issues, and they're going to be real issues that Ukraine is going to face for many years to come. And it's going to face it with their veteran community. It's going to face it with their citizens who have received injuries from this. Should we see what Nick has to share, and then we can talk some more?
Of course, I would much rather hear Nick's voice than my own.
Hey, thanks. I don't know about that last comment, but I will soldier on anyway. That's probably a bad verb choice, but because I haven't ever been a soldier. But I wanted to thank the both of you for sharing your personal stories. Stories isn't the right word. Personal accounts of your day-to-day life. I appreciate that, and I am humbled, frankly, to have heard them. And I think that everybody listening should be equally humbled unless they share your circumstances. Um, I think I'm floundering here, but uh, I guess I was flabbergasted by the both of you, and I'm very appreciative of what you've said. I wanted to speak initially because I was watching cable TV earlier today, and a pretty smart person asked in relation to Ukraine if the entire country is going to be suffering from post-traumatic stress over the next generation or so, and the answer is probably obviously yes. And I think it's a very interesting circumstance because the only country uh, in this uh, aggression that is prone to suffering from post-traumatic stress is the victim, the aggressed, not the aggressor, because we, the West and the United States in particular, uh, completely refuse to allow Ukraine to strike with modern weapons on Russian soil. So Russians are never going to suffer from PTS unless it's the PTS that they suffer chronically from being pawns in a multi-century dictatorship. But that's not our problem. That's theirs. They acquiesce to it, so that's on them. But I thought it was interesting that the Ukrainians are being already prejudged to be PTS survivors, and probably accurately. I don't see how they're not going to be PTS survivors simply for not wanting to be recolonialized by a bunch of mother effing bastards who simply want to strip all of the wealth away from them and enslave them. That's not reasonable, and the world's the global response to this to say, well, it's okay, just don't strike Russia because they have nuclear weapons. That's not acceptable either, and we have got to keep voicing our discomfort with this, and our unwillingness to accept it. It because it's not acceptable. It's it, it makes us accessories to barbarism, and that's simply not cool. I had something else to say, but I've my imagination has taken me down a dark path, so I will re-raise my hand if there's no one else raising it when I remember exactly what I wanted to say. But thank you for letting me rant.
You're welcome. That's we. I think that's important to have a space like this where we can vent our emotions about this, because these are very, very strong and very real emotions. Um, and it helps to talk about them. It helps to get them out there. I'm all for that. So thank you. Um, though I will have to say that I'm much more flab than I am gassed. So next time you're flabbergasted, just remember that's a Yehuda joke, by the way. Um, yes, I see everybody laughing. So um, anyway, thank you,
I'm just
Nick.
I'm just making a tweet, which I should have done beforehand, but making a tweet with a link to their website so that I can put it in the nest, because these are important things. And I don't think I saved it, but I have another thing to go on about, but I see August is coming up, and I'm betting that August has some things to input, but she's still cycling up.
Hey, thank you, Prince and NAFO, Dave. You guys doing a great job as usual, and I love that you bring a different perspective than sometimes the daytime talk, which is more politics or tanks or military arms. You know, this very human side, which is going to affect Ukraine, as Nick and everybody said, for years. You know, and so I just wanted to ditto what Nick was saying, that that's something I think about a lot. And also, I've some of my Ukrainian friends here in the area that have survivor's guilt. So you're going to have people with PTSD, and then the ones that also have survivor's guilt. But it's going to be, a big challenge. But any country that's up for it is Ukraine, and I hope there's going to be a lot of support. And just to sort of piggyback on what NAFO Dave was saying about accessibility, we here in, because I was thinking about that the other day, because where I live in Myrtle Beach, we have a accessible playground for kids, and it's I think the largest, best in the Southeast, and it's just an amazing park and facility. It's just huge, and I envision there's going to be a lot of those in Ukraine too. But darn, there was something else I was thinking of. I was sort of surprised, Nico, Dave, that you said that Europe was ahead of the U.S. Now, I am not well traveled in Europe. I've been to, like Montreal about 10 years ago, and that was something that I noticed then. It is not accessible at all. And when I was asking some of the locals and the tour guide, the excuse they use is, oh, these historic buildings, we don't want to damage them. But it wasn't there. I went to the shopping malls. I was in the metro station, and they weren't accessible. But I have a lot of older friends or aging friends that say, they're trying to get all their travel in because Europe is not that accessible, and they want to be able to do it while they can still do it. So I don't know. I haven't been there, but it's just another opportunity that Ukraine is going to have, because being a more accessible country is not only going to help, their citizens and who lives there, but it can become, a mecca for travelers and older travelers that fear going to places because they don't have, accessible, features for them. So I hope that, that will attract even more, economy and more people coming to Ukraine. So that's all I had to say. But thank you guys.
You're welcome. Hey, I should. Hello? Can everybody hear me?
I can hear you just fine.
Okay, good. I should clarify on the Europe that yeah, there are many parts that are very old that are not really accessible. The public transportation is well, because it's much more developed. Yeah, you don't really need a car. You've got lots of trains and bus systems. Newer buildings are good. Also, their medical system, since it's mostly nationalized healthcare, people have better access to more mobility aids than they would in the U.S. Like here, basically, if you are not a millionaire, you can't really afford the mobility aids that are available. But since they're mostly paid for in Europe, there lots of people have these nifty attachments for their wheelchairs that will make otherwise inaccessible things like cobblestone streets totally doable. So, Nick, or do you have something to say, Prince?
Nope, go ahead to Nick.
Okay, yeah, thanks. August fortuitously and perhaps accidentally reminded me of the final point I wanted to make about the PTS, post-traumatic stress that is widespread across the entirety of Ukraine at this point. I mentioned, of course, that uh, uh, Russia is not going to experience, at least in this iteration of it, since they already live in their own domestic tyranny version of PTS. But I think what concerns me is that Europe, the rest of Europe, the all those countries that are supporting Ukraine, either morally or financially or militarily or a combination of all three, may not all understand the trauma that Ukraine has been undergoing all on its own, um, completely and simply because it was a former colony of a rapacious dictatorship, an empire. And so I think I'm concerned. I don't know what we can do here, at least not here in North America. But we should, if we can, express to Europe in particular that you've got a new member of your community that is going to be different from you because your ancestors 70 years ago experienced this, but none of you have, unless your grandparents are still alive. You don't know what Ukraine is going through right now. They're suffering from an insane dictator's rapacious genocidal attack, and they're going to survive it, and they're going to come out strong, and they're going to be a productive member of Europe. But it's going to not be an easy and unbumpy ride for them and Europeans. Here I am preaching from the coziness of the west coast of North America, but the Europeans have to understand this, that the post-traumatic stress that everybody in Ukraine is going to suffer from is going to affect their recovery. They're going to do everything we already know how devoted they are to their cause, to their national identity, and to their desire for democracy, and their unwillingness to tolerate any more corruption, Soviet-style corruption. We know all of that already. It's obvious. It's not a mystery, but the rest of Europe has to be patient with Ukraine as it recovers from its post-traumatic stress, and it's going to take a generation. And that was the final point I wanted to make. And thank you, August, for whether you realized it or not, you reminded me of that point, and I very much appreciate it. Thank you.
You know, this is like the main topic I wanted to talk about, but it makes me think of another topic that I didn't save the information on, which is sort of frustrating me right now. But I will see if I can find it in the next day or two again. But the other thing that you know, seeing this camp for spinal cord injury recovery made me think of another camp. And I did actually just happen to see it yesterday or last night while I was looking through some tweets, or maybe it was even a Telegram post. I'm not sure. Either way, here where I live, there has been for many, many years a camp for kids who have been affected by AIDS. So these kids get to go away for a whole week, and it doesn't matter if they have AIDS or if their parent or somebody close to them, they get to go and just not have to worry about that for a whole week. And I started thinking about it when I was looking at this stuff by Mrs. Zelenska yesterday, and thinking that, you know, they need something similar to that for the Ukrainian kids. You know, we hear about the horrid camps that they are sent to in Russia, which we know about. And I keep especially the last few weeks, keep seeing numbers of 300, 500, 300, 250 kids being sent to camps in Russia. But there is a camp that takes place in the Carpathian Mountains, and that camp is to help kids get away from the war zone for a little bit. And there are some special programs to, give them the space and the opportunity to talk about some of the psychological or mental or traumatic things that they have been going through since this has been going on, and going all the way back to 2014, not just since for the last 16 months. Uh, it's something that you know is a good opportunity for kids if it's handled right. If people who know what they're doing run a camp like this, so just like for the camp for people with spinal cord injuries, which I did make a tweet for, and there is up in the nest a link to the website for the camp for the spinal cord injuries. And if I find the one about for kids in the Carpathian Mountains, I will definitely share that and address that again. But having a camp where kids can get the space away to be able to work on these things, or maybe just to be a kid for a week and not have to worry about air raid alerts, because the Carpathians is not a place where those happen a lot, is just a really good thing, I think. So I just thought, since we were talking about the camp for spinal cord injuries, that just bringing that up, just as an idea that is something that is happening, which is a very good thing also for Ukraine. And I'm happy to see those things happening.
Yeah, that's it's always something that we like to emphasize on the night shift is you get 21 hours of booms and explosions and negative things. We like to emphasize the positive things that are going on in Ukrainian society, because no matter how bad or how terrible a situation is, complaining about it will make it worse. And so we don't complain about it. We try to bring the positive here. In response to Nick's comments, I just put up in the nest a link to the It's Complicated website. So this is they run a thing called Therapist for Ukraine. They give free psychological support to those affected by the Ukrainian war. And so if you are also, they're looking for therapists. So if you're a therapist, you can volunteer to do remote therapy sessions, or if you need therapy, you can get connected with a therapist for remote sessions. So I'd put that out there.
I wonder if Anda has had her coffee yet. It's like 6:30 in the morning.
I don't know, but I bet she has questions.
Well, she didn't put her hand up. She didn't.
But
Put
she
her
always
hand
has
up.
them.
I know she does. So but of course we must just give Anda a hard time no matter what.
Well, thanks. Good morning. I'm preparing coffee right now. I actually woke up really early, but tried to get back to sleep and couldn't. So I decided to join you here. I do have questions, just as Dave said. So you were talking about this camp, about therapy for the kids in Ukraine. Did I understood correctly? It's in Transcarpathia.
Yes.
So, are there only Ukrainian So it's only remote, or it's they get to go there and do therapy on site. Are only Ukrainian psychologists working on it? How does it work?
Well, let me actually, you know what I found an old post, and it's not the one that I saw this morning, but it very much jives with what I have but with what I remember reading last night that I can't find all of a sudden. And I should write these things down, and I write so much down. For some reason, I didn't that one. But last year, and this was posted in September of 2022. St. Javelin sponsored one of the summer camps for the children. This was specifically for the children of Ukrainian defenders. So I will put a link up I will put a link to this tweet up in the nest here, um, real quick. But I will just tell you what it describes real quick, in case you don't have a chance to go look. They go through their tweet, and it says it has 3 types of activities conducted daily. They have cultural, um, lectures on the history of Ukraine, crafts and cooking, workshops, and recreation of the traditional Ukrainian celebrations. They do wellness workshops for coping with stress during the war and developing leadership qualities, among other things, therapy, yoga, and things like that. And then they do sports. They also do things like, but those are the main 3, but they also do things like hiking and river rafting. So I just shared that up in the nest so you can take a look at it. This is it's very similar. It's not exactly, but this is a description of what St. Javelin posted last year, or raised the money to be able to let this happen. So it was, I think it's a really good example of things that I know are happening in Ukraine, so that these kids are being able to take part in things like this. So go ahead, Nick.
Oh, thanks. This is really trivial. I wanted to mention to Anda that although I miss her red-footed falcon, I whatever it's called, the little circle, the photo in the circle. What does Twitter call that? That identifies us. That
Avatar.
thing.
It's called
Say it again.
avatar.
Avatar. Thank you. The on the red-footed falcon avatar I will miss, simply because your rescue of that poor bird is so heartwarming, and everybody should know about it. Anda noticed a bird on the side of the road in distress, and discovered it was a red-footed falcon with a broken wing, and took it to a wildlife rehabilitator in Romania. And I love that. That is such a wonderful story. I did that many years ago with a couple of turtles that got hit by cars, and thankfully the vet I was able to take them to was able to glue their shells back together and keep them in the pond where he lived, or keep them in the yard with the pond where he lived. So that was happy. But I also I absolutely adore your new avatar. It is fantastic. If anybody doesn't know what I'm talking about, have a look at it. It encapsulates our dear Anda in one great photo. And I'm gonna drop to listener because I've got things to do, and staying as a speaker is a waste of speaker space. But I just wanted to get all that in before I dropped. And thanks everybody. Slava Ukraini.
Hiram Slava,
Yeah.
and and even if you have to go do things, you can still stay up as a speaker. There's nothing wrong with that. And Anda, I hope that I answered your question sort of. I'm sure that you will have follow-up questions, but since I had found this this example from St. Javelin of the kind of camp I'm talking about, and knowing that it happened last year, so it's going to be happening this year, is just a good example of the kind of thing I was talking about. And then, of course, also in the nest is the link that we put up there, that I put up there for the active rehabilitation camp, for restoring physical and social connections of people with spinal cord injuries. So those are all up in the nest, and of course it's taking us on the NAFO night shift. The way that we do things here, just hitting the heart a little bit more than it gets hit sometimes during the day. And like I always say, there's nothing wrong with how things happen during the day. This just happens to play to the strength of Dave and I.
Um, so,
Go ahead, Enda.
so what I wanted to say is two things. First and foremost, from time to time, it's good to have a change of topic. I like that. And I wanted to mention the fact that Transcarpathia is a region, a mountain, the mountains, the Carpathian Mountains, which are in Ukraine, in the west of Ukraine, and also in Romania. They are very nice for exactly this type of activity. So they are not very high. They have forests. We actually, Ukraine and Romania and the area in general, still have wildlife in the forest, but it's not vicious. So people don't die over going in the forest. But from time to time, you, if you're lucky, you can spot a deer or sometimes bears, but not so often. And usually it's very pleasant for hiking. So having a moderate altitude and not very steep um, um, valleys and heights, um, you can actually take the children on a trip on different trails in order to for them to get familiarized with the nature, take their mind off everything, learn new skills. And when I say learn new skills, uh, we don't have, to my knowledge, there are in Ukraine and also in Romania scouts organizations, but they don't have the same flavor as they are in US. But still, you can learn a lot of useful things as a scout or as a child which goes hiking. And the beauty of this activity is that you kind of learn how to be self-confident and self-assured that you can make it, right? You learn basic survival skills, basic teamwork, um, and actually get to know other people face to face. And that is a good thing because we tend to, after COVID and also after this abomination of an invasion of another country, especially in Ukraine, but also around the world, we get this habit of being stuck with the phone, um, talking to it, getting information from it, um, connecting with other people through it. And that is actually, it's good. On one side, it helps you if it's a tool, not a way of life. Kids need, especially kids, right? They need face-to-face communication. They need to be in society, learning how to deal with society, learning how to deal with emotions, not only about their emotions back home, meaning the fact that the dad is gone, right? He's fighting for the country. But dealing with your fear that he's never going to come back. Dealing with the fear that you are at risk of being shelled, but also with normal human interaction. Kids need to learn. Kids, the best way they learn until 11 or 12 years old is by example, which means they need role models around them, and they also need human interaction, not only the closest family, but the village, right? And we don't have that village anymore around us. So that means we need to encourage children everywhere, but especially in Ukraine, um, to have to go in this kind of camps, to have interaction with other children, um, with professors, with all sorts of cultural and sports events, because for many reasons. So I can go on, but I will stop. Um, so this is basically why I'm so happy about these camps, and why I had questions about them. I see their value, and I'm really happy they happen.
So am I. Yeah, because it's exactly like everything you said. Kids need these opportunities, and depending on the area and the region, some of these kids may have been exposed to war. Just a few days ago, I read a story about a 12-year-old boy, and I shared it on the space. And the 12-year-old boy, I believe it was in Bucha, um, was injured very badly. 12-year-old boy had a heart attack because um, he and his dad were in the yard when the shelling started, and the shelling killed his dad instantly. But as he was running to the house for safety, he was hit in the neck with some shrapnel, and it cut off oxygen to his brain and cut off blood flow, excuse me, which also caused him to have a heart attack. And he was at first taken to a hospital, I believe, at hospital, and then they were able to restore the blood flow to his brain. And then he was moved to Lviv, and he needed to learn, because of the brain damage, he needed to learn to talk, to walk, to eat, to do all kinds of things again. And so he has been there for therapy. But you know what? That's not all. This is the second time this boy has been injured since 2014. I do not recall exactly which year it was, but before the full scale invasion, um, the same kind of thing happened when they were living in another town before they moved for safety. And what happened in that instance was a pot of like boiling water fell on him and his brother, and he has scars, very bad scars. You can see them in the pictures of him on his arms. And so some of those scars and wounds are actually still healing. And there is some expert care that he needs that isn't necessarily available in Ukraine to be able to deal with these scars. And so, you think about this child who's 12 years old, has been injured severely twice, and has had to move his home and has now lost his father, who was the person who was raising them. There was no mention of the mother at all in this article. It was about the father who was raising them. And so he's lost his father, he's had to move. And, so he's gone through so much already, and he still has a ways to go. He has learned to walk again and talk again. But I'm sure it's not perfect. I'm sure there is plenty of room for improvement because those things take time to relearn. But he's making progress in doing that. And so you think about these kids who have gone through so much and being able to provide them, I don't know that there is an opportunity for kids like him, but it wouldn't surprise me if there was. But an opportunity to be able to get away and just be a kid for a week. It reminds me actually of another camp here in the area where I live, where they have a camp that is fully staffed with medical staff for disabled children. And I have a friend whose daughter has brittle bone disease and is very fragile, and has gone to that camp every year for a long time. And it's important for her to be able to go and do that. She loves it. And there are several other kids. There are many kids who go to this camp every year. I have a cousin who volunteered as a nurse there. But it puts them in a situation where parents don't have to worry about if there's somebody skilled enough to give their child medication that's required, or be able to tube feed them, or be able to deal with a seizure, or be able to deal with any number of different things. So if there was a camp available for children in the situation of this 12-year-old boy, where he could go and do everything he could do and not have to worry so much about it, and be able to be in the outdoors, that would be a wonderful thing for him. Dave, I don't know if you have any input on that, but it just, I found a nugget and I decided to go with it, and I went with it maybe farther than I realized.
No, that was a good nugget to follow. I think that those kind of outdoor therapy is extremely important for mental well-being. It's been shown over and over again that just the act of being out in nature has a very calming effect on the mind and the body. So I put up in the I put up in the nest a link to the I already said this, didn't I? Yeah, about the psychological support. And August has joined us again. You have something to add to this, I hope.
Yeah. Well, a couple of things. One, when I was listening to Anda talk about those camps, and it's just so heartbreaking when I follow several of the Ukrainian government sites, and they put out these little diagrams like how to dig your way out of rubble. How these kind of things, and you think here, like in America, the closest thing that a child has to worry about here is like maybe a hurricane preparedness or something. But due to this horrible war, they're having to be educated on things that kids should never have to go through. It's just so sad, and I'm glad they have these resources. But um, about 6 months ago, I read an article, so I might not be tracking everything that I remember correctly, but they have these. This one psychologist had set up a sort of like a recovery spa, and it's in an undisclosed location, and for soldiers that have unretractable PTSD or depression, where they almost can't function, and the resources that are available to them isn't working. They go there, and it's in this very tranquil place. They can bring some family members, and besides group therapy, they do art, they do music, they swim. They can and they've been very, very successful in getting some of the soldiers back on track. The thing is, you just need 1,000 of them, not just one. But they're definitely thinking of some creative ways. But this psychologist, I don't know if he's a psychiatrist or took it upon himself to start one of these. And so I was just thinking of, they have something a little similar for adults, but they just need a whole bunch more of them.
Yes, that's there's going to be a great need for more and more people helping. And I'll just introduce a topic that we can get to after I go to hands. But there is a conference going on in London, the Visions of London Recovery Conference, or How to Build Ukraine, Visions of London Recovery Conference, called the URC 2023. And I'll go over that in a minute. But just a heads up, kind of like on the radio where they give you little teasers. I've been listening to NPR, and I'm trying to incorporate that into my hosting. So I think we'll go to Anda, then Nick.
So just to respond to August, I don't know how to say this. It's not nice. Not to you, but in general. But it's true. It saves their lives. So it's awful. You're totally right. It's awful they have to go through this. But it's a fact of life. There are some things in life, in our lives, when we can simply will them away or choose to disregard them because they don't affect us so much. So we can choose to say this doesn't relate to me. That's not important. That's not my job. That's not my life. That's not my problem. In your life, in and around your life. But they cannot do that. So having another country shelling yours with effects like Prince just explained, it's not an option. It's not something you can will away or say it's not there, because it is, and it can affect you. So in this kind of cases, it's actually a useful skill to know what to do, where to go, how to get home, even if so landmarks on your street or in your town that are not related to buildings, for example, because buildings might get shelled, so you won't recognize them going forward. So you need to know how to count the streets, the intersections, and where to turn left and right. These can save your life in time of need, and for kids to have that, and for young adults to have that, is actually really useful. And it was something that was discussed at the beginning of the war. I remember distinctly discussing this a year ago here in the space with someone who wanted to put up a list of things to prepare for the shelters in Ukraine to be translated and given to the parents also, because most of these kind of teachings you don't get them in school. Most of them you actually get them from your parents, right? And the parents need to, for example, have bags prepared in order if you need to evacuate fast, what to put in them, what's useful and what's not, um, proven useful, right? Because there are some things that you think you cannot live without when you live in the comfort of your own home, and there are real things that you need when you're away from your home, and you get face to face with stupid stuff like you need a soap in order to wash yourself, because you're not gonna take with you a bottle of expensive um, um, shampoo or soap is actually uh, one very useful thing to have with you, right? Um, and so are others. So um, Ukraine actually, because this is going on, and if you look at the front lines, how much territory is covered, how much equipment is there in Ukraine right now, you realize it's not going to end soon, which means we need to prepare. We have an expression here in Romania, which says that during summer you should prepare your sleigh, and during winter you should prepare your chariot. So that means you should prepare for winter. So we should prepare for the next winter with next challenges, and to kind of try to foresee where are we going, and what would they need, right? So um, basically my point is, um, as awful as it sounds for us, that they should learn these skills, first and foremost, um, I'm glad they do. Second, I'm willing to do everything to help them learn, and get trained, including the children, because I don't have any ability to train the soldiers, uh, and donate. Actually, this is something that helps going forward. Um, Helping the guys who are supplying the troops right now, and helping the um, you can choose um, whoever you want, whoever rings true to your heart, but donation, steady donation, it doesn't have to be much, but it has to be consistent, helps the ground, the, NGOs who deliver stuff to Ukraine, who help Ukrainians get from one day to another. Sometimes that should never fail. That should be incorporated in your budget. That should be something we do daily, because we can choose another bottle of shampoo. We can make our own coffee. We can. I'm not talking about, giving away half of your salary, but I'm talking about small things that you can actually um, pinch, and that can make major differences for the guys who are collecting and delivering stuff to Ukraine. We have here in the space um, pretty often we have War Doggo, right? MriyaReport collected and delivered stuff to Ukraine. Maria Aid, which is another organization who also delivered lots of stuff to Ukraine. We had Frontline Kitchen, we had Chef Zenia, we had um, a tremendous bunch of people who put their hearts out and actually work to get this stuff delivered. UK for UA, lots of guys. So pick one, be steady, support, because it really, it's something that it's in your power and it really makes a difference. We cannot change the reality on the ground in Ukraine in terms of what's Russia gonna do tomorrow. But we can make a difference for the guys who are there, for the children who are there. We have some NAFO friends in Romania who deliver stuff for an orphanage. Frontline Kitchen also did that. That's bringing a smile to a child. Some sweets, some pictures, some clothes, some toys. It's not much. It's actually not much. New shoes, because one of the stupidest things is that children need shoes and socks and um, things because they outgrow them, and you can give them larger. Sometimes it's the way I say it's stupid. One of the You can wear a t-shirt when you outgrow it, especially during summer. It's not nice, but you can still wear it. But with shoes, it's actually awful when you outgrow your pair of shoes. So that's one thing that kids really do need. So that's in our power. And yeah, I wanted to kind of bring that to our forefront. So thank you for your patience.
Well, thank you for your input. I should mention that if we had video on here, you would see me sitting here in my St. Javelin hoodie, which I purchased, and a little bit of that money that I got this hoodie for went to those camps that the Prince has been talking about last year. So I did my little bit, and I've got this lovely hoodie that I can wear around, and I get. You can always tell when somebody knows about Ukraine or is in support of Ukraine because they'll make a comment on that. So it's good for spreading awareness too, because a lot of people ask me who's Saint Javelin, and it's like, oh, it's the patron saint of all Ukrainian soldiers because the javelin saved them from being completely overrun during the initial invasion. Do you have anything to add to that, Prince, or should we go to Nick?
No, I just actually, what I have to add backs up just a teeny bit, and I'm not going to take a whole lot of time. But and to what you said earlier about disconnecting, from like the internet and disconnecting from news and disconnecting from technology, made me think of something that I did read earlier today. And and a bunch of statistics came out from some polls today, but almost 40% of Ukrainians use their phone 4 to 6 hours a day. 4 to 6 hours a day. And 20% of them monitor the latest events and check channels every hour. Now, I realize I'm not in Ukraine, but I can tell you that I check specific things more than once an hour when it comes to keeping track of things. But imagine being able to get away and not do that for a period of time. So I just, since that came out today, and you mentioned that kind of unplugging and going to the Carpathians and being able to do that is a good thing. And I remember Ryan mentioned not too long ago the first trip that he took to Ukraine. Victoria and some other people sort of said, "Come on, Ryan, you're coming with us for 3 days." It didn't quite matter what Ryan thought. He was going for 3 days to the Carpathian Mountains, and I remember him posting some of those pictures. But he shared with us on the space that how important that ended up being to be disconnected, because you didn't have electricity for more than a couple hours a day. You didn't have phone service. You didn't have that that tie. And I think that's another important thing that retreats in the Carpathian can offer. So let's go to Nick before I blabber on even further.
Thanks, Prince. I wanted to. There's been an interesting thread of conversation that circles around something that I think pertains to Ukraine and is important. And I wanted to advocate that we, whenever we can remember to drop the D from PTSD, because the D stands for disorder, and disorder implies dysfunctional. And lots of people, and I'm one of them, suffer from post-traumatic stress without it necessarily being disabling or disordering or whatever. And lots of it can happen over the course of everyday life, depending on how cruel the people that you might encounter are, if you're not if they have more power than you. So there is a lot of PTS in the world and a lot less PTSD, but that doesn't mean that there isn't PTSD in Ukraine. There is, but calling it PTS includes PTSD and is less judgmental, at least implicitly, not explicitly, but implicitly. So I would like to advocate that that when we talk about PTS, we make sure that we don't use the D unless we actually know what the hell we're talking about clinically. This may sound like I'm trying to split hairs, but I'm not. It's important to me personally, and I think that it's important to me personally because I have a valid point to share. So I just, and again, I want to emphasize that post-traumatic stress is widely experienced. It's terribly experienced if the if the trauma is something like a catastrophic earthquake that, say, wrecks the West Coast, where Prince and I live. I mean, we both live in an earthquake zone where there is the possibility of a 9.0 earthquake in our lifetime. That will be massively destructive and traumatizing for millions of people. It hasn't happened yet, but it's on the cards, and it's inevitable mathematically just because of the way plate tectonics work. What is avoidable are human-caused post-traumatic stress creations, like allowing a kleptocratic, avaricious, imperialistic state entity to prosper simply because it has lots of exportable energy supplies and because it has a legacy of nuclear arms. That should never be allowed again. The the world community has got to come across a way where if the leader of said state publishes a screed about how its neighboring country isn't really a legitimate neighboring country, and its ethnicity is a fiction, and that it is a renegade province of the empire that the said kleptocrat is head of. That's got to be a red flag. Like, oh no, we're not going any further. You're cut off. You don't have to invade first. We are going to cut you off from every economic opportunity you have, and I mean, that's just it. Doing anything else is idiotic, and once again, I have my emotions have outrun my intellect, so I will happily shut up and let other people smarter than me comment. Thank you.
No, we appreciate your comments and your emotions. This is something that I find helps me. I get a chance to come in here and host and sort out my emotions. And I would point out that there is something that there is a way we can definitely help Ukraine and do something, and that is retweeting this space, sharing it, and donating. In fact, if you're angry, you can rage donate. Rage donating is a thing. You may have heard of rage quitting. Well, we're not rage quitting, we're rage donating. You go to MriyaReport and do some rage donating because all of that will go directly to helping Ukraine. And as Anda has pointed out, doesn't have to be a lot. It can be the amount you save. Maybe you skip your coffee and you decide, that would even, now that I think about it, skip your coffee, you'll get more rage. Then you can rage donate even more. See what I did there, Prince?
Yeah, you want to give everybody coffee withdrawals. You're not right.
Hey, I've never drunk coffee, so don't talk to me about coffee withdrawals. But I think the order is Jerome and Martin and then Zelo, unless you have something to add.
No, we're good. Jerome, go ahead.
I can't get my this is Cleo. I can't get my, there it is. It's back up. Thanks.
Okay, am I good? Okay.
You are good.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to appeal for a little help. First of all, recommendation for, and I wonder, Prince or Dave, do you guys ever watch Morning Joe? They do a fairly good job of covering Ukraine. And I wanted to, it's on MSNBC in the morning here in the US. I guess, Prince, your time, it would be maybe a second running of the show. I believe it comes on 6 a.m. Eastern time. But I thought of you this morning because they did a piece on the children who were being taken from the occupied lands, and actually focused on one specific child and the mother who went in to bring him back out. And I was going to try to find that and maybe put it on my tweet it out or something if I can, or if anybody else. I'm not real good at that, but there was a story this morning. I don't think it was specifically to Morning Joe. It was done by NBC, and I can't recall the reporter, but I thought of you because it was a really good. It really brought it home because it brought a specific case.
It was Molly Hunter. The reporter was Molly Hunter.
Very good. Okay, so maybe someone could help me and maybe spread the word on that. I'm going to try to do it myself. I just thought it was, I don't know, what were your thoughts? I don't know who just spoke up, but maybe someone else could speak to it. And, I thought it was, but anyway, I think Morning Joe does a good job with Mika Brzezinski. I know it just seems like people, I know her brother has been in here maybe a while ago. But I swear someone on that show joins this space and kind of goes along with the reporting here. They seem to be the best follow as far as U.S. news I found on TV. So just wanted to put that out and maybe someone can highlight that story. Thank you.
I will look for it. I will look for it. And yeah, you said Molly Hunter, right, Nick?
Yeah, and I'm sorry to interject, but they showed them actually. They showed the kid in the school with these. I know we've all seen it, but just bringing it home with this, with the military Z uniform, somewhere in like sailor. It was just really. I mean, we've talked about it and stuff, but to really see it, I don't know. So maybe someone could back it up with verify it and all that. So thank you.
Well, really, what I can say is that I can't even tell you how many videos like that I've seen. But I will definitely look for this one still. And with Dave, do you have anything to add before we go to Martin?
No, just that this has been going on for a while. Russia is they are definitely militarizing their schools and raising up the next generation of soldiers, and they're kidnapping Ukrainians to do just that.
And sorry to keep barging in, but it did highlight also. It did bring up the woman, who was in charge of that whole process. It really highlighted her and brought up the fact that each individual case is just further bolstering the whole case against it. So every single case. And with that, I'll be quiet. Thank you.
Well, Lvova Belova made a little bit of news today. Host connection issues. I will send a message here in a second. Dave, can you send that message? That the representative of the Pope was in Moscow today and did meet with Lvova Belova, and it sort of made me sick. I just saw a couple of clips of it. I haven't heard any big, huge. I haven't read any big, huge reporting on it. Just that they met, and I did see a short video of that. Now, I am. How do I say this? What I have read from the Ombudsman's office for Ukraine is that they are actually hoping that the Pope and the representative of the papal office will actually be able to do some work to help to intervene, to help to make reuniting children with their family easier. There are several things that Russia is not doing as far as tracking the children and things such as that. And the hope of the Ukrainian government, from what I have read, is that the intervention of the representative of the Pope will actually be able to help in the process of finding where these kids are and being able to help to bring them back to Ukraine. So I will just add that real quick, and let's go to Martin.
Thank you, Prince and NAFO Dave. Slava Ukraini. I wanted to. I was just actually shutting down my computer and getting ready to hit the hay. It's late here in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada, center of Canada, and I just came across on my YouTube channel on my computer an interview that was done, I guess, within the past hour or two on CNN, and it's with an ex-US Marine. I don't know if it's been discussed or mentioned, who's fighting in Ukraine, of course, with, I'm not sure if it's the International Legion or with actually Ukrainian Army. I think it's with the actual Ukrainian forces, but nevertheless, I think he would make a great guest on a Maria Report. His name is Garrison Foster. And as I said, he was an ex-US Marine, and he's only been home once, according to the interview he did with Aaron Burnett from CNN, who is now in Ukraine, and the interview was done in Dnipro, and that was to see his wife give birth to their, I think, their first son or first child overall, and it was a compelling and frightening interview as well, because it showed him in actual combat. He has a GoPro strapped to his helmet, and it showed them, the unit he was with, storming a Russian trench and then having to retreat because the Russians, or let me say the genocidal invaders from Muscovy, much more appropriate to use, had a drone in the sky and had spotted them. And he said, when asked why he was here in Ukraine supporting, fighting, he said, Ukraine after 9/11 was in Afghanistan with the US and Canada and other countries, and they didn't have to be, but they were there fighting. And he says, why should we allow Russia to take this resource-rich land, the land that does not belong to them, in their imperial desire for conquest? And I just thought, gee, this is a compelling interview with the footage and the comments he was making. So, blah, blah, blah. Let me just make that recommendation, and perhaps Prince or Nafo Dave, or both of you, can make the suggestions to the powers that be, your colleagues who host the Maria Report, to have this gentleman, Garrison Foster, as a guest, if possible, at some point. What do you think?
I think
I
that
think that's a great idea.
there you go.
By the way, sorry to interrupt. I tweeted the interview, so you can go and take a look at it as well. I
That
sent it to
helps a
myself.
lot.
Yeah, go and take a look at it. It's amazing. So I say I was just shutting down my computer, and I happened to see this, and I said, "Hey, I got to watch this," and voila! Wow! I said, "This guy's got to be on Maria Report." So that's why I'm up making this request and speaking to you guys. So, anyways,
Awesome, because you know what that means that I'll do is that
yeah,
I will find your tweet and I will
good.
forward it to the powers that be as far as guests are concerned, and say, Martin, our good friend from Winnipeg, Manitoba,
Bravo!
Yes, suggests that maybe this would be a great guest for the Maria Report. What do you guys think? So there we
Thanks,
go.
thanks, Prince. I really appreciate that, because I think everyone should hear this fellow if he's able to if he wants to, and if he's in a position to do so. But yeah, that's great. Okay, let me just say again, Slava Ukraini, and keep up the good work, and please sound like Tweety Bird, retweet this site, the one, as I always say, indispensable source of continuous and accurate information about Muscovy's genocidal war against Ukraine, one which they will lose, and Ukraine will be victorious and build back better. I will drop down to listener, and thank you again. Good night.
Thank you, Martin. Thank
You're
you so
welcome.
much. And I will shoot that off in a message to some people, and see if they want to see what they want to do with that. And you know, just while I'm thinking about it, but I'll do this. I'll do this for Martin. Martin, you know, every time I say hockey 3 times, Martin comes up. So it's just sort of like, you know, a thing that works with Martin. And Martin has done some good journalism for the Maria Report, and we really appreciate him. Um, but you know, you guys, if you have ideas like this of a great guest or something like that, you can also go out to the MriyaReport.org website, and there's a contact form on there, and you could submit your suggestion that way, I would think, and it would get routed to the people who look at possible guests. And that just occurred to me as I was doing that, because it's usually one of the easier ways to get it routed to the person who should be looking at it, instead of us trying to remember who we need to send it to. Um, which isn't that big of a deal, but it saves a step sometimes. And you know, while you're at MriyaReport.org, if you have the opportunity and can volunteer, you can go ahead and go to MriyaReport.org and you know, offer to volunteer. Let us know what you have available to volunteer with. That would be absolutely fabulous also. Dave, I'm going to hand it to you. I think Cleo is next, but I want to see if you have anything to add, Dave.
Oh, I'm fine. Just hope everything's good in windy in the windy Toba, or winter Toba, winter, yeah, whatever.
Manitoba. And
No, it's
Jerome,
winter Toba, isn't it?
I don't know. Jerome, I did find that article, I believe, so I've got it.
Oh, that brought you said hockey 3 times, and I said winter Toba, and Martin's coming back up. So in the meantime, Silo or Silo, I'm not sure how to pronounce that, but
It's Cleo.
Cleo.
Yeah, it's Cleo.
I was completely wrong.
Just so you do it the European way. So Cleo. So I wanted to address the PTSD thing, because I have it, and I don't really care if somebody thinks of it as a disorder, because it does create disorder in anybody's life if they have it. So, but mainly, I think it's really important to stick to the you know, not to do layman inventions on names, because we get into a lot of confusion, and we especially get, you know, people who are more conservative in their language patterns, then having a reaction to the entire thing, and or whatever the state is. I mean, the DSM describes it as, you know, as a PTSD and is a disorder, and the DSM is voted on by psychiatrists who, you know, are put together the wording, and it's very exact. And if you don't know if someone has it, just don't try to label them. A lot of things are, you know, can simulate certain conditions, so that you really can't label people anyway, because, you know, one characteristic that may look like ADHD, some of the traits of that are simulated when people lack sleep, when they're not getting enough sleep, or when they're trying to do too much multitasking. But I think trying to modify people's feelings toward a condition by relabeling it is really spectacularly unsuccessful. People have tried to say, well, don't say handicap, say able othered, or don't say handicap, say special. And all it winds up being is that people use it as an ironic term. So I think we just ought to stick to the traditional terms, and then redefine them, you know, in terms of, well, this is what this looks like. And people will learn more and more about the symptom if you just do it that way. But if you try to relabel it, they just feel that you're trying to pull something on them. That's been my observation anyway. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
You know, it's
Oh,
interesting. It's interesting today. Much earlier today, there was a co-host who used a specific word um, that many in the United States find extremely offensive, but it was a host from another country, and I know that people in that country use that word probably in a totally different way than we do, and it's not uh, a word that is thought of in a poor way in that country. I'm just going to use an example real quick. The example I'm going to use is the word fag. This wasn't the word today, but I'm going to use that as an example. Now, in the United States, that could be a very, very offensive word to some people. In the UK, it's a cigarette. So, you know, we also have to keep in mind that different people look at things different ways, and different people have different meanings associated with different words. And so, you know, I don't know if that example measures up exactly well, but it is just the one that came to my mind. You know, people have different ways of looking at things, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just the way it is. What may offend somebody in the United States, such as using the word bag, wouldn't offend somebody in the UK because all they mean is they're going for a cigarette. Nafo Dave, anything to add?
um, no, just I'm Cleo. I'm with you 100% there. That renaming something doesn't necessarily make it easier or any better. It shifts the focus off of what needs to, you know, the real heart of the matter of why don't we just make society more accessible to these people instead of trying to, you know, make their condition more um, palatable to those, you know, to able-bodied people that don't want to deal with it necessarily. Um, and I think Nick, I think Martin came up to respond to my mispronunciation of something like Manasnoba, I think is what I should have said.
No. Sometimes especially during our long cold winters, Winnipeg is often referred to as Winterpeg, and you know, sometimes people will use it as a derogatory term, but really, when you live in a winter country, which Canada is for several months during the year, you use that as a way to point out one of the charms, one of the beauties of living in a place where, yes, you can have very cold winters, obviously, and snowy, but when the sky is blue and the sun is shining, and you're out on our river trails, because we're at the junction of two rivers, the Red and the Assiniboine rivers, and during the winter, the city will create ice paths for skaters and walking paths for walkers and cyclists and joggers that will stretch for miles and miles down the river. And we have one of the largest winter festivals in the world here. It's called Festival du Voyageur, because of course part of our city is French, part called St. Boniface. So yeah, sometimes, as I said, Winnipeg is referred to as Winterpeg, but I take that actually as a compliment. But now we're in summer, and we have beautiful summers with that vast, wonderful prairie sky that stretches for miles and miles. And I'm a prairie boy, so yeah, I love visiting the mountains, and I love visiting the West Coast, Prince, where you live. Love it. But I always long to go back to where the vistas are endless and the horizon stretches into infinity. So And speaking of hockey, well, yeah, let me just give a shout out to the 3 Manitoba young men who were selected in the NHL draft yesterday. Connor Geekie of Strathclair, Manitoba, Denton Matejchuk of Dominion City, who was selected 12th overall, Geekie 11th overall. And there was a big defenseman, Owen Pickering, who plays for the Swift Current Broncos, but he's from St. Adolphe, Manitoba, selected by Pittsburgh Penguins. So anyways, Prince, you knew I was going to get hockey in there. So I'll
I
just
knew
say,
it.
yeah, of course. You know, hockey 24/7, even if there aren't any games being played, because it just goes on. So I'm happy, and baseball and football are around, so that keeps me
Yeah.
going.
Did I ever tell you? Do you know who Grant Sasser is?
Grant Sasser, yeah, the name is vaguely familiar. Just clue me in
Yeah.
again.
He played for the Portland Winterhawks. He got drafted and played with the Penguins. I believe it was in the 80s.
Yeah.
Anyway, one day I went to a fireplace store.
Yeah.
And I was talking to the owner, and we were talking about something. He handed me his business card, and on the name of the business card was Grant Sasser. I said, "You are not Grant Sasser." He's like, "Yes, I am." I was like, "I worshipped you when I was a teenager." He was just an absolutely fabulous player on the Portland Winterhawks in the 80s.
That's right. And he went on to play. I remember now. He went on to play with Pittsburgh Penguins.
Yep.
Yeah. He. That's right. Sure, I remember him. I think he played at the same time as Mario Lemieux was centering the Penguins. The great Mario, who's now one of the
Yep.
owners of the Penguins. Yeah. All
Yep.
right. Let me just, if you may indulge me for a minute. Speaking of hockey stories, 2 years ago, coming up 2 years in August, my partner and I, we were walking in the park, as we do regularly for our exercise, and spiritually and physically. And we're walking in the park, and we have a wonderful zoo here called the Assiniboine Park Zoo. And we're walking through the park, and I'm always scanning, and I looking who are the different people from all over, parked in the big parking lot. Walking through the parking lot, I see someone. I says, "I know that guy." I said, "No kidding." I said, "Yeah." And Jen, she's looking at me. She says, "What are you talking to yourself for?" I said, "Never mind." And I called out his name, Barry Trotz, who was then head coach of the New York Islanders. There he was with his daughter and son. They had just come from visiting the zoo. And you ask, so why was he in Winnipeg? Well, he's a Manitoba boy from Dauphin, Manitoba originally. And so I called his name out, and we stopped and talked. Friendliest guy. We talked for at least 15 minutes, Prince, on hockey. And he would have talked longer. We talked about everything. And that was when he was still coaching the Islanders. And he was then appointed assistant coach to Team Canada when they thought that the NHL was going to be playing in the Winter Olympics. Of course, they at the last minute they decided not to. And now, of course, Trotz is the GM of the Nashville Predators, the team he originally coached in the NHL. Anyways, it was great. You know me, right? Hockey.
Absolutely.
Yep.
I'll
We
talk it
do.
any time of day. Call me. I'll do it. Okay, so that's enough blabbing, and listen, keep up the good work, guys. Slava Ukraini, and hello to the rest of the world who's listening to Maria Report. Please retweet this site, and I'm going to drop down now and got to get to bed. It's late here. See you later.
Thank you so much, Martin. Thank you. Dave, did you have something to add?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay, let's go right to Nick then.
Oh, thanks. I just wanted to point out that the when it comes to renaming things, as somebody recently said, renaming isn't just a futile attempt at I don't know, political correctness. It can also be a gateway to a greater understanding and a greater social acceptance of something much more nuanced and important. And the reason I mentioned it at all was because if people are talking in the mainstream media about Ukraine suffering from PTSD nationwide, I do not want malactors to take that D at the end of PTSD and say that Ukraine is a disordered country without taking any responsibility for the traumatic stress that they have inflicted upon Ukraine. Ukraine is a uniquely currently not now 70 years ago, all of Europe was suffering from post-traumatic stress and post-traumatic stress disorder. It was coming out of a cataclysmic, catastrophic world war. The only country right now in Europe suffering from that is Ukraine. That's different. It's not continent wide. That was the entire continent. It's just this one country that had the bad luck of having an avaricious, imperialistic, nuclear armed, rapacious, kleptocratic dictatorship intent on an ethnocentric conquest of its territory. That post-traumatic stress is unique to Ukraine currently because the only people who remember that sort of thing are either dead or soon to be dead because they're in their 70s and 80s and 90s. So I didn't suggest dropping the disorder from PTSD for something like politically correct reasons, but because I don't want Ukraine to be considered disordered because it was a victim of a preposterous, avaricious, imperialist attack. And now I'm too heated to continue, so I'm going to drop to listener and thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Devo, are you there? Oh, Devo might have had his nightly crash. He seems to fall down. He's done really well all night. But he crashes at least once a night. Anda, do you have a question?
um, more of a comment, and one of the fun things, I love having Nick here in the space because you can tell he's a writer, right? Because for every noun there are like 3 to 5 adjectives that goes with it. Very nuanced and very well thought. So yeah, love that part. Usually that's the part that makes me smile, apart from the subject per se, which is not smile worthy. But I wanted to mention that. One other thing that I wanted to add or comment was the fact that I added in the nest for people who have time later or tomorrow and want to bookmark that. I put in the nest the tweet of Martin, the one with the U.S. Marine who is in Ukraine that he talked about earlier. So if you want to watch that one, if you like it, you can you can DM the host and pester them to to have this marine coming up and speak. And also, if you find him or his friends on Twitter or someone else, someplace else, you can also tag them or ask them to come and speak in MriyaReport, because it has a one special quality that um, makes me not listen to radio anymore. You actually can come up and speak. Uh, so if you want to comment something, to ask something, or to, I don't know, express a new idea, change the topic, whatever, you can actually do that by pushing that little mic you have on the left hand corner, um, which you cannot do when you listen to radio. And I found that out last weekend, actually. Um, it was annoying. It was totally annoying. So I was listening to a show on radio. I was very low on battery, so I put the phone down and turned on the radio and drove away. And I don't have one of those fancy cars in which you can actually charge your phone, by putting it into a special place. I know there exist. I cannot afford them, so I have an old version, 16 years old car. So it's yeah, it's working. That's the main thing. It moves me from one place to another, and it's in good condition, but doesn't have the new gadgets that some people enjoy. Therefore, I turned on the radio and I was listening to a podcast, and they um, annoyed me. I have to say this. And I wanted to jump in and to say my piece, and I couldn't. And I was like,
Anda,
yeah.
did you have questions for them?
Yes, I did. I wanted to the that that show particularly was not on Ukraine, was on something that happens here in Romania right now. And it was a big debate. And I wanted to ask some questions and basically raise some, sometimes when you ask your questions, when I ask my questions, right? Um, I force people to look from a different direction. So from my point of view or someone else's point of view, um, to that particular problem. Um, so it's important, um, for everyone who has questions or remarks or ideas which are different from ours, um, to actually engage and bring their point of view, um, in a friendly, nice manner, just like Nick and Cleo did earlier. You can disagree on some topics, and that's okay. And everyone brings their own side of the story, and this way we get the whole, a better view of the whole, right? Um, because otherwise, you just get, one side of the coin without having any clue what's on the other side. So I wanted to bring that up because I was so missing the space. I wanted to jump in the space and tell you my experience with the radio right now, and how I see everything, and and I couldn't because I was very low on battery. But now I did, so I did get the chance to say my piece at last. Uh, Therefore, for the time being, someone asks if I don't have a cigarette lighter socket. I did, but I didn't have the charger with me. So the cable. So because I borrowed the car the week prior. So I took everything from the car, um, and I forgot to bring everything back. So it was a miscalculation from my part. But I do have that. So usually I can charge my phone, and I also co-hosted from the car one time, which was odd, and I was rebuffed on that. Anyway, going back, I do have a question, but I can wait because I talked for so long, so I can wait for you to speak, and I will come back later.
Well, we seem to have gone through hands, which is
Yeah.
pretty. I know, right? Right. And I know that Dave had a subject that he wanted to talk about, so perhaps now we can do that, unless he wants to talk about the Ukrainian biolabs and their. Oh, we have a hand now. Go ahead, Cleo.
Hi, I just wanted to clarify. I was just talking about, labeling individuals. If someone is writing and describing what Ukraine is experiencing as post-traumatic stress disorder, it's just so totally incorrect that I would be fighting them on it. For one thing, this isn't post-traumatic. The people are still going through trauma. And what I would do is I would change the wording in response to bring out basically the blood and claw of it. These are war crimes, and what is going on is horrific. And I would go that way, because they're trying to, in a way, sanitize it, I guess, by putting that kind of label on it. And yes, it just doesn't apply, because this is an ongoing stress, and it's not anything for a layman to use to label an entire country. That's not how it works. People experience it who maybe have gone through the same things, but because of some inner resource in childhood, they may not experience something, say, in war, because that's really the typical way it's used. Soldiers in war, some of them have a stronger resilience to it, and others have maybe experienced so much stress over time that they start having the flashbacks and the other things that are described in the diagnosis. So I apologize if that came off that I was speaking about political correctness, because what I was speaking about is just that we experience that when a name for a condition or an occupation is changed, it doesn't change the way people view it. Like garbage collectors becoming sanitation workers, it doesn't change how people view it, because what they do is they get, so many of them get annoyed, and then they just project all the old stuff onto the new word. And so I think the better way, there's plenty of disagreement on it that I, would be subject to, is to work at redefining how people understand a condition, so that there's more empathy and more understanding that in some of these cases, the diagnosis gives a person more qualities, and then work from there on it. That's really what I was thriving to, or striving rather, to get across. So thank you.
That makes complete sense, and I appreciate that. Go ahead, Nafo Devo.
Yeah, I do. The one thing I would, one of my pet peeves, I'll just put out there, is when you'll see this in news stories, people referring to somebody that uses a wheelchair as wheelchair bound. Um, that that's so far from the truth. Wheelchairs are means of liberation. If I didn't have my wheelchair, I would be bedbound. I would be stuck in a bed and I couldn't do anything about it. But when you're in a wheelchair, you can go out and you can do things. They are chariots of freedom. You're not bound to it unless you're involved in some geeky BDSM, then you might be bound to your wheelchair. But we won't go into that here.
Unless you used to work with me and I used to use the club to keep you at your desk in your wheelchair.
Yeah, there is that. Some people do have strange ideas about how they can club your wheelchair, but
It's all in good fun, but it's so right. That is so correct, and it sort of brings us back in a circle to where we started out talking about this camp for people with spinal cord injuries. I've gotten to know Dave a little bit, and I've seen a picture of Dave skiing in a sit ski. Um, you know, Something you wouldn't normally think about, but I've seen pictures of Dave skiing. There you go.
yeah, and I do, mountain biking, road cycling, kayaking, sailing. Um, you know, all the things that I loved to do before I was injured. I was very much a sailor and a mountain biker, and like to explore trails and ski and do all those things. And yep, just have to do them differently. It's not that I can't do it. It's just as fun, and oftentimes it's a little more interesting because you have to think outside the box. You have to be resourceful, much like the Ukrainians. You have to come up with new ways of doing things that people haven't really thought about before.
Absolutely. We keep getting snagged by hands.
So, yeah, that's okay. I like hands.
Go ahead, liberal.
Hey, Prince, always a pleasure. NAFO Dave, good evening. Good evening to everyone. Hey, NAFO, I appreciate your positivity because it's so easy to think about limitations versus, how you can overcome them. So kudos to you. I sometimes find myself in, frustrating situations, and I have to remember to be positive. But this is something that may have been discussed. I imagine that it would not have been discussed in this space. But given the recent pronouncements of uh, ATACMS and cluster munitions, um, do you or Prince have an idea of when that might actually become a reality versus simply discussing it for the last year and a half?
What I can say is the NAFO night shift typically is not very well educated on military stuff. However, in this instance, what I did see is a lot of reporting today that the U.S. may be thinking about finally providing ATACMS to Ukraine. And I can follow up with that by also saying that I heard a press briefing from a Pentagon spokesman saying that there were no plans that he was aware of to send ATACMS to Ukraine. So, did somebody get over their skis and say something they shouldn't have and give everybody a whole lot of hope? I don't know. Was this guy sent out there to try to tamper everybody's expectations and in hopes of ATACMS being in Ukraine? Could be. So I don't know. I have no clue if they're actually going to be provided or not. I sure hope that they are. I think it's been way, way too long. And the way Mockers threw her hand up, I'm guessing Mockers has some input on this. Good morning, Mockers.
Hey, good morning. My cats are being idiots. The attackums. You know what? I had something really intelligent to say, but it's first thing in the morning. I've not had coffee yet. And
Don't ever raise your hand before you've had 2 sips. You know this.
yeah, I'll come back to you.
Yeah, I would just add that with any introduction of NATO equipment, there's always been this flirtation with a pronouncement, and it seems like we're well, on the NATO side, we're kind of putting it out there as a trial balloon. But just like the Leopards and the F-16s, I can't believe that we wouldn't provide ATACMS at some point. I think what I read, I don't remember, I can't attribute the source, whether it was the Wall Street Journal, but essentially it said that the delivery could come as soon as December. I mean, of course, I'd want it to be sooner, but yeah, it may be a trial balloon to see how Russia reacts, and they'll draw another red line and threaten us with nuclear annihilation, etc. But given that we've gone as far as we have with the F-16s and the Leopards and the Abrams, it could be a real possibility. Hopefully sooner than later.
I agree with you. Nafo Devo, any input before we go to Anda?
No, just it appears that you have mistaken me for Chuck Ferrer. You should have asked that question like 3 hours ago.
Well, I could tell you what Chuck would say is that they've already been provided and give you evidence that the Kerch Bridge was hit by them. So that would be, another way to look at it. So, yeah. I don't know if I trust if she's had 2 sips or not yet. It was awfully quick.
it maybe.
Haven't, but I've remembered what I wanted to say. Yes, I wanted to say all this and ahhing in the background. I think before they announce, like they did with the Storm Shadow, before they announce it's actually in country, it's going to hit something. We're going to see evidence of it in country before it actually arrives, because that was the same thing with the Storm Shadow. They sort of hinted that they might be interested in giving these. Then that night there was a big old boom, and then in the morning they went, oh yeah, by the way, we gave some Storm Shadows. So I think, that's kind of how I feel, that it might just turn up and then be confirmed. You know how these things go.
Yeah, and keep in mind that we have no obligation to declare whatever support we're giving to Ukraine to the Russians whatsoever. So.
Exactly. It's always best to just hear about something after they've got it, because if we're not hearing about it, the Russians probably aren't hearing about it either. Surprise. So, Hand has been waiting patiently.
Listening patiently, and enjoying. So it was okay. I don't. I'm not the military expert, so I will not chip in on that one. I'm not Chuck Ferrer either, so that's on for others. But I wanted to have your opinion on another thing, or on another visit that happened yesterday, apparently. So there is in New York Times, there is an article that Mike Pence was in Ukraine yesterday as a detour of his presidential campaign. I understand he entered the race against Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis and others, I suppose. But these are the 2 guys I recognize from the news, from the Republican Party. So he was yesterday in Ukraine, and I was wondering if anyone has any idea or seen any statements on this, or when I say has any idea, I'm referring expressly to his position on Ukraine and how he provisions to work with Ukraine. So what were his statements going forward?
Well, I made myself watch a little clip of him being asked some questions by I think it was NPR. Anyway, and I appreciated what he had to say, and I felt like he was supportive of Ukraine. I'm wondering if NAFO Dave saw anything and has anything to add. You know what? I did just read an email from Every Child Matters. Every Child, if you go on to the bottom of the screen and you see the heart button, there's a little heart with a plus there. If you press on that, all the way to the right hand side is the raise your hand button. And if you go ahead and hit that, just like I just did, it will raise your hand, and we'll go to you. We'll go to you after I go to NAFO Davo.
Yeah, I saw the visit. I'm not exactly sure what to think about it because up to this point he's been kind of quiet about it, support for Ukraine. As far as I know, I haven't seen any official statements from him or his campaign, and so maybe I'm a little cynical. I think he sees this as a way to separate himself from the former president, in that he can, and I do. He has. I'm glad that he visited Ukraine and that he made the statements that he is doing. He was visiting as a private citizen just to see what was going on, and that he is fully behind support for Ukraine. So that is, to me, is great news because, but unfortunately, he's also polling like around 12% or so. Um, so hopefully he will, you know, become a front runner at some point, because the other two front runners right now are decidedly against support for Ukraine. But yeah, that's my thoughts on the matter. And with that, we have lots of hands, and I was reading other stories and didn't see in what order they popped up.
Well, I would like to go to Every Child first because I think they've been having a hard time putting their hand up, and I just read their message, and so I apologize. Sometimes we have so much going on, we don't get to messages as quickly as we'd like. So go ahead, Every Child.
Good evening. Thank you, Prince. I really had just about two things to say. One was I needed to learn how to raise my hand, and and the other was I so appreciate all the comments from everybody here, and um, I'm 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 in Pea Ridge, Arkansas, in the United States, um, and I'm trying really hard to uh, uh, communicate in ways that are coherent. I've been on lockdown for 3 years, and I no longer drive. Um, so anyway, I just so appreciate everything that the people have been saying, and thank you very much, Slava Ukraini.
Here, Slava. Thank you. We are here 24 hours a day, as you know, 7 days a week. So thank you. It's been a busy night tonight, NAFO Davo. Sorry, I need to remove the O. I know. NAFO Dave. How about just Dave? I never even got the opportunity.
Yeah, Dave is fine.
Yeah. I never even got the opportunity to tell you that my redneck side of the family sent me a text today and let me know that my 12-year-old nephew just got his first car. So we'll let that one fly out there. From you Oklahoma boys that I see are now 2 on the panel, that I bet you had cars around that age too. Um, it cracked me up. I wasn't surprised either. Let's go ahead and go to liberal.
Hey, thanks, Prince. Yeah, to Anda's point on the former vice president visiting Ukraine, I, for one, welcome the support. He seemed unequivocal on his support for Ukraine. You have Senator McConnell, 100% in support of Ukraine. You have the House Speaker McCarthy, who I detest, in support of Ukraine. And given the politics of America, the majority of politicians support Ukraine. So I know that DeSantis and Trump are, not necessarily supportive of Ukraine, but understand that here in America, the majority of politicians are in support of defeating Russia and supporting Ukraine. So I just wanted to add that for our European allies that sometimes wonder where we are, where our compass is as a country. Thanks.
That's a really
So
good point. No, go ahead, Nafo.
I got a message from a listener, and that Pence has actually been supporting Ukraine for a while. So I misspoke. I don't really follow Pence's campaign. So I was just, but yeah, he has been a strong supporter.
No one follows Pence's campaign just to be 100. He's not going to be elevated to the presidency whatsoever. We have two dark horses in DeSantis and Trump, and then there's Biden, and then there's this criticism of him, even though the economy is stabilized, and even though things are normalized. Whether or not I agree with every political decision is irrelevant. Biden is behind Ukraine, 110%, and I don't think that there's been a stauncher ally to Ukraine than the United States, save for Boris Johnson, who was also very vocal and evocative in his support for Ukraine. And I think it helped move Europe to stop pussyfooting around supporting Ukraine. And here we are.
Yes, if only we had been here, a year ago. But that's neither here nor that's actually there. It's not here. What is here is Nick with his hand again. I thought you keep saying you're going to go to sleep and then you're back up here.
It's because you guys keep bringing up stuff that I want to talk about, even though all of you would be better off without hearing from me. But I'm gonna pipe in anyhow because it's getting that it's just that time of night where I get to say my last and then go to bed and listen from the safety of my um, my, my Bluetooth speaker that doesn't have a mouthpiece, so I can't actually pipe up. I wanted to back up liberal. There is virtually no chance that Mike Pence will be nominated for the Republican uh, presidential slot. There is also uh, very little difference between um, his stance and the majority of the other Republican stance. There is a notion in the worldwide media that the far right of the Republican Party and the far left of the Democratic Party are essentially identical on their opposition to support for Ukraine, and I would beg to differ. I think that the first of all, both of them are negligible. and secondly, the far left of the Democratic Party are a hell of a lot more malleable to supporting Ukraine than the far right of the Republican Party, and that's just a fact. But that's not even relevant because neither of those wings are politically. They don't have enough political clout to make a difference. So don't fret too much about the um, American political support for Ukraine. The, the the issue is if you have a weak political figure like Kevin McCarthy and you've got a staunch dissenting faction in your own party, can the support for Ukraine be diminished a little bit by percentage points? That's a possibility, but hopefully the next round of elections will remedy that forever because we don't need any more of this mealy mouth pro Kremlin Trumpism. That's got to stop. I had another reason to pipe up, but yeah, thank you for putting up with me. It's time for my Mockers is coming up. Hey, Mockers, your hand is up. Give us a boom and Berman report and then the numbers, and I can go to sleep happily at that point. And by the way, Cleo, I appreciated everything you said in response to what I said, and um, I had one little thing I wanted to address with you secondarily to it, but it's not important. It's not. But if you want to DM me, we can get to it in the morning. I don't really care though. Either way, everybody's great.
PM sounds like a great idea at this time, Nick. You sound really tired, my friend.
100%. I'm so tired. It's been quite a day. And good night, all. We'll listen from my Bluetooth speaker.
Until you come back up to speak from your Bluetooth speaker. I'm just giving you a hard time. Good night, Nick. I hope you get some sleep. And I just really quick, I want to say, do you remember what happened 1 year ago on June 30th, 2022?
Please tell us.
Nope.
The liberation of Snake Island.
Oh my goodness, has that been a year?
Yes, it
Well,
has. And I am not
amazing.
magic. I did not know this. I just read the tweet by the Defense Intelligence of Ukraine. So that's how smart I am. Nafo Devo, I'm going to hand it to you because I think Mockers is about to push you out of the co-host seat.
Yeah, she is. She's going to try, but I got my brakes on, so you're going to have to push pretty hard.
I have no
I'm
idea
just,
of my strength, young man.
yeah, especially after you've had coffee. That's like Popeye and his spinach. So yes, I will be rolling out of here. I'm gonna make like a baby and head out. So thank you for spending the evening with me and Prince, and we'll get ready for the British invasion here. And have a good night. Slava Ukraini.
Heroim Slava.
Heroim Slava. And it's only going to be half of a British invasion tonight. I believe that I am hanging out with Mockers until Doman shows up at midnight for tonight and tomorrow night and Saturday night. So we will have some good quality time with Mockers. And what?
Ladies' hour.
I was gonna go with ladies' night, but I didn't want to. I don't. Anyway, welcome to the co-host chair.
It's very strange having a ladies' night at 6 a.m. in the morning, I must admit.
It's 10 o'clock. It's 10 o'clock at night.
No, I don't believe you.
Okay.
One of the things that you did send me in the background is a very amusing story And it's something we did touch upon yesterday very quickly, but I'm going to let Johannes go first before we carry on. Go ahead, Johannes.
Hi, morning, or I guess Nick has already left, because I mean, when I have very, very little insight into American politics, but I wonder if you really can be that assured that no pro-Putin candidate will be the frontrunner, the Republican frontrunner, because I mean, at least Kennedy, I think he has quite a good chance, doesn't he?
No,
And
Kennedy has not a chance in hell. Sorry.
oh well, I'm not sorry. I mean, if that's that's great. I just wanna again, I mean, I'm totally ignorant about what is happening in your country. So yeah, that's great. And who would, I mean, who would you see at the front runner currently, if there's any, I mean, if it makes any sense at all? And is this pro-Putin faction really that marginal, which seemed to be very much in control of the Republican Party? I mean, until not so long ago. So
they are marginal, but they are very loud. So they get all the limelight. I believe that's how it goes.
Yeah. I mean, I'm certainly also worried about what is happening in Germany here with this Alternative für Deutschland, which recently got their first. I mean, it's certainly far from taking over the country, but still, I mean, they are like at like 15-20% now, and they are very, very clearly pro-Putin. Recently, there was a debate in a German parliament, the Bundestag, about the demolition of the Kachovka Dam, and there, on behalf of the Alternative für Deutschland, spoke somebody with a very thick Russian accent, actually a Russian German who was born in Kazakhstan, who was very clearly kind of spreading Putin's talking points in the German Bundestag, which I found really deeply disturbing. So I guess US isn't the only place to worry about, and but of course, I mean, I don't really think that they make a strong footprint as far as Germany's support for Ukraine is concerned, but still, I am concerned.
I think, Johannes, what you've got to look at is there are other countries who have these factions, and because we are countries of free speech and what have you, they're allowed to exist because we're quite tolerant. But look at what happened with the British government. The UK, what are they called? UKIP people. Those people who were very against everything to do with Europe, and they had lots of very strange and loud political views, and they got in to some seats for a very short time, and then it was proven to the people that supported them that they were actually complete and utter silly people with silly ideas, and the next time there was a vote, they were out. So that's kind of how I feel about it. I feel as though it's marginal and loud, but probably not long-lived.
Okay, yeah, I hope so. I mean, this phenomenon here with this Alternative for Germany has been around for some years already, and it's been growing stronger. So it seems to be different this time. So but again, I think it's probably not going to affect Germany's support for Ukraine very much in the near future. And yeah, let's hope that the war won't drag on that long anymore. So it's probably going to be over before they make a serious impact, and probably also before our American friends will learn how to correctly say Slava Ukraini. It's not Slava Ukraini, it's Ukraini, but it's sorry, I always can't resist making those corrections. By the way, just a very small thing. Yesterday I saw that Greta Thunberg the Swedish climate activist has just been visiting Kiev by train, which of course she loves, and I mean, probably Ukraine is currently involuntarily the only non-flight country, so to say, in Europe. So, but I was surprised because there was a tweet about that by Ukrsnitsa, so the Ukrainian railway company, and it has only like 6 likes and 2 retweets. I mean, she's kind of the world's most prominent climate activist, and Ukrsnitsa is also, I guess, has quite a following. So I was really surprised about that, and I just wondered whether anybody had heard about that. I mean, she's been very vocal in her support for Ukraine, which really surprised me positively.
Yeah, unfortunately, with somebody so prominent, there are very mixed views on their characters. And there are an awful lot of people who think that, you know, what's she getting involved for? And I think that's kind of the answer there, that, you know, she's not a politician. But as far as Ukraine goes, they're going to take any help from any supporters, any vocal supporters, anywhere. And she is very interested in the ecocide part of this. So, of course, if she wants to come, they're going to invite her.
Yeah, I just was so stunned that there were almost no reactions. I mean, like 2 retweets and 6 likes and no comments, except for mine, which was about that there are no comments. So nobody has kind of paid any attention, obviously, and that was quite surprising.
We'll carry on through the hands, shall we? I'll go to my story in a bit. I think every child was first.
Yes, I just wanted to say that in the United States, the political tradition is incumbents have the advantage over somebody who's running against anyone that's already in office. So that's normally how it works. But if somebody's really bad in office, we've seen that it doesn't have to work that way. And I don't know how to say Slava Ukraini, so I'll see if I can work on that. That was it for tonight. It's it's almost 12:30 here, and I should go to sleep.
That sounds like a plan. I've got 2 other sleepy Americans here as well. So, Liberal.
Thanks, Mockers. Yeah, to Johan's comment, to understand, you know, we're not the Bundestag, right? So to understand American politics, we're divided by like thirds. So you have a third of the population that votes Republican or they're registered Republican. You have another third that's independent. They're in the middle. Then you may have another third that registers as Democrat. So given this, you know, idea of like 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, if we just focus on the Republicans, they seem to have a problem with Ukraine because the former president Trump made Ukraine a problem. He tried to, and I don't want to get too political, but he tried to extort unfavorable information against the man he was running against. So therefore, you have Republicans that resent Ukraine, and then you have this drumbeat of we're sending so much money to Ukraine, and we're not. We're sending military equipment. Yes, that has a monetary value, but we're not sending pallets of money to Zelensky, which is what the Republicans try to insinuate. So that said, the majority of the United States, American people, and their politicians fully support Ukraine as a majority. Not everyone, but as a majority, we're in it to the end. I think President Biden has said that. Um, the his name is I'm drawing a blank now. Austin, thank you, has said the same. So have faith that at least in America, we are committed to defending Ukraine, and we're committed to their victory against Russia.
Thank you. Yeah, and I know there is a big chunk of the Republican Party who are all about defence, and they're quite happy to assist Ukraine. So it's one of those things where the fringes are very loud. It's the same in the UK. They make a lot of noise. They're ignored by the people who matter. Let's put it that way. So yeah, I would say don't panic. Things will hold together because the centre always holds. Nick?
Prince, stop laughing. I know that you're laughing because I came back up. Listen, to Johannes, in addition to everything that Liberal just said, the chance of Robert F. Kennedy becoming the Democratic nominee is as valid a worry as Lyndon LaRouche becoming a serious candidate for U.S. president. And if you don't know the name Lyndon LaRouche, Google it. You will laugh your ass off.
Well, his wife is actually very active in Germany, so I don't know Helga Zettler-Rusch. So she's a very crazy person, so I know who he is. Yeah.
Well, the other thing I wanted to mention is this is important for everybody that is not in the United States, and even for lots of Americans who watch American news shows but don't look at the fine print in the polls. If you ask whether the American Democrats want a different candidate from Biden, you will get a plurality who say yes. If you ask the same group of polled people whether they will vote for Biden over a Republican, you will get a resounding yes. Biden is going to win unless there is some catastrophic collapse of the United States economy, which wouldn't be his fault anyway, but because of the undereducation of the American voting populace, he would be blamed for simply because he's the guy. He's the president at the time. It's an infantile system. I don't know how we can fix it. It's frustrating. It's maddening. It's sad.
That's politics, though, isn't it?
It's
frustrating and maddening. I mean, come on, look at the UK, dude. Our politics is absolute trash at the minute.
The UK. I don't really understand what's going on in your country. I used to watch Question Time on C-SPAN, and I don't get it anymore. But enough out of me. I'm shutting up, and I swear to God, I'm going to bed now. And I don't even believe in God, but I swear to Him anyway. I'm going to bed now. Thank you very much.
You swear to the unicorn in the sky, as Gunny would say. Yeah.
100%. I think he calls them the Sky Fairy, which I really like.
The Unicorn Sky Fairy. I think that's it. Something along those lines. Oh no, we may be in for more American political talk, but we shall muster through. Anyway, Oh boy,
I will
Mockers.
just now, I'm going to make a rule that, yeah, anything domestic, political, from anywhere, I'm making a rule that we don't talk about it for at least an hour, please. Other
Will
than
just
that,
put his hand up.
Will is perfectly able to talk about things without mentioning certain words. So yeah, it's fine. Go ahead, Will.
Hi, is this the complain about my government hotline? Because I've got a submission. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I don't. I do actually, but I don't. You know what I mean? So yeah, thanks, Nick, for that. You know, whether you're an Englishman, English UK citizen, or an American, or saying, boy, our governments get bloody frustrating. Even especially when to do the right thing. You know, we always expect them to do the wrong thing quickly, but in order to get the government to do the right thing is so incredibly frustrating, even when, you know, here in Australia, mass of voters, they poll them over and over and over again. You wouldn't believe the level of support for military support by Australia to Ukraine, but getting the politicians to do it is a whole nother story. All the mechanics of doing that in the UK and Australia and America are all different, but they're all bloody frustrating. And yeah, I share your frustration, Nick, and I yeah, I also share your exasperation about America. But I'm wondering, because I'm going to be that bad person today, Mockers, and come up and ask, did you do your boom report already?
I did not. No.
Woohoo!
Would you like some numbers, guys? I've got a few things to talk about today, but I've got some numbers. So we'll do some numbers because I understand that people enjoy them. And so do I. So do I. So let's have the scores on the doors for the 30th of June 23. So here we go. 560 liquidated personnel. 3 tanks. Did you know? Did you know that's 2 more tanks than they had in their parade in Moscow? I know.
That's fabulous.
So embarrassing. 6 armoured personnel vehicles. 11 artillery systems and 3 MLRS. Like that. 1 anti-aircraft warfare system. Again, lovely. 6 UAVs. I believe these were the Shahed type drones that were heading around Ukraine last night. Obviously, they can't have a day of peace. And 5 vehicles and fuel tanks. No special equipment today, but we have already made a record for this month. So, you know, I kind of feel as though they're allowed to have a day off. They've done very well. So, yeah, still taking out a substantial amount of equipment there. They may not be the figures that we've seen, you know, over the last week, but what we have seen is an awful lot of trench clearing and taking of prisoners. And I think this has some bearing on, you know, just how much equipment they can take out. Because let's face it, if the equipment is not there, but there's a load of trenches with dudes in, that's your choices. So, you know, I think it speaks to the place they are in the battlefield rather than the fact that they're not doing anything as such. Liberal.
Hey, Mockers. Yeah, so have you seen these videos of train cars packed with T-55 tanks being brought into Ukraine?
I did see that video, yes, of T-55 tanks being transported through Crimea, it says. You know, and well, if that's all they've got, it's a bit of a sorry state, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess the plan is to be is to use them as indirect fire, almost like self-propelled guns. But what
What
really,
does that tell you about how much artillery they've got left?
oh, they've exhausted their artillery stockpiles, but they have a shitload of tank rounds supposedly. But here's the thing: um, you're using inferior equipment, and you're forcing the Ukrainians to use high-tech weaponry to strike at those T-55s. So it's kind of like a win for Putin, because he is like putting like a pile of shit on the battlefield, and then you send like a javelin or an NLAW, and that's very expensive, sophisticated equipment. But it's almost like they realize that
In
we
this
can.
case, Liberal, I don't think it's planned. I really don't.
But
I don't think it's planned to make it expensive for the West. Let me just say that all of the equipment that would be used against them, all the Western equipment, is going to be pretty pricey stuff. But you know what it was made for? It was made for defending against a possible Russian attack. So, it seems like it's doing its job. And these things were made already. They've been paid for. The money's spent. At this point, use them or lose them. So, I kind of feel as though when people talk about cost, it it's not really a massive factor. These things exist. Doesn't matter what they cost now. What do you think, Will?
So I agree in principle, plus the calculation of cost would absolutely include the human lives not lost on the Ukrainian side for sure. I don't know about the Russian side, but I see those calculations before, and while I give them some credence in regard to long range missiles and things like this, what you're talking about is a T-55 with 3 crew members inside of it versus a Leopard or T-72 or a Ukrainian tank with 4 people inside of it, and the cost of the tank versus the cost of the missile means that T-55 can't. Not only can that T-55 not kill my tank, it can't kill the people inside it either. So I think that has to be included in the cost. A Javelin missile might be worth I don't know, what are they worth? $400,000. One of those might be actually worth more than a T-55 if you bought it on the secondhand market. But a T-55, even if it was worth less than a Javelin missile, the calculation, as you say, it's whatever they have in the bag, and they will run out of. Even though it seems expensive to take care of that in that manner, what you mean is 4 Ukrainians won't die. That tank will die, and he will run out of those tanks before I run out of missiles that are in stock, I think, as you said, Mocker. So the calculations are, if you're just looking at equipment versus equipment, I think you're missing the actuarial loss of a skilled tank crew, airplane, whatever it is, and no civilian life would ever be considered for insurance purposes or actuarial purposes for less than $1 million. So US $1 million per head. If you save one of those lives, the weapon's worth it.
Liberal?
Yeah, I think we're maybe talking over each other. I'm not in any sense equating, life with, the cost of equipment. What I'm getting at is the Russians have nothing left. So they're going to usher in these T-55 tanks, and they're going to essentially be met with javelins and NLAWs. And what I was getting at is that the Russians realize that they're not going to win this war, right? So they're going to try to bleed Western equipment in every aspect that they can. And like, introducing T-55s into Ukraine, it's not a game changer. It's not something that's going to somehow give the Russians an advantage. I think they just want to bleed Western equipment. And in doing so, I think there's an advantage because they don't value their tank crews. They don't value the Russians. They don't value life. And my point was that, yes, bring your fucking T-55s into Ukraine. They'll last maybe like half a day. My point was that the armament that we're using as NATO, as a Western force, it's almost not worth, the equipment that they're trying to bring in. So I just see it as an attempt to bleed armament from NATO, knowing that the T-55 is not a viable tank. So I hope that makes sense.
The thing is, Liberal, the T-55 tank is what they've got. And they've picked up its capabilities as well, saying that, this tank's going to be brilliant. It's going to be really good against leopards and what have you. In fact, it'll kill a Challenger tank, no problem. And I think, this is all they've got. So it doesn't really matter. Will?
Yeah, I take your point, Liberal. I totally do. But while you may be correct that their idea is that they're going to bleed down all the Western resources, the truth of the matter is the West or NATO has won that race before. It's just a matter of running the economic engine so that we could produce anti-tank missiles faster than they could produce T-55s, whatever the cost. They may think that's but that's what happened during the Cold War, and the Russian or Soviet economy basically collapsed trying to keep up with Western democracies and capital systems with regard to production capacity and all that. So that's the one matter. Plus, don't forget, they may think they're bleeding Western resources, but this is really a case of I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me. I think Ukraine would absolutely love it if they cleaned out every T-34, T-55, T-62, T-64, bring them all to Ukraine because you're not taking any of them home. And if you're trying to threaten your neighbors and your neighbors don't have any weapons, a T-55 is just as scary as an Armada. So I think great. I'm thinking fantastic. Whack them all on fill up your logistics lines, bring in every old piece of crap you can out of the armories in Russia so that you absolutely won't even have anything that's serviceable at all by the time the war ends, and you'll fill up your logistics supply chain with crap that's not going to be useful versus things that you otherwise might send that would be useful. So I think I hope they're making the calculation that you are, because they'll also lose that calculation.
Yeah, I just look at the cost versus the reward, and taking out a T-55 with a Javelin, for example, and you look at the cost analysis, a T-55 could be taken out with a T-72 round. I guess maybe I'm not expressing myself clearly. My point is that we're using really high tech, and Russia now is trying to bleed our high tech with their low level.
Do you think we're about to run out, Liberal? Do you think we could run out?
What's that?
Do you think we're about to run out of NATO weaponry?
No, I'm not. What I'm concerned about is that we're using very sophisticated weaponry to take out T-55s. I mean, come
I
on.
have a point I need to interject, right? We use one very accurate weapon to take out a bunch of Russian stuff. I think, the very fact that we're so we've got such accurate, well, I say we, I mean, you know, NATO, have such accurate weaponry means that it is very cost effective, because every time they send a missile of some kind, it usually hits exactly what it's supposed to and takes out a lot more than just one item at a time. So I wouldn't worry, Liberal. I really wouldn't worry about it.
Hey, mockers, I hope you understand what I'm getting at is, it's kind of like using a hammer to squash a mosquito. And I think that this is by design Russia's attempt to try to deplete and exhaust the stockpiles of like our sophisticated weaponry. I mean, T-55s, come on. If you know a T-55 tank, you could probably take it out with an RPG. My point is that they are at the very end of their barrel. They're scraping the very bottom of their barrel, and we're using very sophisticated and expensive equipment to extinguish, their last gasp at trying to salvage this war.
You know what? Good. And why not? Let's smash them into the ground. Let's make sure they know that they do not have the capabilities to come up against NATO, ever. Well, let's grind them into dust with one missile, because good, they deserve it. That's kind of how I feel. Overwhelming power, here, we have it. It's on your head. Deal with it. That's kind of how I feel. Sorry, I'm a bit passionate today.
No, I think that coffee's working, but I agree with you. Let's go. Go ahead.
Good stuff. Will.
And so I'm not. I also I don't refute the fact that they are that you're saying that they may be trying to bleed us of high tech weapons and cost, but that's only a factor if the war goes on for 5 years or something like that, and the people who are supplying these weapons no longer are willing to provide them because the war's not going anywhere, whatever at that point in time. But I'm thinking this war now, as of the events of last weekend, probably are going to be shorter than they were longer. And we don't see any evidence not. But the key is, Liberal, they've already got in country. They already have in country enough anti-tank guided missiles to wipe out 3 times the Soviet armor that they have available. Sorry, yeah, and I say that, I guess, rightly. They have 3 times the amount of javelins, NLAWs, and all the anti-tank missiles to take out all the Soviet armor, including all the stuff they sent from now till then, plus all the T-55s, all the T-60, everything they could. And like I say, we really want them to scrape the bottom of that barrel, baby. Clean it all out. Make sure that Russia is 100% demilitarized, starting from scratch, like a pacifist country when the war ends, because then we're not worried about them anymore. They can't attack their neighbors. But for every tank, missile system, aircraft, whatever that Russia makes it crap back across the border with and can threaten somebody later on with, that's an ongoing threat. So this is, I mean, as I've been hoping for since the months ago, that I hope that Ukraine pursues an offensive of annihilation rather than just a decisive territorial victory. I think absolutely want to see them do both. There's every indication that they're doing that, and the more and more old crap that Russia feeds forward to defend whatever they're currently holding in Ukraine is better because, like I say, it's tying up their logistics system. It's causing them to spend money and extra and people that aren't out persecuting people living in occupied areas. They're spending money, time, and effort to bring pieces of crap forward, and that will be one more piece of crap they can't threaten with anybody with after the fact. So I think the calculus is okay, unless this war goes on for more than 5 years. And then if it goes beyond 5 years, we might start talking. Well, what we should be talking about well before then is, why haven't we equipped Ukraine with everything that it needs to smash them in 6 months? Because that's what NATO would do. NATO, the whole thing about war is, you absolutely want to smash a walnut with a sledgehammer. Look at the way the United States or NATO does everything, right? Iraq wasn't, the United States could have gone into Iraq with the coalition without any air cover, yet they smashed them for 37 whole days before they let the ground troops loose on them. And by then it was an absolute wiping the floor situation. Ukraine's not doing that. So really, piling on, I think after what I'd like to see at the end of the day here, Liberal, and I think we're going to see, is I think the killed and wounded ratios, Russia versus Ukraine, when this war is over, will be dramatically in Ukraine's favor, and that will be in part contributed by the Western aid that was given, and that's what I call a huge, huge win. Because as we've been talking about months ago as well, if you want to talk to an American about this and they start to get worried about money, make them remember that you are eliminating the entire leftover Soviet threat, the Russian threat, and everything left over from the Cold War is being eliminated with a cost of about 5% of next year's budget. That's it. This is the demilitarization of Russia is being done for a micro cost compared to what NATO or America would spend if they did it themselves. And they would gladly do it, because the purpose of war in the modern war is to smash that walnut with a sledgehammer so that none of your people die and all of theirs do. I mean, that's ultimately the goal.
Hey, well, just for the record, like, I agree with you 100%. What I was getting at is that we're seeing more and more desperation from the Russian side. And I sometimes think about the sophistication of NATO and the Russians, pulling their T-55s from storage. And I wonder about whether or not that's a great investment, but given everything you've said, of course it is. Of course it is. I'm not against it. What I'm saying is that Russia is desperate and they're pushing forth equipment to be completely destroyed. And I'm for it. I'm all about it.
Which argues also, Liberal, I'll stop after this, but it also argues, Liberal, for actually supplying more faster now, because Russia is doing more and more bizarre, desperate things, and it'll do more crazy shit in the future. And the only way to stop that, if you've got an animal cornered and it's phenomenally dangerous, the best situation you can do is kill it quickly so that it doesn't do something bizarre and outside your realm of comprehension and do some damage to an innocent or to you. And so the way to stop this war, which is going to end in a Ukrainian victory, from doing more damage, even to the Russian side, is to arm the living shit out of Ukraine right now, including ATACMS, including, hell, I'd send them F-35s. I don't care. I mean, they need now, and they need into the future some good air coverage. And, they should have that in their hands now, but they don't. And so kill this threat quickly to save lives on both sides in what will inevitably be a Ukrainian win.
Russia is losing.
Russia will be lucky to exist in a year, it looks like, Liberal. Frankly, I can't make any other conclusion.
Yeah, I think we agree on a lot of points. I wasn't trying to draw a price tag on, whether or not somehow like a T-55 was worth a javelin, but I was. My point was that Russia is scraping the bottom of the barrel, and they're sending these weapons in, right? But they're inferior, and NATO equipment is superior. And the cost of what we're offering is in stark contrast to a T-55. Now, just for the record, I'm not saying that we shouldn't be supporting Ukraine. My point was that they're sending in shit into the battlefield, and our equipment is so sophisticated and expensive that we have to target a T-55 with a weapon that probably costs,
Are you saying, liberal, that you're insulted? Are you saying
what,
it's insulting? That's what it is, isn't it?
what's
It's
that?
insulting that they're presenting this rubbish to be destroyed. I get it. I do get it. But yeah, it's what they have, liberal. It's all they have. So, if they want to fight with it, well, they're going to find out how rubbish it is.
Yeah, fuck around and find out, mockers. Go ahead.
Yeah, it seems I'm very, I'm very positive as well today. Edvard, you had your hand up, but you took it down. Are you indisposed?
No, I was. I think everything was said there by Will, and just wanted to add regarding the T-55s, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but they probably will be placed as supporting fire. That is, they will be dug down and used as artillery, because I don't think they will actually work pretty well as an MBT in a fight. So, but someone could correct me on that. That was my point, Mockers. Thanks.
Yeah, we do believe that they're bringing them in because they're going to replace some artillery tubes that they no longer have. And we have seen Ukraine taking out an awful large amount of artillery recently. So, that suggests to me that these are indeed, it's just bringing in more tubes. However, we have seen one or two of them being driven around. So you never know. Needs must sometimes, needs must. I've got a couple of hands here. So I think Linda was next. So I'll go to Linda.
Hi, thanks. Totally naive question, but I'm wondering if, no, I should say, as opportunities may present, might dynamite hanging from, quote, Radio Shack drones, unquote, do the trick sometimes on these fossil vehicles?
So
Well,
I know. So
you're
no,
absolutely right. They do.
yeah.
Oh, go on, Will.
So yes, they would, but it's not as rinky dink as you're talking about now. In fact, the larger drones these days, they have got them down sophisticated with a carry load under them. These what you've probably seen videos of, FPV, first person view kamikaze drones, and they carry what looks like an RPG round, a rocket propelled grenade, which is a shape charge. So yes, absolutely, the drones that are flying now that fly into the back of APCs, and you see them flying and doing damage to T-90s and the newer tanks, will absolutely destroy a T-55, because it'll be hitting a mantle that's all cast, and it's a shape charge, so it'll do all the damage you expect out of an RPG shape charge on a tank that is 2 or 3 generations older than the design of the RPG, which means that the effectiveness of that RPG would highly likely do a lot more damage to a T-55 than the T-80, T-72, and T-90s. And they use them on T-82, T-70s, and T-90s now, just in hope that they do some disabling damage. I would expect they would kill T-55s. And so those drones with an FPV drone with a RPG attached to it, I think those end up costing about $10,000. So yeah, a little bit difficult to necessarily find them all and kill them all with those. But yeah, that is a very cheap option, and it would be effective, as would an AT4, one of the man-carried unguided anti-tank missiles that you've probably seen, called an AT4, a Law, or these Panzerfaust. Those things are cheap and will also take out a T-55, no worries. But you have to get your guys close to it, right? And anytime I move infantry close to a tank, you're risking their lives, which is why risk a person's life? Always send a grenade where you could have to send a man. Always send a bullet to do someplace rather than have somebody under that trench. So the point here is to make, I mean, I hate to be crass about it. The point here is to make sure that you kill all the Russians possible with the absolute minimum number of lives lost on the Ukrainian side. I mean, look back at the Gulf Wars. The amount of death and destruction done by the United States and its coalition partners on Iraqi forces while suffering almost no losses of their own. That's the plan, right? But Ukraine isn't going to be able to live up to that level of performance. But I'll tell you what, I think at the end of the day, when we all wash up on this, their skill in what we have been able to see so far means that I think their numbers will be impressive to us, even though they won't be the overwhelming smashing a walnut with a sledgehammer that we saw in things like the Gulf Wars.
Yeah, thanks. I was just thinking that maybe there, combination, depending on circumstances, that maybe there could be relatively cheap yet effective alternative means that didn't put personnel at risk. And I'm thinking cheap drones again, which probably I'm spitballing here. Probably wouldn't work in all circumstances, but maybe enough that would be worth considering depending on circumstances. That was the only thing I was saying.
Well, I've got to ask you something. Have you seen the new defense against airdropped drones that the Russians have been employing, attaching to their tanks?
Yes, I have seen some pretty impressive cope cages, including one that doesn't allow the barrel of the tank to actually traverse the way it's supposed to. So, man, that is some serious heavy duty cope.
Yeah, because it's so hot and they don't have aircon, one of the problems with their tanks is they're leaving the hatches open because they're boiling. And, it's a nice target because Ukrainian drone operators have got to be crack shots these days with their drone dropped munitions. So they've started building chicken wire cages and attaching them to the tops of the tanks. They look hilariously Heath Robinson, shall we say. And yeah, if it even stops the tank barrel from turning properly. Crack on, guys. It's hilarious. You just amused me so much. Skycase, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Will actually said so many things that I think about, and thank you, Will. Thanks for all of that. And yeah, I've seen the coat cages and heard about all these. Oh, they're fantastic designs. Really, I saw those tanks on the train, and I looked. How old are they? So I had to look them up. I understand they can do some things, but yeah, and Linda, I definitely understand. I definitely understood what Liberal was getting at. The Ukrainian armed forces are not going to waste things. They do plan, and they have a backup plan. So they're not going to use something that's incredibly expensive unless they have to. If they have something else that can take them out, that's what they're going to do. If they don't, and they have the javelin, then more power to them, right? Take them out. Take out the take out the helicopters and the planes. I've seen them work wonders. So I have every faith. I have every faith in the Ukrainian defenders. And I'll have something else to say later. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Skykiss. And yeah, you're absolutely right. That's what happens when you turn up with inferior equipment. You get smooshed into dust. And you know, I'm all for that. I think Ukrainians know exactly what they're doing. Yeah, indeed, I have a lot of faith in them as well. Now, it's time to bring you a strange little story. This has emerged over the last few days, and hilarious it is, but it's got even more funny now. Well, this is something that the Russians are absolutely obsessed with, and I've figured it out. I've actually figured out where they've got it from. So bear with me. Russia sent a report on secret biological laboratories in Ukraine to all parliaments of the world, which obviously is amusing. So it's completely fictional. We know this, of course. However, propaganda statements about the use of combat insects contradict publicly available scientific facts. Of course, they do. The target audience of this narrative is, of course, unfortunately, poorly educated, prone to conspiracy theory people in different countries, but primarily in Russia itself. So, biolabs, together with nuclear issues and Nazis, are elements of this legend against Ukraine, which Russia likes to promote as propaganda towards the world. You know, they're corrupt, they've got biolabs, they're doing all sorts of secret things. Of course they are. Yeah. All right, mate. They're dealing with the corruption very well, actually, at the moment. I see daily updates from the SBU. So, you know, that in itself is in progress. But shall we say that, yeah, they do have biolaboratories. You know why? Because they're a farming community. And one of the things they do is they have biolaboratories in order to keep the health of their grains and things like that, produce better grains in the future, you know, ensure that strains of grain are not only highly producing, but also of good quality. These are the things that, you know, biolabs do. They look at biological things. So, you know, that can be anything, and is not necessarily creating crazy viruses or mosquitoes to spread them. However, this story is not over. There was what appears to be a presentation to Prince. Is this Russian?
Danish.
This is Danish, right? Okay.
This is the presentation to the Danish Parliament from the message of the Russian Parliament to all parliamentarians of the world.
Excellent stuff. So I'm just going to retweet this, folks, right? And I can't translate it and I can't understand it, but you don't need to. She starts to read this proposal or whatever it is, statement out. And, well, she can't stop herself from laughing. And neither can anyone else in the room. And she pulls herself together and tries to carry on. And she's nearly crying by the time she gets even partway through the statement. You can see just how ridiculous it is. And everyone else in the room is 100% with her. They're just rolling and holding their stomachs laughing at this absolutely redonkulous statement coming out of the Russian parliament there. So yes, it's just something that amuses us on a daily basis. You know what, if they weren't conducting a genocidal war, they would actually be hilarious, but unfortunately they are, so F them. Liberal. They do deserve to be ridiculed, though. Absolutely, 100%. Please
Well,
laugh at
yeah.
them.
Yes, absolutely. Did you tell anybody how ridiculously stupid I was last night or yesterday morning for you?
Well, sending me information that I'd sent you in the morning.
No, not that one. That was a different time. No, when I was freaking out because of the alert that was happening in Agendagar.
An Erdogan, that one, yeah.
Edgar, yeah. I was freaking out because I saw this alert yesterday morning that the city of
An Erdogan.
Endendagar put out about evacuating. It was like evacuate now, get all your stuff and get as close to the Azov Sea as you can. And I'm sitting there going, oh my God, because that's where, that's the little city that is for the nuclear power plant. And I'm thinking, were those guys stupid enough? We've heard so many stupid things that anyway. So I'm sitting here freaking out that, here's what it says. In order to preserve your life and health and those of your loved ones, it is necessary to evacuate to safe territories close to the coast of the Sea of Azov in any way that is available to you. And it continues with these emergency instructions that I'm like, holy shit, what's going on? Excuse my language. I don't swear very often on here. And so I follow the link to the Zaporizhia Regional Military Administration, and I go back several tweets to try to figure out exactly what's going on. And they were doing a drill. They were making sure that they have everything in place for if anything does happen. So they were sending notifications out as if it had happened, but they had sent out a notification prior saying that it was a drill, but I had only seen the message that people should evacuate, and I felt a fool.
The thing is, Prince, when something is this important, they've got to practice, haven't they? And it's good to see that they've got plans in place. It looks as though they've had well prepared plans in place. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Those messages are meant to strike fear into your heart because they're meant to get you moving and, doing something to save your life. So yeah.
Yeah. No,
And if they ever need to use them properly, they're going to be really useful to have.
Absolutely, and I actually am glad they're doing the drill, and they have done. I mean, I've looked at a couple of pictures throughout the day of the things that they've done, and they've like put up decontamination areas and all kinds of things. They're doing this as if it was really happening, but as a drill to make sure everything's taken care of. And what I do like is that they have sent the announcements to the people in the areas. Giving them lists to make sure that you take together essential items in sealed packaging with only the documents and essential items that you need, and giving them a list of things that they should try to take with them. And yeah, it's a good thing to be practicing this stuff. And we see drills happen all the time, and I'm glad that they're doing this kind of thing. And I pray to God it's never needed. I don't think it ever will be, but it's good to know that they're practicing if it ever is.
Just to interject before we go to Liberal, I have seen information this morning that a number of occupants at the territory of the nuclear power plant has decreased. 3 Rosatom employees who were leading the Russian operations there have already left. And the Ukrainian employees who signed contracts with Rosatom have been advised to evacuate themselves by July the 5th, with their destination being occupied Crimea. Additionally, the number of military patrols on the nuclear power plant grounds and the nearby city of Energogar is also decreasing. The personnel in the plant have been instructed that if there is any emergency, it is Ukraine's fault. Yeah, you can see how that would be. Yeah, you can see how that would be the case. Silly stuff. Liberal.
Hey, Mockers. So yeah, on the T-55 front, the T-55 is vulnerable to the Magic 3 drones of Ukraine. They're also vulnerable to RPG or rocket-propelled grenades, and they're also vulnerable to Bradleys, because Bradleys can outrange these, antiquated tanks from 1948. Yeah, my point is that they will be introduced into the theater, but they will be ineffective, and they will draw attention and weapons, etc. But they will be summarily defeated. Yeah, the armament or the armor of the T-55 is no match for the weapons that we're using now. So I mentioned it earlier because I thought it was interesting that Russia was introducing this, ancient equipment into the theater, but yeah, they will not have any impact in the Russian offensive.
I'm getting another coffee in, so sorry for the noise, but Liberal, my friend, you sound tired. You need to go to bed. In the meantime, I have a lovely MOD report, so I'm going to go with that. Bear with me 1 second when I find it. Oh, it's one of those things, just like to disappear on me. There we are. Right, so here is the Defence Intelligence Update for, Friday the 30th of June. So, in a June 2023 report, the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute assessed that Russia's military spending budget for 2023 is around 6.6 trillion rubles. That comes about 85.8 billion US dollars. Okay. This equates to about 4.4% of Russian GDP, compared with 3.6% in 2021 before the invasion of Ukraine. Russia's true military expenditure remains uncertain due to lack of transparency. Big shock. Including the use of classified budget lines, which account for approximately 22% of the Russian government's total budget. Although only part of the defense budget is spent on the war in Ukraine, The increase in spending highlights the cost of Russia's activity in Ukraine. In addition, Russia almost certainly faces extra direct budgetary defense costs due to the war, including security expenses in the occupied regions and defensive measures in regions bordering Ukraine. And possibly quite a lot of security, extra security in Moscow. You never know. Ryan, did you want to add something?
No, I hit the wrong button. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You're all right. It just goes to show that I'm awake and watching. Linda.
Yeah, I was just thinking that this might be a good time, you know, with advanced technology, etc., to maybe thinking of redesigning and coming up with new style trebuchets with against these T-55s or whatever they're called. That's all. Bye.
You know what, Linda?
Yes.
I saw yesterday. I think it was a joke, but it was basically that's what Russia's going to start building now, trebuchets, because it's pretty much at the level of their current abilities to, you know, produce weaponry, or at least it will be when the sanctions fully close everything down. But yeah, that's going to be their next project, we reckon. So yeah, well spotted there. Now then, we've talked about biolabs, haven't we? And that was fun. But I have another thing for you, which is a little story. This is come from my Ukraine volunteer transcripts, and I cannot guarantee the quality of the conversation, but it is always relevant. And this is the chap who is over 70, was in his early 20s in the Vietnam War. And yeah, he's one of those guys who can say, well, back in Nam. So I thought it might be nice to see what he's got to say. And the header of this particular one is, information now is a lot tighter than it used to be. And we've noticed, mate. We have noticed. So, sorry, I was just checking I didn't have a dead mouse on the floor. It's just a toy. Thank God. Right. So, here we go. We did a training iteration yesterday with some new guys, 10 of them. They're moving out of assault groups into special reconnaissance. We worked with them during the day and then did a night insertion in relatively friendly territory, relatively, to kind of get them up to speed on how to stay alive out there. Actually, I think they're going to be pretty good. They have some more stuff to run through, of course, but they should do well if paired with an experienced team at first. Not a lot has changed in that respect since Vietnam. Guys still have to go out and get the feel for things on being in ghost mode. Coming from an assault unit, it's a very different change to their tactics. So he's asked a question here. Did individual SEALs do similar training once they arrived in Vietnam? I know the Army ran regular infantry through Vietnam type training at Fort Polk during the war. What was it called there? Was it Tigerland, something like that? I've been to Tigerland many times. Now it's mostly training stuff to do with all overseas issues. Back during Iraq and Afghanistan, it was full of interpreters. All the realistic training at Polk now is in the box, apparently. Here, all road signs are in Arabic, and they have Middle Eastern villages built. SEALs, as far as I know, had informal in-country training regime. The Army SF had their SOG training regime. Some people will know what that is. I'm not figuring it out at this time. I really liked being in the box at Polk. but in the summer, it's miserable. Training, eh? Training in the summer. So then he sent a message of Russian officers killed in Ukraine to our friend who is in his 70s, showing Lieutenant Colonel Shamakov Adu Ismovich, apparently commander of an assault motor rifle battalion of a tank regiment, killed near Kremina on the 19th of June. So he sends him this and he says, also, someone who reads the blog shared this. Not sure if you can see it here, but a Russian LTC killed in action in Kremina on June the 19th. I'll see what else I can find out about him, but Telegram is a fire hose of information, and it's always Russian or Ukrainian. Everyone has their own angle, but they roll out automatic translation services, so I'll see how that helps. Was it the 19th when you guys repelled a BTG? Ha ha ha. Well, I don't know for sure. We didn't get pulled in to the after action because it was a joint. Higher level folks took care of that. So we don't even know for sure what the battle damage assessment is. Frustrating, but that's the way it works. We find them and then we pull out. Information is a lot tighter than it used to be, but it seems they've yet to get on top of soldiers with cell phone cameras and GoPros at the moment. Lol. Oh yeah, I just realised that Telegram has an automatic translation service if you pay for a premium account. Much easier to keep on top of things now. Quick perusal of pro-Russian Telegram channels claim that things are going very, very badly. However, they also state that things are going badly for Ukraine in the forest outside of Crimea. They're attacking and being repelled, and oops, even showing their own people. Lots of rumours that Surovikin is in jail as well, the Forto no less, on charges of treason. Haha, I've not heard that one. The rumour is he's been in prison since the 24th. The New York Times reported that yesterday. He knew of Prigozhin's plans in advance. What a shit show. I'm going to say it. Not going to do wonders for morale at the front, that is it? No, hopefully it won't. Just a gut feeling, but I think things are going downhill for the Russians from here on in. And there you go. That's his assessment. I hope you enjoyed.
Always enjoy that. Always enjoy that. It's always good to hear from him. It just still blows me away that he is in his 70s.
And yet he can still sneak around with some sort of ghost-like recon team. I just think it's incredible. Yeah, he's obviously a very sprightly guy in his 70s, but yeah, amazing what you can accomplish if you really want to, I suppose. And he gets a lot out of it. You can see that he really enjoys the, you know, camaraderie and the teamwork and making sure he keeps his team, you know, safe. He seems to be a bit of a grandfather figure to everybody there. And, you know, they seem to have taken a bit of a shine to him, but have realised that he's totally capable and they can rely on him. And I think it, you know, a little bit at first they tried to mother him a bit. And he was like, no, guys, get out of my way. I know what I'm doing. And ever since then, you know, he's proved himself over and over again to be a really valuable member of the team. So, yeah, there's no ageism with anyone who's worked with him. They think he's cracking. They think he's amazing. Oh, guys, I've got some sad news for Russians right now. Prince has just sent me breaking news. Breaking news, guys. Tinder has left Russia. What are they going to do? What are they going to do now? Poor guys. They're going to have to like go outside and meet people and maybe have a personality. well, you know how it is. Yeah. What, you know, all these Russian babies that they want people to produce. Do you think Tinder's like gone? No, we're not having that. Get out. Sorry, it just amuses me that they're like, no, we're not going to facilitate you providing more cannon fodder. We're going to get the heck out of there for our own reputation, which is what every company should be doing here, because your reputation in the end is worth much more than money, I can assure you. And if you completely trash your reputation, sooner or later, the money isn't as much as it was because you're trash. So, just think about that Bacardi, for example. Because no matter their protestations, they're still trading in Russia.
Yeah. I do have a teeny bit of interesting news. I don't know if you track this or not. I just take note of it every day, but I don't think I've ever brought it up on the space. But from the State Emergency Service, you get I get a notification here of how many munitions have been destroyed or neutralized during the day by sappers. So basically demining. And it's they make progress every day. It's not always a great huge number, but today there were 322 munitions neutralized during the day by the sappers of the State Emergency Services. Now I know that there are other sappers, like Ryan Hendrickson out there doing things too. So it's small numbers, bit by bit. It gets done, but it's going to take a long time to demine Ukraine.
Yeah, unfortunately, the problem with demining is it's not quick. You can fire a couple of Mikliks with their explosive rope and clear a path quite quickly, but even that doesn't guarantee a completely clear path. Even after doing that, it's very likely sappers are going to have to, also get involved at that point. It's a belt and braces technique. You don't really want to blow your stuff up. Or, of course, if you're on the move, you have to then use something with demining equipment, like, a tank roller or something at the front, or a number of them even. So you make sure that all your other vehicles are safer behind. So yeah, when it comes to demining fields, like farmers' fields, obviously the farmers are coming up with these ingenious remote control tractors and devices to help them demine, because they're trying to also assist the sappers, because it's slow, laborious work. You cannot really rush removing a mine that might blow up in your face. I kind of understand how that's something you wouldn't want to hurry. So each one of these devices is going to take as long as it takes. And, there's only so many people doing it. But there's also people managing to sort of make a start for themselves. However, even after that tractor has gone around that field a number of times and finished its job, there will still probably need to be some other sweeps with other devices, just to try and catch anything that the roller itself didn't get. And that's really important, because, when lives are concerned, you don't want farmers to be blowing up on a regular basis. That's no fun at all. So yeah, it's not just a case of doing a one sweep and it's done, and that's the problem. That's why it takes so damn long. Unless you, of course, have the location of all the mines, which Ukraine, I believe, when they've mined areas, they've kept a mine map, because that's what NATO militaries do. So that's what they were taught to do. And yes, they have deployed rocket-fired mines, but these things do deactivate after a certain period of time or go off. So, you know, they know that when they move forward after, 48 hours or something, those mines are no longer going to be a problem. They're short-term issue. However, the Russians don't do that. The Russians fire these things off willy-nilly, everywhere and anywhere. So much so, in fact, that they've stumbled across their own mines quite a few times in trying to retreat because they basically forgot where they were. Or, of course, just didn't know where they were. The lack of communication between the different sections of the military also doesn't help because, you know, hey guys, we mine this field over here, don't go in it. That it doesn't, it's not hard to say that, is it? But it would seem that those messages don't always get through. Liberal, you're still with us?
Yeah, I still am, Mockers. Do you want me to go to bed?
You're all right. You're still making sense.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so several explosions were reported in the Russian-occupied Berdyansk region about 31 minutes ago.
I sent her information about that. She just hasn't read it yet.
Oh, I have. I was just looking at it. Yeah, indeed, 11 explosions have rung out in Berdyansk. The area of the airport is on fire, and there are secondary detonations. Ambulances have headed in that direction, and of course, we are waiting for official information from the General Staff with regards to what they might be up to. The official channel of the Berdyansk City Ministry Administration of the Berdyansk district of the Zaporizhia region has brought this information. So I'm quite happy that indeed Berdyansk is experiencing some emotional moments, and gosh, I wonder what that could be in the way of missiles. And also their airport, eh? Isn't that where they had an awful lot of helicopters just recently?
So sad.
So sad, I know. Linda.
Another really naive question. Aren't metal detectors intended to find like buried metal under the surface of the earth? Are those ever deployed for finding mines?
Yes, yeah, there are.
Oh, okay.
Just yeah, mute your mic a second so I don't get feedback, sweetheart. Yeah, there are a lot of people who are using metal detectors to find mines. I believe there are also some specialized mine detectors which are like metal detectors but better, more sort of specific to mines. And we've been ensuring that some of those have actually reached Ukraine. I believe our friend War Doggo has been able to get some of those out to demining crews, and dead proud of that. So yeah, they are indeed one of the tools that they use are metal detecting devices, because yeah, there is a lot of metal in a lot of mines, apart from, of course, the ones that aren't. And they're unfortunately some of the more dangerous ones. They have a tiny amount of metal parts, which, you know, they're a lot of them are these petal mines, the anti-personnel mines. They're really the more sort of plastic ones. And they're very, very hair trigger, you know, they will go off very easily. So they'll take off a toe, they'll take off a hand, they'll maim a child. Yeah, amazing things. So unfortunately, they have to be very, very careful and sometimes use, you know, a more specialist mine detector to find those. They can be discovered with metal detectors, but only when they're very sensitive. And so, yeah, it's something that's a real problem, though, those particular mines. I also heard that there was lots of noise in Tokmak last night, Prince.
That I have not heard.
Ha ha ha! I know something. No, it's it was just I get sort of a regular boom report like that I bring to you, and 8 hours ago it was claimed that Tokmak was hit up to 6 explosions within Tokmak. So yeah, that's what we call multiple bavovna, and always good to see and hear. I do think that Tokmak has been having, yeah, a very hard time just recently. So I'm just having a quick, oh, here we go. Would you believe that instead of recordings of soldiers on the front line, we're now getting a lot more recordings of wives at home, wondering where their soldiers were, or protesting on their behalf because they're now unable to get the message out themselves. I still find this very fun. It's kind of letters, video letters to the Tsar, and it's a strange practice. I don't know. If I had a problem with my government or I wanted to talk to my, you know, local representative, I'd just phone him up. And if he ignored me, I would shame him. And I suppose this is what they're trying to do. They're trying to shame the people who are ignoring them by reporting them directly to the man at the top. And of course, he doesn't give a monkeys. So anyway, it's interesting to see, and it's interesting to hear their tales, because these are indeed what I refer to as the tales of woe. So there has been another appeal of wives of Russian soldiers in Ukraine who are talking about very heavy losses while defending against any Ukrainian offensives. Gosh. Now, do we remember late last year when mobilised men were being used to plug holes and stop advances of the Ukrainian counteroffensive in Kharkiv and Kherson? We saw a few of these videos where they were like, you know, our men are not prepared. They don't have the stuff. That, you know, you need to evacuate the wounded and so on. Well, yeah, it's all happening again. And this does give a good indication that casualties inflicted on defending forces of Russians are indeed substantial. And we should expect more wives and mothers to complain. Now, these particular ladies say since the 20th of June, their husbands and sons are fighting against the latest foreign military equipment at the first line of conflict. Yes, they are. And they don't have the support of heavy artillery. They literally have rifles and grenades. Well, yeah. So they're appealing to the MOD and the president himself to pay attention to this situation and help the defenders with more vehicles and heavy artillery. You see, so they're not against the war in any way. They're just saying, you need to help us fight better. So our defenders do not mind fighting, but they need help. They do not even have vehicles. Oh, no. Oh, it's a shame, isn't it, that they've been abandoned out there. So, yeah, they're desperately appealing to the MOD and to Putin. So, yeah, just they obviously know the situation. They obviously know that they're not doing very well, and one of the main reasons is they're running out of stuff. and stuff that works. And so they've got no artillery support. And you know what, ladies, that was exactly the plan. That's what Ukraine have been doing for the last, month and a half, is just taking out artillery and vehicles. And yeah, they wouldn't be in this position if they hadn't entered their neighboring country to perform hostile actions. So yeah, behold, my field is barren. Will.
So when I was reading this the other day, this is that mobilized group from Crimea, isn't it? And correct me if I'm wrong, Mockers, but isn't this actually one of the very units that we heard from the men themselves in Kherson when they were complaining about the fact that they were being left there to defend, and everybody else was being evacuated, and they thought they were going to be left on the right bank of the river?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, these guys have had quite a raw deal, I would say.
Well, and you know what's striking to me about that, what you said is, here again, if you listen to that whole statement, they're not saying they're against the war. They're just complaining about the manner in which they're being taken care of. So yeah, and if you look at the numbers of those folks that their wives are now complaining about, you know, they were moved out across the bank of Kherson, I assume, still held the positions in or near Kherson until such time as they flooded the area and they had to move them out of there. So they moved them over into the lines in Zaporizhia. And yeah, it's like pretty much you're meeting exactly the newest and bestest equipment. And, you know, you don't have any equipment. Yeah, your leaders know that. They know. But it's amazing how long we're still into the war, but we're not. We just think that, you know, it's kind of like they're preparing for an excuse why only 3% of these men will come home. It wasn't the fact that the Ukrainians were any good or what. It's war. It's that they were, you know, somehow stabbed in the back by not getting all the equipment that they need. You know, the Prigozhin sort of line. It's I don't know. It's just despairing to think that these people won't openly say, "This is fucked. Let's get all of our people out of here."
It is, unfortunately. You know what? Some of them are doing. I read a tale yesterday from Chris Owicki, so I'm quite happy that you know, it's mostly correct. And there were 3 platoons sent to a location on the left bank of the Dnipro, and one of them immediately left as soon as nobody was looking because the commanders had effed off and left them to it. Another one, well, they came under very heavy artillery and mortar fire at that point, so they stayed put for a while. And then as soon as that finished, like 6 hours later, the second platoon upped and left of their own accord and left 1 platoon on their own there. And they lost most of their men, shall we say. I think there was 22 of them left out of everyone. I think it was nearly 200 that, you know, they originally went out with. So yeah, they were not very happy guys. And then they were pulled back from that area after losing nearly all their equipment in the flood. And when they got to where they were supposed to be pulled back to, they were told, "Oh no, there's no meeting point for, you know, or collection point or anything like that. You just have to find your own way out of this flooded area. So off you go." So they found one of the commanders who was injured, and they tried to get him some help, and a car came past, and it turned out to be the 2 commanders of the other platoons. So there was, you know, 3 platoons to begin with. They picked him up, left the guys on the road, said, "No, we don't have time to take you guys. We're going to rush him to a hospital." So off they went, toodle pip to the guys on the road. So the guys walked for a long time, let's say, hours and hours, to the next place they were supposed to be. And when they got there, they met a commander of another unit, and they sort of said, "What's happening with us?" And he was like, "No idea. Don't even know who you guys are." So they ended up joining up with him. He sent a vehicle to pick them up to take them back to sort of rest and recuperate. And when they got there, their commanders were there and berated them for not turning up sooner. Just the tales of woe coming out, and I find it amazing that these, you know, that they're able to put up with that, because I'll be honest, I'm not very tolerant of being messed around. And had I had my life played with that much over a couple of days, I think at that point I'd be pretty fuming. I'd say it would probably not be a good idea to arm me at that point, because yeah, I'd be pretty grumpy, and I'd be looking for somebody to blame, because that's what they do. And you're right about the shifting blame that they were saying, Prince, but have you noticed they're not shifting blame onto NATO anymore? They're not shifting blame onto, you know, traitors. They're shifting blame onto themselves. Yes, it's indirect because they're going after the MOD here, but they are indeed pointing out that their own army is not up to standard, and that their own army is failing them. And that in itself is, well, it's quite a thing when you consider that, you know, we are Russian, our army is the best, and all of that. Yeah, nobody can beat us. Really? Because you seem to have lost faith. That's kind of my point there.
I don't think anybody believes that anymore. I mean, I don't even think, I think there are a great number. Well, I don't think Russian soldiers believe that anymore. Most of them, I mean, you look at the videos of some of these sad and sorry saps without even shoes. I don't think they believe it. They are not the best army in the world. They're not even the second best army in Ukraine.
They really aren't, are they? When you say these poor saps with no shoes, it's just, it astounds me. But yeah, I read.
Well, but hang on a second. But did you see the video that was put out? I saw a video that was put out. Sort of, it looked like in response to that was a video of Russian soldiers getting new uniforms and then going into battle in these new uniforms, which, I'm sorry, I didn't believe it for a minute. It just, you know, there might have been, you know, some kind of promo video out there from when soldiers got new uniforms 10 years ago, but I don't believe it was the poor sorry sap who had the no shoes.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't him. I read recently from Russian Telegram channels that some of the soldiers, I mean, you know, they were sent out with minimal uniform initially. They got some t-shirts, that, you know, a couple of them got some crappy boots. But they mainly bought their own equipment because it was better. So they, of course, bought themselves winter type equipment, long sleeve stuff, and, you know, warm pants, proper, you know, boots for walking in those conditions. And then when the weather got better, they asked for, you know, do we have any, you know, summer uniform? And no, they don't have any summer uniform. What they were doing, and this is horrendous, but I actually have seen evidence which corroborates this, of a stack of boots and uniforms that were taken from the dead. And that's what they're having to do. They're having to find somebody who is deceased, who no longer requires their summer uniform from the year before, and peel that off, dust it off, wear it. And that has been happening. Yeah,
Yeah.
so
Well,
fun times for them.
the thing that it makes me think of is, what have we heard from some of the Ukrainian soldiers that we have had on the space? And I remember listening and hearing them say that, you know, they go through uniforms all the time. They get ripped, they get torn, they get dirty beyond cleaning. They need to be replaced on a regular basis. That's one of the things. I can't remember which soldier that we've talked to told us that, but I remember very distinctly hearing that. But I agree. I've also seen the piles of clothes, and that they are taking them off of the deceased soldiers, and that is just, what does that say? I don't even know. It's insane, is what it is.
Perhaps they're just being eco-friendly, and you know how they say reuse, repair, replace, that sort of thing. Yes, I don't know. Maybe it's a new green drive that they're doing. In fact, they would probably frame it as that, wouldn't they? They would say, no, this is us being good to the environment because we're not producing more, we're reusing what we've got.
Yeah.
I was going to say, don't you think that's the perfect spin for the Russians?
Oh, absolutely. I think that they would, call Greta, what's her name? Sorry, I can never remember her last name, and try to have her over to convince her that they are being good for the environment.
Absolutely. I bet you she gets that invitation any day.
Did you see the little video yesterday of Lvova Belova meeting with the representative from the Vatican?
I'll be honest, I try and avoid pictures of that woman because it makes me murderous. But yeah, I did see that.
Yeah. You know, the only thing I will say, and this is only because I have heard it from the ombudsman of Ukraine, just strictly because I have heard it from the Ukrainian government directly. I do hope that this trip to Russia bears some fruit, and that this meeting with Lvova Belova bears some fruit. I don't have much hope for it, but I do hope that it does. What the ombudsman said is that they do see some promise in the possibility that the Vatican can help to mediate, to be able to return some children from Russia to Ukraine. And if the Vatican is able to do that, that's not such a bad thing.
That is very true. The thing is, they've got these children as, hostages, basically. And it is something that's really important to try and get those children back to their families, back to their homes, their home country, shall we say. Their homes may no longer exist. But whether there can be criticism heaped upon the Pope and what have you, he's maintained a open dialogue, and I suppose that's something that at least they can go and talk to this woman about children's rights. Whether they make any progress or not, I don't know, but if they can reach out, then I suppose it's a role that they can play, and I appreciate that in itself. I did have some good news this morning, which I'm going to find.
Markers?
Yes.
I am going to drop because I believe the arrival of Doman is imminent, but I'll come back up as speaker.
Okie dokie, you do what you need to do. So, the Save Ukraine US team, I believe. Save Ukraine US, I don't know. That's the has returned another 7 children as part of their 8th rescue mission. So these children were returned, and they were the first visitors to the Centre of the Protection of Children's Rights, which has recently been opened by the President. These particular children are orphans, so that's something, that they've not required a parent to collect them or a relative to collect them. They're orphans. They have been under occupation for a long time and have been subject to indoctrination methods of the Russians. However, they are now finally home. We are hoping for further fruitful cooperation between Save Ukraine and the Centre for the Children, which will facilitate the return of young Ukrainians home, provide necessary support to those who have already returned, and continue to collect evidence to prosecute the crimes of Russia. Meanwhile, we are continuing to rescue young Ukrainians from Russian captivity and assist them in hope and healing centres so they can continue to heal from injuries by the aggressor and return to a normal life as soon as possible. Now, I know 7 children doesn't sound like a lot, but every child matters. Every single one. So, you know, the important thing there is that they are continuing to make progress to bring children home. Good morning, Luca.
Good morning, Marcus. The question I had is like you mentioned that the Pope met with someone. I think if I got the name right, isn't she like that lady that is under the arrest warrant?
Yes, she is the one who's under the ICC arrest warrant for the kidnapping of children. Yes, she is the child snatcher herself.
Okay. Yeah, like the Vatican better come back with something substantial because you know, if they're being taken for a walk around the block, I'm fairly certain that then you know, the Russian propaganda will say, oh look, you know, this lady meets with the religious institution of the world. She must be really nice and blah blah blah. So I really hope they get something out of it.
Morning, Doman.
Good morning. Yeah, it looks a bit sketchy. So is Lvova Belova the one who's talking to the Pope directly? Did I catch that right?
No.
It's not the Pope. No. Prince, go ahead, you know.
Yeah, no, it was the same representative who went to Ukraine a few weeks ago. The same representative of the Pope who went to Ukraine a few weeks ago was in Moscow yesterday, and he did meet with Lvova Belova.
Got it. Okay. It just, you know how this looks like a little bit. I mean, it's better, obviously, but it still looks like a little bit, you know, the whole Hungary thing that we were on for quite a while, and I still think there's still a number unknown within that, a number of unknowns within that context itself. So I'll kind of leave it at that. But we can go on. Marcus, we can driving this in an appropriate direction.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you can probably tell by my tone of voice, I'm not terribly impressed. However, if it leads to more children coming home, I get behind anything that can do that. Liberal?
Hey, thanks, Bunkers. Doman, welcome. Atacams, cluster munitions. What's your opinion on the likelihood that these munitions will be delivered to Ukraine at some point in the near future?
Okay, my assessment is as follows. First, there was a leak in one outlet about the TACMs, then another one about DPICM in another outlet. I will say there is a, let's say, 85+% chance that one of those ends up being correct. And I will say that there's maybe a 50% chance that both of those end up being correct. So I'll kind of leave it at that because I don't really know where else to take it. But that's my that's my guess. I think they'll pick one more likely than picking both. But see, the thing is, I don't know which reasoning they can get over more easily. So the publicly stated reasoning for DPICM is we can't. There's a law against it. We don't want to try to change that. The law is there with a reason. What about all the UXO, etc. And then the argument against the TACMs has been, well, we don't have enough of them anyway. So which one can you get over more easily? Can you say, okay, we have reassessed our stock needs going forward, and we have moved, I don't know how long, 6 months, 9 months further in time since that was discussed a lot, and we've had more production, or we're closer to producing more of the prisms, which are effectively the longer range replacement for TACMs, 500 kilometer range instead of 300, something like that. And they're now coming online, and maybe we're now in a different position from that. Or can you more easily get over, well, we didn't really want to, but the Russians kind of forced us into it. So which is, do you see the disconnect here? So we'll see which end up going. I mean, I hope both end up going. That's my forever wish for both of those, right? I really like things that don't have lead times, and the moment they come into the country, that's like from decision being made to them being fired on Russian positions. For both of them, it's like a 36-hour maximum lead time. If you really want to optimize things, and that I think is an important component, and I don't want to undervalue that. I would have liked DPICM to go in HIMARS, Gimlers, already when they went initially, obviously. But hey, better late than never, and both of these would kind of be late. But sure hope both of them show up. Luca.
Hi, good morning, Domin. Yeah, I heard about Atacam. Yeah, the mood around here is pretty good. Yeah, you don't get those kind of Wall Street Journal leaks unless Yeah, it's gonna happen. I didn't hear about the other system. What's this
DPICM? You see, they're great at branding, aren't they? Except for this one, they didn't really want to brand things. DPICM is dual-purpose improved cluster munition. So it's a type of packing and type of sub-munitions which are used for both in 155 millimeter shells as well as in Gimlers and Mike 30 stop, basically. So what they are, they're cluster munitions like any other cluster munitions, in the sense that it's a shell full of little bomblets, and then it's an airburst, and those bomblets spread out and fall onto various things, and then as they touch something, they explode. The always problem with cluster munitions that always gets brought up is, yeah, but not all of them, right? Because when you have many dozens or maybe even hundreds, some of them are not going to end up exploding, and that is that's a problem, because then these things, especially with time, can get very sensitive and whatever, and then that can lead to injuries and so on later on. So that's all true. It all depends at the end of the day on the proportion that don't explode, right? And if you look at what Russia's using, you might be 10% unexploded, you might be 20% unexploded, who knows? So a really large proportion. And they use grad rockets, multiple rocket launch systems to affect that, right? To distribute them. The Western ones, DPICM specifically, they have about a 1% failure rate. So my understanding was they couldn't guarantee a 1% failure rate on every example or something like that. Basically, somebody didn't understand statistics, and that's why they stopped using them much, and that's why there's effectively a ban on exports in the US. So US has quite substantial stocks of these, but it's basically a ban on exports. So just wanted to note that, and this is the reason why.
Domen, if I can say something.
Yes.
I had the intuition that it's gonna be ATACMS first. Like my intuition on cluster munition is slightly different, and I'll try to make an analogy here. Because, like you say, right, there is the unexploded thing, and then cluster munition have been associated in the public conscience with killing children in some poor countries, and maiming civilians and blah blah blah. And then you have to go in and say, no, but wait, but this is the Ukrainian using on their own land, and then they're gonna clean it up and blah blah blah. And you need to get into this situation where you explain things. And the analogy I make is a little bit like carbs. It's like eating carbs is bad. It makes you fat. No, but wait. You can eat like complex carbs. I mean, you can eat brown rice and go work out, and it's actually good. No, it's carbs. It's bad. You shouldn't eat carbs, right? And it's kind of like you gotta get into this dynamics of explaining it. And I could clearly see how the Russians could exploit. You bad people are using those cluster munitions that we're using to maim civilians and yada yada yada, right? And I feel that then you get into this situation that you need to explain, right? Whereas for the ATACMS, once people are the hell with it, we're done with your BS, and if the Kerch bridge has to go, it's gonna go. People will be like, well, okay, missile shoots long, kills the Russians and destroy bridges, done. That's my intuition.
Yeah, I get that. That makes sense on on the face of it and everything else. So just to explain what dual purpose means, it means both against material and against personnel. So it's a shaped charge, and the reason the way that it works is there's a little, not a parachute, and it's like a streamer tied to one end of it. To the opposite end, it's supposed to explode. So as it falls, that's the retarded end, and it falls with the other side forward. So when it hits something, it also works as a shaped charge, which is very good, right? Because it means it penetrates through armor. No, not necessarily through the front glasses of a tank, but certainly turret and BMPs and so on. So that's the idea.